a merch on display as well. I feel like a lot of time when we get to see them in competition, you know, they're coming over to Europe. There's maybe not as much of a fan base there, but it's been cool to see.
Yeah, they've got a really, really good crowd. I mean, we kind of saw even the late games last night. We a pretty decent turnout for them, very loud as well, even kind of matching at times the Aussie crowds, which is really good to see. I'm hoping as well they get a bit of a crowd buff coming through. There's a couple of quite interesting storylines when you look at these kind of matchups. You know, directly, we've already spoken about Jam Young being an unbelievable player, got the MVP in their game yesterday. He's ridiculous, currently on a 1.18 rating, but Juan Fletcher has been farming for B&E. The thing that worries me when you look towards B&E is the depth right now of the riflers. Rigon, who's meant to be kind of the second hero rifler, the second star of the team, but our 1 rating, where Mercury is matching Jam Young. They're both sitting on a 1.18. And there's a world in which, for B&E, who are usually a very mechanically, you know, gifted side, they've got that prowess, they might actually fall flat if a couple of riflers get online for Rare Atom and start to kind of overwhelm them.
So you're basically saying that Rigon has been rig off.
Oh my days. I'm not even going to give you that one.
We're going to cut you off there. It's time to figure out who's actually going to be winning this one. It's time to put your words where your mouth is. Not your money. I won't demand that from you. But who's winning the series? Neo, who you got?
All day, B&E. I love Devil Walk too much, and I think Synopsy's a great leader, so I'm going to go with Bad News Eagles all day.
Yeah, you know what? I am absolutely 100% agreeing. Is it the devil walk or is it the walk of God? Because what he's been able to, how he has been able to elevate Bad News Eagles, they are now soaring up to heavens, and yeah, they're gonna win this one. But it's gonna be very competitive.
I honestly don't think it's going to be competitive. I think it's going to be a bit of a blowout. Rare Atom just, they haven't had the consistency, right? And if you don't have consistency against this B&E side, they're very tough to contain on an individual level. You know, maybe all of the points won't be available here. I'm sure they're saving some things headed towards the major. I'm sure, you know, again, maybe the fatigue setting in to some degree. But I think that just from the jump, we're going to need to see a better Rare Atom than we've seen so far in this tournament. And I don't know if this is a moment where they're suddenly going to wake up. So I'm going B&E as well. I would love for it to be a competitive game, but they got to prove it to us. They got to prove to us early on. Let's see what Twitch chat thinks. What did you guys have? Let's see if you maybe think we're fools. Nope, they agree with us. So the popular opinion holds. But Rare Atom, though, everyone loves an underdog.
Yeah, we do love an underdog story. I think as well, the really positive thing for me is finally they fixed the veto, right? They've gone for a good pick into a comfort map of Inferno, which already makes me feel a little bit, you know, confident in just terms of they can make this competitive. Can they push the overpass? I think it's asking a little bit lot, but we'll have to wait and see. B&E, they are absolutely happy with an Inferno. I'm going to agree. I think it might be a 2-0.
Well, it's time to get into the game, and that means it's time to go over to our casters, and we got a fresh face, someone we didn't see yesterday. We got Jim coming in here alongside Elfish Guy to take you through the action.
Thank you so much, Mike. Yes, Jim is here with me. Welcome, Jim, to Margaret Court Arena, and welcome, guys, back to Margaret Court Arena, because this is going to be a sick game. Jim, stoked to have this one to look forward to. Bad News Eagles, Rare Atom, who you got?
Oh, it is hard to go past the Bad News Eagles. Yesterday, we heard that they'd gone back to the hotel and maybe had a bit of a slower start due to sleep. So hopefully today they're not the bad snooze Eagles.
Listen, all I'm going to say is I went to bed last night at the same time as Rare Atom, so I understand the struggle that they at least have gone through. And I've got to say, look, it was a late finish last night, but it wasn't too bad. I think they can come into this one feeling relatively fresh, feeling prepared, ready to go. Look, I know the analyst desk are big fans of Bad News Eagles. I've got to show a little bit of that Asian CS bias, though, and say I think Rare Atom, I feel like people are underrating them a little bit. Their Inferno, I reckon, is going to be tough to beat. I think we do at least get 3 maps out of this series. A little bit of maybe the Asian CS bias coming through from me, but one can hope, right?
Oh, always. I think with Inferno in there, it's pretty safe to say that Rare Atom are going to be competitive in this series. Whether or not they're going to be able to take the series, you're right, it just might be a bit of a leap too far for them. But we'll see what kind of form they're in early today. As you said, you need the big guns firing yesterday. We saw Mercury really stepping it up. Certainly not in retrograde anymore. He's definitely gone beyond that. And, of course, the familiar faces as well with Jam Young and Kaze coming to the fore.
Indeed. And I think the thing is, like, the conversation that we're going to be having today is Rare Atom will need to basically be hitting their peak, whereas Bad News Eagles, they can kind of come in, they can play 70%, 80%, and probably still get through this series. But the question is going to be whether or not will we see peak Rare Atom today. Inferno is the place to do it. So I like that. I like that conversation we heard from the desk. They do need to get off to a good start. Inferno, exactly where they'd want to be doing it. It's their map choice. It's their best map. Let's see what they can do.
Absolutely. This map really leans into the fact that you can get away with minimal utility, run lean on some of these rounds. That's certainly where Rare Atom find their way back into matches. But it all starts here with the pistol. Aggressive down banana early on as well. That's a perfect counter flash. However, the trades are looking good for Bad News Eagles. They clean up.
Yeah, indeed. Good shots from One Flatro and Synopsy to kick things off. And banana control very much established for BNE. Gonna have to see something done elsewhere for Rare Atom. And they've slowed things down a little bit, waiting for the push to come through from the CT side. Has not quite worked out for them. No kills getting converted on the T side. And in fact, even the exchange of damage, Jim, is not quite going the way of Rare Atom here.
No, they're kind of just trapped in the middle of the map, aren't they? They're mid, second mid. They're trying to stem the aggression coming out of Bad News Eagles, but Bad News Eagles have got the territory, they've got the info, and now they can just relax and sit back in the sights. Obviously, One Flatro just trying to shoulder peek his way into Banana, get that early info, but everybody else very deeply set here for Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a tough ask to get past One Flatro. He was sharp yesterday. Look at Sharp today, and he's got backup as well. Bad News Eagles put the pistol round on the board.
That they do. And it was those early exchanges as well. You thought maybe Rare Atom had something up their sleeve with the counter flash into Banana. It sort of drew all the attention there, but Bad News Eagles, they were playing anti-flash, they were ready, and the trades were good, so they were able to just reel in Rare Atom from the get-go.
Yep. Well, early days still. See what the choice is going to be here for Rare Atom. They didn't get the bomb plant, so don't really have too many. It will be to take the save.
There's the spot out. GXX licking those lips. There's no further aggression coming out of the Bad News Eagles, though, so hopefully...
I think he might have spotted Mercury there. Just the foot maybe going into bedroom. GXX is certainly having a look, that's for sure. And yeah, he seems to be all over it. There's even a push happening down the bottom of Nana. So Bad News Eagles, you can see, they're trying to dictate this game early on. They're trying to unsettle Rare Atom.
Absolutely. It's a no-respect approach. And that's the way you want to play your anti-ecos. Treat them mean, keep them clean. And that is a good bank builder for the Bad News Eagles. They're going to keep those MP9s as well. Scenario and Synopsy. So going to try and farm as much with the bonus round potential, but you've got Rare Atom now buying in those AKs. Plenty of utility on the backs of Kaze and Jam Young, but everybody else having to run a little bit leaner.
Yep. That all out for GXX is going to be quite a potent threat. We'll see how Kaze opts to deal with that a little bit later on when Rare Atom have the cash. This will be the first attempt, though, from Rare Atom, really. Bit of util getting tossed into Banana, and Mosaic finding the opening frag in this round. It's a nice confidence settler. First kill in the first gun round. Rare Atom feel like they've got a chance now back into this map.
Absolutely. They've also forced a layer of utility out from the CT side as well, so they're happy to sit back and retreat. Give up Banana for now and take bracket control, because Bad News Eagles have given it to them for free. They can't be everywhere on the map, and B is where they've chosen, so... Well, GXX is actually going to get aggressive here with this orb. This could be a mistake.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect that every day of the week, but Kaze looking sharp. One Flatro's going to go through the smoke. Spotted out, though, by Advent. That might be crisis averted for Rare Atom. Still able to grab himself one. Rigon's found the timing. Rare Atom, are they crumbling? Flash into the sky. It's going to buy some time for the T's on the side. Trades coming through. Advent stuck. Needs assistance. Maybe not. Gets to himself. And it's Jam Young in the clutch. You'd back him every day of the week, but One Flatro, 4-0 for the map so far, gets dominated. And Rare Atom will give the Chinese fans something to shout about.
Absolutely no sitting back from Jam Young. As soon as that smoke went down, he got proactive.
Yep.
And decided to try and take the best angle possible. Not expecting the aggression, Bad News Eagles, so an important round going the way of Rare Atom early on in the piece. It's very important for them to get going early in this series, and they've tried to do exactly that.
Indeed. Looks like we might have a little bit of a tech timeout here. I saw one of the Bad News Eagles players with a headset off, so maybe something going on their side of the stage. That'll get sorted out fairly shortly. But nice little response early from Rare Atom. You definitely don't want to be allowing things to slip too far by the wayside. And the first gun round, you know, if you don't get the pistol, is about as good as you can hope for.
Absolutely. Get yourself in on the rounds that count early on. And it was a well-worked gun round as well. Obviously, it was that information play from GXX coming out as well. He felt the need to try and press for some info. Maybe see whether or not Rare Atom were trying to wrap. What he didn't account for was the aggression coming out of Boiler.
Well, I'd like to get a little bit of a vibe check here in Margaret Court Arena. I know we've got some Bad News Eagles fans in the house. Am I right?
Okay, that's healthy.
That was healthy, but I have a question for the Chinese fans. Are we more interested in seeing Rare Atom win today?
I think that answers that.
I definitely think I'm getting a sense that there might be a couple of gyos thrown out by the crowd today, but we'll see. That's kind of up to Rare Atom, right? They need to get the ball rolling before the fans get involved. But there is definitely a good contingent for both teams here in Margaret Court Arena.
I think definitely as far as Bad News Eagles are concerned, they want to try and factor out the crowd as much as possible, get themselves into the match as well. So this is going to be important because this is a sizable crowd and it's only getting bigger.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, as the afternoon builds, we'll probably see more people filtering onto the Counter-Strike stage. You know, people are a bit slow in the morning, right? Not everyone likes to get up, come in the early 11 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m. games.
They're not gamer hours.
But this is kind of the perfect time, right? Just after lunch, everyone's happy. Come watch some Counter-Strike, enjoy your afternoon.
Got that well-fed bonus.
Stick around, watch two really, really interesting teams play against each other. Obviously, great storylines for both of these teams coming into this event and obviously going forward as well, particularly in the case of Bad News Eagles. Obviously, Rare Atom didn't make it through to the major. But to me, this sort of feels like a bit of a redemption story, or at least that's what they'd hope it would be at ESL Challenger Melbourne. Take that qualification spot to ESL Pro League, perhaps.
That would be handy. Would be very, very handy. Perhaps it's going to be a good news week for the Bad News Eagles. I guess we'll find out.
Well, we're back into the swing of things. Round 4 ahead. And a little bit of a force buy out from Bad News Eagles. Does leave them with just the one deagle for GXX. Otherwise, though, rifles across the board. But the main issue here, Jim, is there's just not that much util.
Yeah, that's the issue with trying to make this work. It puts you in a difficult position on the CT side, but it is one of those maps where you can definitely make it work, but you've got to get aggressive. You've got to get up in their grills early on. The longer the round goes, and the less util the CTs seem to have, the chances seem to wither.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Rare Atom losing the first player like that. Not exactly how you'd want to be starting this kind of a round, because this is the perfect recipe for Bad News Eagles, right? They've got numbers, they've got guns. Sure, they don't have util, but they've got that early pick. And with that, they can start to snowball in the round and really negate the advantage that Rare Atom came in with.
Oh, this is aggressive. CT info plays. Synopsy gets punished by Jam Young.
How on earth has he managed that, Synopsy? I mean, he pre-fired the corner.
That was a three-point fadeaway.
Nasty from Jam Young. You can just tell how individually talented some of these Rare Atom members are. And Kaze waiting for someone to make a mistake, pushing their way forward. That's another one for Rare Atom.
Like
they needed that.
To the flame.
20 seconds left, though, for the T side. They're going to have to move quickly, and they still have to get past Scenari and one flat throw. This could go awkward. They don't know. They haven't cleared dig. Eventually, Advent will. And that'll be safe. Bomb plant down. Rare Atom should, from here, secure 2.
Well, Rigon's got to get a wriggle on. He doesn't have a kit, so if he finds the opener, he may try to go for this, but it's not looking too healthy early on.
I mean, Kaze's going to be difficult to dislodge in carpets.
Oh, he's got the line. That is that. They've been disposed of, and despite buying into that round, now they're going to have to just count their pennies.
Yep.
See what they can produce in the next.
No tack timeout early on from Bad News Eagles, but we saw that yesterday when they were playing against Movistar Riders. I think they went down pretty early in the first half of Inferno, something like 0-5, 0-6. And in that time, they called 2 tack timeouts in about as many rounds.
Yeah, I think they were at the 10-round point, and they'd used up all of their tactical timeouts. So they were certainly very liberal in their use, but...
Yep. And that's definitely something that Rare Atom can look to exploit as well, if they can get on top early. Try to unsettle Bad News Eagles a little bit. Big stack on the B bomb site from BNE. Got a couple of members over towards the A side as well. Some cheeky positions with these pistols to try to nab 1 kill or 2.
That's a very cheeky line from Synopsy. It's not going to net too much just yet. You can even see Rare Atom just utilising all of their utility to clear out some of the common choke points. In a round like this, they don't want to feel compressed by Rare Atom. Rare Atom, one of those teams that when they decide to go, they go. Bad News Eagles, of course, the element of surprise.
Yeah. Look, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of slow Counter-Strike out of this matchup today. Rare Atom in particular, a very slow, sort of default-heavy team. They like to get a lot of map control, get a bit of info, hit the sites late. Not often going to see heavy rushes or anything like that from the Chinese squad.
Inferno is their bread and butter. So they know this inside out. Of course, she's going to clear out Dig as well, move as a unit. It's not looking good on the entry, though.
He's down to 17 HP as well, so another headshot's come through from that USP. And Rare Atom are going to have to start getting a little bit worried. Good kill from Mercury, but they're going to need a little bit more, and you don't want to be getting unsettled right now because there is players charging up Dig. Kaze all over it, and Jamyoung in pit should be able to keep it alive. That was maybe a little bit too close for comfort, though, for Rare Atom.
Certainly. It was 3 seconds of insanity there. And they're going to try and pressure for the exit.
I mean, I think they're still even looking to potentially win that round there, but that is very quickly taken away by Rare Atom. Bit of a speed bump, but they get over it nicely. Not the end of the world.
Did quite a bit of damage with those USPs. So Rare Atom, they are navigating their way through these rounds, but Bad News Eagles are making them dangerous, making them closer than they maybe need to be. But Kaze pivoted on a dime.
That was a critical kill. If he goes down there, he's carrying the bomb as well, and that could be round over for Rare Atom. So crucial for Kaze to hit that shot.
Puts him in a very awkward position, doesn't it?
Kaze looking on point actually at this event. He's been pretty impressive so far with the AWP, and I always think that's a good sign for Rare Atom. I thought personally that he had a bit of a dip in form maybe over the last 12 months, but the last 2-3 events I've actually seen from him, he seems to have picked it back up.
Yeah. Ridiculous no-scopes, but...
Rigon over that smoke. It's just going to get shut down by Advent. Maybe Rare Atom expecting that. I've seen Rigon do that a couple of times. So you'd expect if Rare Atom have been doing their homework, they might have as well.
A lot of pressure being placed on B right now for Rare Atom, but this potential flank coming through from Mercury could be a real thorn in the side. It gives him a few options, actually, if he does manage to penetrate into A.
He's definitely thinking about it. He's pulled those players across. Synopsy has got a huge task ahead in pit. I'm actually going to go over to the A bomb side, and Mercury just gets booked. So, Rare Atom, they were thinking about A, definitely, but with that kill, sending it back in the direction of B, which is where there are a couple of members set up.
It's a numbers game.
Just the one molly to get into the side here as well. No smokes at all. This is going to be bad for Rare Atom. Mosea will have to try to salvage it alone. Does get that reload off. He's got 30 seconds to work with here, but bomb's going to be difficult to retrieve in that position, and so big round one by Bad News Eagle. It was kind of hanging on a knife's edge with Mercury making that play in toward A. You have to wonder what could have happened had he decided to go around the world into B instead.
Certainly an opportunity to expose some very, very awkward timings there for Bad News Eagles. That could have turned on its head. And certainly with Synopsy holding it down at A, that's very handy actually for Bad News Eagles to have a reliable A site anchor. Particularly playing on your own in the pit, you can get very isolated very quickly. So his proactiveness has saved him there. But with Rare Atom now, he's deeply set.
Yeah, money's a little bit awkward for Rare Atom though.
This is almost a party mix by.
Good Niner control being taken by Bad News Eagles. Rigon on the push, and Kaze might well lose his life. Mosea was watching for it and at least does find the 1-for-1, but that's bomb spotted by Bad News Eagles. The XX, AWP in hand. Gonna fire a little bit too early, and Synopsy, well, he's under pressure here, but he does well. Jamyoung also doubling down alongside one Flatro. It's an even scenario at the moment, but the Rare Atom members are playing together. GXX misses a shot, a crucial shot, and it'll allow Rare Atom into the bomb site. It's an area to try to clutch it out 1v2. It's doable. Has a kit.
Jamyoung picking up that AWP as well, so it's going to make things difficult.
It looks like he wants to give this one a crack.
And he will.
Zaya's tucked into the corner. Jamyoung in pit. He's the low HP member. Oh, Scenario gives away his position. Not sure what that was all about, but it makes it all too easy for Atom.
Not sure what he saw, but it was his undoing in the end. That is around. Jam Young has quite literally pulled the rabbit out of the hat. Good spacing from Rare Adam enabled them to achieve those trades and obviously open up a site. Finally, they get a wrap on.
Back timeout for Bad News Eagles. Talked about them using those quite liberally yesterday.
They're not shy.
No, they're not. And I mean, look, they're not in such a high-pressure scenario right now as what they were yesterday against Movistar Riders. So it's not a huge surprise that it's taken a little bit longer to come out. They've been dabbling. They've been getting rounds back and forth.
Quite like this, though. I quite like this, though, because obviously with a coach like Devil Walk as well, who's maybe a little bit more motivational and, of course, you know, making sure that the mental of the team is strong.
A huge round from Jam Young, by the way. 4 kills.
Absolutely. It's good to see his impact. It's good to see him taking those tactical timeouts when maybe they don't need so much the analytical side of things, but more so stabilization.
100%. Well, one Flat Show's going to try to get aggressive here. Got the 5-7 in hand. And he spots out Kaze, so 2 players in Boiler here. Rare Adam are going to need to be pretty careful. Mercury all over it. Advent swings with the Tech 9 and clears it out. Now it's on to Mosaic to do the same job at Banana. But it looks like Rare Adam are flowing nicely through the map now. These last couple of rounds have looked a little better. Confidence is building.
There is certainly some wind in those sails, that's for sure. Now, Bad News Eagles, if they can just pinch an exit or 2, that's actually going to help the CT economy immensely at this stage. But Rigon's been spotted out, and he will soon be snuffed out.
Oh!
Doing some damage, though.
Yeah, he's going to try and take a couple with him, that's for sure. Should be his undoing right now when Mosaic gets behind him. And there's Jam Young to finish another one off. Looking good, looking good. Rare Adam are feeling confident, but to me, Jim, this is the kind of map that's not over till the fat lady sings, right, so to speak. Obviously, Bad News Eagles, we know what they can do. We saw what they almost did yesterday against Movistar Riders in that comeback.
Yeah, certainly not one of those teams that keels over quite easily.
I would not be getting too excited just yet about a 5-3 scoreline. It's good, it's a decent start, but that's all that it is.
Precisely. Inferno is one of those maps that goes really deep as well. So we'll see how things sort of pan out. Maybe more towards mid to late game. But already we're just seeing, as you said, that default heavy structure coming out from Rare Adam, trying to create a little bit of space for themselves. They're not actually contesting Banana as much this game, so funnily enough, neither are Bad News Eagles. It's almost a handshake agreement that they've got to try and hold on to as much utility as possible. Certainly Rare Adam that's done that. They've got quite a bit up their sleeve as well. They're now starting to take some Banana control.
Yep.
Push Bad News Eagles back into the site, but look how aggressive they are still in brackets. So potential for a quick rotate, but I think now Rare Adam are starting to try and take bracket control as well. Push them back into the site, go dark in the mid to late rounds.
It is good. It's good from Rare Adam. They're doing what they need to do, right? They're taking one side of the map, they're moving, taking the other side of the map, really restricting what Bad News Eagles is able to find. This time, though, Bad News Eagles, they want to fight for brackets.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a smoke in the way of Rare Adam. Are they going to opt to go through it? Synopsy playing anti-flash. This looks bad for the T side. A massive crossfire.
To clean up.
And you just can't be doing that. Not against a team like Bad News Eagles. They're going to punish you for it. Jam Young can't get much more done. Kaze also taken down on the way out. A little bit too easy for Bad News Eagles there. I think Rare Adam are going to have to go back and rethink that strategy.
They weren't expecting the aggressive hold from Bad News Eagles. They were contesting it. And they've done a solid job of holding things. That smoke at the top of mid just made things so difficult for Rare Adam to try and scale out into brackets. They were not able to do so without a fight. And, well, Bad News Eagles are going to be quite buoyed by that, actually. They did so with minimal utility expenditure. Now they've actually started to build a bit of a bank for themselves, in terms of utility at least, but...
Well, again, it's very much hanging in the balance, isn't it? Both teams, money looking pretty low. Loss bonus certainly won't be there for Rare Adam to buy, and even for Bad News Eagles, it's just not quite going to be enough to scrounge anything together. So, big swing round coming up. Lots of premium placed on Banana this time from BNE.
Yeah, total focus shift as well, perhaps anticipating that. Oh, from Rare Adam. There we go, a 1-2 punch. Scenario and Rigon, a nice open up to the round, and that's already put Rare Atom on the back foot. Again, they're caught in this sort of no man's land of territory.
Yep, straight away, Scenario looking to clear out the bottom of Nana. Going to be able to do so. And so Rigon has the option of rotating back over to A. Still hanging around in Banana. I think BNE is kind of cottoning onto the fact that Rare Atom might be headed in the direction of brackets once again. 40 seconds left on the clock. Roughly the same time they did that last round. You have to hit some nasty entries to get it done from here. Not much util to work with.
Certainly got the personnel to do it though, Rare Atom. Let's
Yep.
just see if Jam Young can open something up here. He's going to find a timing potentially. They're all going to try and wrap on that.
Well, it's a player in Archer that they're going to have to be worried about, and Rigon is playing a very safe angle. Decides to back off. GXX loses his head, and on the other side, Kaze gets the better of Synopsy. They still have to clear out Graveyard. Bomb drop, 12 seconds, Jim. They've got to move fast, but I think they might have just got that one over the line to get the bomb plant down. Issue is going to be the rotation has come in quickly from this BT side, but Rare Atom are fighting hard. And Rigon, in a 1-on-2, now has it all to do. Mercury and Jam Young, the two superstars from Rare Atom on the other side,
And they
swing
peak.
together and make it happen. And that's a 3v5 from Rare Atom.
That's the confident peak to cap things off. That round was all about timing. If that player hadn't rotated into Speedway, they may not have been able to find their way onto the A site. And of course, had Rigon stepped when that bomb was making its way into the site, well, they would have been in trouble. They might not have been able to get that bomb down. So Rare Atom quite literally splitting the Atom on their way into A.
Well, that is a big round to win for Rare Atom, not just to get that round over the line, but also to set them up really nicely for round number 11.
Got Bad News Eagles here just on pistols as well. So this is going to set them up nicely because the CTs are kind of struggling with that economy a little bit, aren't they?
Yep.
So they're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to play that in-your-face style with the pistols here in apartments. But Rare Atom are happy to just let the utility advantage play out for them.
Rare Atom have got to take full advantage of this, though, don't they? They have the opportunity to turn this into a big half. Double digits potential. And against a team like BNE, I think you really need to be converting that.
Yeah, the issue is they don't want to chew up too much time. And you can see they've now decided to try and place a bit of precedent on this B site. But Synopsy...
Oh! Well, the power of the gods is not with Synopsy. Not this time around. The Zeus does not work out, and the crowd is getting involved, that's for sure. Jim, we're not even through the first half just yet, and it's really filling out right now in Margaret Court Arena. I think this is the busiest I've seen it so far at ESL Challenger Melbourne. So I'm hoping it's going to be the loudest as well. Rigon will try to hold on to the B side, but he can't do anything about that. And Jam Young cutting off the rotates in second mid. Doesn't have too much luck, but end of the day, probably not a big deal as far as Rare Atom is concerned.
Everything, though, for Bad News Eagles in terms of weaponry is gold right now. You get an AK onto Scenario, they're able to actually fill out their armory a little bit more for the next round. So, I mean, that's actually a pretty big pickup. It would be great if they were able to pick up a second weapon, but Rare Atom are not going to afford them that opportunity. They're all going to group out. So, Bad News Eagles, they take out one AK. That's not a bad result for them. They're going to need more, you're right. Otherwise, Rare Atom are going to start to run away with this. And there is certainly potential for double digits, and that's not what you want. That is indeed bad news.
Attack pause for Bad News Eagles. Getting under their skin a little bit, maybe.
This stage is about keeping their head in the game, Bad News Eagles.
I think that might be what Devon Walker's saying right there as well.
I'd love a bad lip reading here.
He's very emotive, isn't he? Not all coaches are that emotive.
Well, it's interesting, right? You get the contrast between those that are strictly analytical and those that are a little bit more,
yeah.
you know,
Well,
motivational.
I think we've got that actually in this matchup, right? Cammy from the Rare Atom side of things, Very rarely see him looking animated. He's got his notebook out. He's saying, all right, this, and this. Advent, kind of the same type of guy, right?
Yeah.
But
one of them's thinking with portals.
Rare Atom, they might get loud if things start to go their way. God knows they have been missing out on some success lately. They need something to cheer about. It's been a tough run lately for Rare Atom, even though they've got such a exciting roster. The results, especially on LAN, have not been coming together.
And much like Kaze, they've gone through a cold patch.
Yes. More meanings than one. Back
Not
into
a double entendre.
what will be another important round here. B&E, you know, again, that CT economy is just not doing them any favors. It is just one player defending the B bomb site. Rigon, he's being ballsy. He's getting info. And he's even able to hold on to the smoke for another couple of seconds. That's going to give Rare Atom something else to think about. They're more than happy to just take control of top Banana and explore elsewhere.
Bad News Eagles, they've kind of got these two players in stasis. Right up until just then, they had these two players, both deep CT, just waiting for a call. A lot of pressure being applied here by Rare Atom. That's going to help them as well.
Yeah, Scenario wasn't expected on the off angle, so he's able to draw it back to a 4-on-4, but with that said, he's still going to be the sole defender on B, and that's really problematic when you've got 3 terrorists trying to push their way in. Scenario pushed out by the Molotov as well, now spotted, does get himself one. Mosea is able to trade, cost some of his HP, but job done nonetheless, and Jam Young is lurking. Catching members on the rotate. He's going to reroute his way back to Banana, which will be another thing to think about for BNE. If they can even get into this B bomb site, damage is being done by GXX, but he's got to convert frags. And that's what... How did he know?
That's massive for the Bad News Eagles.
How did he know Jam Young was coming from Banana? He must have heard him, and just instinct takes over at that point. Rare Atom, that is not a round you want to be losing. I mean, they did everything right, didn't they? That round looked like it was set up to perfection, but Jam Young, you thought he might have to be the one to get it done, right? The 2 players on the bomb side, both low. Feasible, definitely, for GXX to get those 2 first kills. But you don't expect him to get that flick into Banana.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Credit to Rare Atom, though. They tried to all step on him at once, but as you said, instinct just kicked in.
I mean, Jam Young's just there half a second too late.
Yeah.
If he's there half a second earlier, GXX is still shooting the second player at Pillar.
Funnily enough, had he gone through CT, he actually would have been able to shoot him in the back, but...
Yeah, well, you can't think about these kinds of things. You've got to move on. There's not enough time.
Hindsight is always 20/20, Jordan.
Right back into the swing of things. That said, look, 1 gun alive for BNE. Big round to win, but doesn't help their economy at all. They're still on shaky ground. That is, of course, assuming Rare Atom can take advantage of that. They're going to try to work their way into Banana. To brackets, I should say.
A little bit more aggressive here, Rare Atom, taking bracket control earlier on in the piece. GXX, of course. He's looking for that info, just shouldering.
Scenario's on the push, and that is being watched by 2 Rare Atom members. Kaze low, but Mosea swings to save him. And Rigon now with a lot to do. If he goes down here without getting a frag or 2, that could be round over. You'd have to think that it will be. BNE, I mean, they don't have money. Fun Flatro might try to get a sneaky kill or 2, but his head's banged off by Jam Young. And look at this, Advent, well poised to get the info. Jam Young down behind the sandbags, desperately needs some help. Flashes coming through, and the swing as well. Looked like Jam Young was in a rough spot, but he's been bailed out, and so have Rare Atom. That is an excellent response.
Bad News Eagles have actually faltered a little bit here. I would have thought with their money situation, and potentially, you know, being able to buy out the half, be competitive, they would have actually saved in that scenario. 3 weapons into the next round would have been a big coup for them, but...
They want to get him. They want to catch GXX. Look at how hard this hunt is on for Rare Atom.
And now they take nothing. Now they take nothing. And they're going to be on Struggle Street a little bit. I would have thought this crowd would have been on Struggle Street after last night's late proceedings, but they're here in force.
All the Rare Atom fans turning up again. Great to have everyone here in Margaret Court Arena, enjoying some Counter-Strike Down Under. Not every day we get to witness international Counter-Strike on our shores, so we love to see the support from the home crowd. Mosea, interesting approach from him as he goes through the smoke for one.
Call it blind optimism. He had no idea what lay ahead of him.
I mean, I think he's confident anyway because he knows that the CT money is in trouble. This is interesting. Again, another push from Bad News Eagles. They're trying to get aggressive on all sides of the map here. Hasn't really worked out, but they have at least retrieved one gun for one flat throw. Synopsy, I mean, USP only, not a massive threat. And Rare Atom make their way into the B bomb site.
It's a bit of a Rare Atom special, isn't it? One flat throw. He's going to try and pressure with his AK. Maybe poised better to save it, and I think he's just made that realization.
Yeah, Lost Bonus should be building up for BNE. They'll be able to buy, but having an AK is always nice.
He is going to have to play out his role as a fugitive here. Mercury's not really actively looking anymore, but he is on the hunt.
I think he's all right here. Doesn't look like that was heard by Mercury at all, so...
No.
9 on the board for Rare Atom, and spoke about how they can turn this into a big half. Double digits, I think, definitely would be a really positive foot forward from the Chinese squad. If they let it go back to 9-6, though, that is a bit of a dampener. And, of course, that would be a nice little leg up for Bad News Eagles going into this second half. But on the BNE side of the coin, they still haven't got a perfect buy through. FAMAS out for Scenari till is okay. Yamyang's going to start to explore apartments. Gets flashed in. Did catch one flat throw, but he's able to get out alive.
Doesn't want to be caught in that situation. Doesn't want to go down early like that. That would be far too cheaply at this stage of the round, of course.
Well, final round of the half here on Inferno between Rare Atom and BNE. And it could be a big one. It could be a really big difference maker. BNE is not going to be the kind of team to roll over and die for no reason.
I was going to say, they did, maybe don't need to get a little bit too antsy here at B. They're actually lacking quite a bit on utility.
That's going to be a really nicely timed nade stack. Oh, doesn't quite do as much damage as you might have thought it would.
Only got one flash to defend his site, though. That's the problem now.
Yeah, and both stacked up on kind of the same angle. Smoke goes into coffins, but again, Rare Atom are not super interested in committing to the B bomb site.
When on the flip side of the coin, if it goes to A and they have to retake, there's only one flash to retake with. But I think Rare Atom now going to really start to put this pressure onto the A side. They've got options, though.
They're going back. Jim, they're going back. They're going back and forth all over the map. Rare Atom here. I don't mind the call to go B, though. GXX is starting to work his way across, but he might be there a little bit too late. Smoke's going to go through. Rare Atom, that flash, it won't keep them at bay for too much longer. They're going to have to get kills here, BNE. Mercury has one. Advent, he's got himself another, but GXX almost again saves the day. Mercury tries to clutch, can't anymore. As long as one flat throw survives, which he will, it will be BNE to find 6 at the end of the half. 9 for Rare Atom.
It's when the morning glows, I cannot hide myself from you. It's when my feelings.
My dear true Yarans, we won. I will be more than El Presidente de Yara. I will be the Lion of Yara. Yara! will once again be the paradise we have dreamed of.
Far Cry, Rise of the Revolution.
G'day, Dr. Carl here. Some people say that vaping is safe, but that's just a puff of hot air. One vape can contain 5 times the nicotine content of a cigarette, and we know how addictive that stuff is. Watch out for more vape truths.
Sickness and in health.
Wait, does this mean I have to get HBF couples cover? I don't have to share my extras limits, do I?
No, at HBF, you get your own extras limits.
Oh, phew.
Share your life, not your extras limit. That's healthier insurance.
HBF.
Speak to me, your silence broken. Share with me your heart's desire. Hey, shout it out in words unspoken. Shout it out above. When I step out of the
The scoreline here in Microcourt Arena for ESL Challenger Melbourne. Of course, at DreamHack Melbourne, it's fantastic to be having some international Counter-Strike back here in Australia. Wonderful, wonderful game ahead of us, Jim. We've got an interesting scoreline. Dare I say, a tantalizing scoreline. Rare Adam have the lead, but they didn't quite push it over the line, I don't think. I think there's definitely still enough in there to say Bad News Eagles have something to play with.
Certainly do. And they've looked good when they've actually contested for the rounds with aggression on CT side. However, now they've got to switch sides and do it on T. And let's just see whether Rare Adam now got themselves in enough of a position to win on out from here, but already nice use of a fake without actually expending one.
Fair enough. Well, Advent and Mosaic on the CT side of Inferno have sometimes been a bit of a pain point for me, but let's see what they can do in holding this push. Advent has got the dualies in hand, and Mosaic already able to take the head off of one. There's a nice combination together between these two, and that is what you want to be seeing from Rare Atom.
That setup was so hard to break. The Molotov, it didn't quite land in a position where it would put any pressure on that player boosted, but it was the perfect crossfire.
It's when you see that first shot hit with the USP, you think, all right, we're on. Because that stops the waterfall.
Yeah, Mosaic's done a wonderful job. 3 there. And he felt no pressure. Yeah, crisp in the end, 4 in the end. That's fantastic from him. And a great start for Rare Atom now. They find those double digits that they were searching for in the first half. Now, they're going to try and weather the storm here of the Tech 9 pain train.
Oh, well. Big damage done there by Kaze onto Rigon, but Bad News Eagles, they're quick into CT spawn. Looks like Rare Atom is all over that. They've got the info, and they're going hunting. Kaze almost bit off more than he could chew, but get the pistol out in time. And so Ceneri will be the only one to even try and do any damage here.
Look, if he gets away with a bomb plant, that's absolutely criminal. But it could be on the cards.
Not quite.
Until Advent says no.
What is BNE thinking about doing here? Sawed off shotgun? What?
Lava connoisseur of the sawn off.
Why has he brought that, Jim?
It's an interesting choice for T-Stud, I'll give you that.
He's going straight into apps with it. Mosaic ready
AWS.
for the push from Sceneri. I mean, you only get something with this if someone makes a mistake on the CT side, right? If someone pushes into him, sure. But I'm not sure we're going to get that from Rare Adam at this point. They're not really getting too aggressive. This is not the angle to be peeking. And now he's given the game away.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be too concerned with pushing him. Not now.
What is going on in this round?
Maybe trying to channel 2014 JW.
Maybe. We're not having too much success then.
Rigon's looking to see if he can open up something on this B site. However, his partner in crime has been put to rest. And that should be a clean-up here for Rare Adam. They keep it clean.
Yeah, that's all too easy for Rare Atom at the moment.
We are seeing a timeout, a tactical timeout come here from the Bad News Eagles, so they are going through them.
Well, first gun round of the half. Important round, of course, especially when you're down 12-6. Kind of worst case scenario for Bad News Eagles. There's Devil Walk having a chat, and as we mentioned, Coach Cammy on the side for Rare Atom. Really get talked about too much, but a very young member of this team. He's 20, 21, something like that, which is not what you'd usually expect from a coach, right? You'd expect, okay, Advent's going to take a step back. Cammy's going to come into the roster. Advent's going to be the coach, but that's not the case. Cammy, I mean, he hasn't actually had a very illustrious playing career, quite frankly. Not really seen much from him, to be honest. But he came into the roster when they were Vici Gaming and has been coaching them ever since. So he must be doing something right.
Look, I personally can relate. Sometimes you just run out of talent.
Or didn't have any to begin with, in your case. Big nade, big damage.
Absolutely. That's an Opsy. He's going to have to play with a limp.
Oh, Kaze will get pushed off the flower pots, and Jam Young's going to have to give up his position at Diggity as well as a result. There's a bonus round here from Rare Adam, so they're just trying to get something done with not too many upgrades. As a result, they've kind of gamble stacked over toward A. They haven't got really much information in Banana. And it does leave Advent a bit high and dry, but he's got util to play with. Has picked up another smoke.
Bad News Eagles have actually done a great job of pushing Rare Adam back into the sites, like quite deeply too.
Yep.
So they're going to have to play without some information here in the mid to late round.
Kaze actually catches one Flatro who just didn't see him jumping up onto the boxes. Now Rigon wants to go through the smoke, you can tell. Jam Young is about to find a timing onto Sceneri. Flash comes through, won't matter. Jam Young gets it done. Kaze did drop, but at the end of the day, the trades are effective here for Rare Atom, and look at how low GXX and Synopsy both are. This is a very tough round to win now for BNE. But with a couple of clean entries onto the A bomb site, they might be able to get it done. Jam Young took half a second to recognize what was happening there on the balcony. But locks another down for Rare Atom. And the noise is being made. BNE, the game is up. The rotation's coming across. They've got to get into the bomb site, and they're just not doing it quickly enough. It's over. It's done. GXX 1v3. He can't do it. With 9 seconds left, they won't give him the chance. Bomb plant, impossible. And Rare Atom will win the round.
He needs to survive here as well, and that's not happening, so that's a massive kick in the guts now for Bad News Eagles.
It goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? 12-6, that's not bad, but workable. Now you're down 13-6, and you got a guy who just died after time.
Tell you what, Jam Young was unkillable in pit. The fact that he survived for so long really was a burden for Bad News Eagles. They wasted so much time trying to remove him from pit. In the end, he takes 2. Is a bad way to go down. And so now the Bad News Eagles are going to try and fashion something out of these pistols, and Rigon might be able to capture something early, especially this aggression. Do they pass? No.
Yeah, good start already for Rare Atom up against the pistols. Not really too much to be said about this one for BNE just yet.
Very aggressive in the early round. Happy to sit back now that they've got a clear player advantage.
Oh, look at that pixel gap from Advent. He's spotted out the push as well. Gets the nade down. It'll be a good one. A great one, in fact. And Mosea, he's got that itchy trigger finger ready to go. Does get himself one. With that said, Bad News Eagles are probably pretty happy to get in and get a bomb plant down in the round like this. Advent can't quite shut it down himself. He's getting chased by Sceneri. Doesn't want to give up the M4. He'll leave the rest of the job to the healthier members. But Sceneri, not really much of a chance in that round.
Rare Adam, very careful CT play, actually. They were happy to concede the bomb site, happy to concede the fact that, Bad News Eagles would be not only accruing loss bonus, but of course the bomb plant bonus as well. They're more concerned with preserving their own economy in situations like that. You don't want to sort of get aggressive and try and deny the plant and maybe lose another 2 or 3 guns. At this stage of the game, that can really cost them. Maybe not in the next round, but certainly afterward. Another tactical pause, the 4th and final for the Bad News Eagles. Look at that. Certainly filling out here. Margaret Court Arena. Any photos of Dan King?
There was.
Was there any photos of Child King?
I don't know if there was any photos of Child King.
The 2 Kings.
What about Zo King? Zo King used to play for this team as well.
That's true.
Bit of an OG when it comes to Chinese Counter-Strike, but no longer with Rare Atom. I think it's safe to say the upgrades were successful. Nokia and Mosaic coming in for Zo King and Orman all those years ago.
I'm going to say if you go back even further, then it was just Kings. An old school Chinese player.
But here we are in what might be the final couple of rounds of Inferno. Certainly if Rare Atom have anything to say about it, and if that were to be the case, this would actually be probably the fastest map of the event so far.
Certainly feels that way.
In a very, very tightly competitive environment. Kaze is forced away, but still alive, so a problem for BNE to consider.
Yeah, they've done the job though. They pushed Rare Atom back into the sights here now. But Kaze's not done yet.
He's being mobile, he's being active. Mosaic is getting work done elsewhere, but Kaze will walk into GXX's orb. Still Mercury's there to find the trade, and the numbers do persist. Oh! One flash throw gets traded by the Molly. And so still, Rare Atom have the advantage. Jamyoung anchoring Pit, one of the best to do it from the Asia region. Doesn't quite get it across the line this time for Rare Atom. And Mosaic and Advent will be tasked with probably the most difficult round that Rare Atom have found so far in this second half.
They have some utility to work with here. The Molotov goes down. Tries to clear out the back of the site. So what do they do with these 2 flashes? It's perfect. GXX has to fall. He's found Mosaic though. And the second. So Bad News Eagles are not done yet. They still have some life in them. And Rare Atom, they've still got a very healthy economy. They're able to put plenty into this as well. Kaze should be able to get back on that orb.
This is brilliant, though, from Rare Atom across the board, right? And when I'm just looking at their stats and their kill numbers, it's exactly how you'd kind of want to be seeing it, right? You've got Mercury, Jamyoung doing really well for themselves. Maybe a bit of an overperformance, actually, from Mosaic. Jamyoung, Kaze, as a result, doesn't really have to do as much. He's going solid 14 and 11, that's fine. And Advent kind of middling. If Advent's middling, that's a good game. And the rest of the guys getting through as the Smash Bros. So it's kind of coming together for Rare Atom right now on Inferno. But that is not to say that BNE is out of this discussion just yet.
That is a meaty spray transfer. There's still a 3rd to contend with here on the Beast site. And now just going to walk through that smoke. Mercury, I'm not sure he's quite aware of that just yet.
Well, GXX has been having a big impact as soon as he's got the AWP in hand on the T side.
Oh, he knew. He knew. I guess they do have a lot of freedom to go out, but Synopsy, he knew what he came for.
Well, I dare say we're going to take a bit more of a relaxed approach for the next couple of rounds. Rare Atom don't have that much money left. So, instead of it being perhaps the fastest map of the event so far, looks like it might be a long one again.
We always walk that tightrope, don't we?
Indeed. Saves on for Rare Atom. Not sure exactly what they want to be doing, but they've figured it out. The util getting tossed back and forth alongside some pistols. Slow into the B site, though, from Rare Atom is going to allow BNE very quickly up Banana with really no contest at all. And it looks like they just want to scale into the site as well. Smoke down. Might give them pause for thought.
We've got a few pieces of slowing utility here, Rare Atom, so those smokes are going to play a major factor here. The Bad News Eagles might not want to overstep themselves too early. And that's going to call into action here. Kaze finds the first, but Staneri, he's not having any of it.
Still one more member on this B bomb site, though. It's Mosea who does not land that first Eagle shot. Could have been interesting if he did. And I mean, he's been pretty good on this map, so I almost backed him to do it. Looking pretty good, though, for Bad News Eagles. Mercury shut down by one flat trope. And so Jam Young doesn't really have too many options left in this round. Can hang out with the chickens in T-spawn.
Nothing on offer for him either. He's not even going to be able to pick up a weapon. So plenty to think about for Rare Atom here, and they might even be able to take this as an opportunity just to talk things out as well. There's no real sense in Bad News Eagles trying to push for anything, so as far as Rare Atom are concerned, they've got quite a healthy lead. They're not going to make any, daring plays or risky buys. Happy to let things mature the right way. Bad News Eagles, what they need is to build themselves into this match. They've got a long way to go. Things for them have fallen a little bit flat here, certainly in the second half. Felt as though in the early stages of the game they were quite competitive, actually. The issue for them, though, and we saw this yesterday, is the fact that they have used all 4 of their tactical timeouts.
Still quite a hefty deficit to come back from. Rare Atom are starting to show some falters. Wow. The fire, though, too good. Rigon can't get 2, and that's not quite enough. Just when it starts to look a little problematic for Rare Atom, they get a bit of luck. Fire doing a lot of work for them in that round.
Bad News Eagles, they were hell-bent on getting up Banana.
They were. They really were. And Kaze, missing a shot. Not a good one. But Jam Young on a bit of an off angle could be a real problem here for BNE if they try to scale into the bomb site. Dodging those flashes nicely. He spotted out one flat throw, and Kaze's got himself another one. Jam Young down. GXX, he was the hero for BNE in the first half. Looking to do so again. Won't quite land that shot onto Kaze, and now the reinforcements are starting to come across. The job gets more difficult with every missed shot. And 15 on the board now for Rare Atom. Map point available.
That was a high-stakes game of cat and mouse for GXX. How does Kaze just continually use that AWP as a shotgun? Watch this.
Nasty.
I don't think anything could top what he did yesterday, but I'm here to be...
Oh, that's true.
disproven.
We'll see. You never know what you're going to get when Rare Atom plays a game of Counter-Strike. I'll tell you that for free, Jim. So what will we get? Do we get 16 on Inferno right here?
The handshake agreement to not touch Banana from either of these 2 teams. That's going to leave a lot of utility in the back pockets of Rare Atom.
BNE, they want to try to fight their way into brackets. Mercury is still sticking around. But no progression there from BNE in the end. And so the rotation goes back over toward the B bomb site. Some util getting tossed in right now from Rare Atom. A little bit of chip damage here and there. Mosea has a secondary AWP. Can't land the connection with that one. Smoke down. It's on to Advent, who just gets run over. And at this point, you're almost thinking, maybe Rare Atom should just save.
Yeah, that money's not looking too great. I think it would be a miss for them to really try and press for this. Guarantee yourself a buy if you're saving. And that's not good either.
That death from Jam Young is kind of what has now prompted Rare Adam to actually save.
It should have been way earlier than that. And in fact, I think they're all just hanging around far too late.
Yeah.
They're being hunted.
Costly, very costly.
And Kaze might not even get away with this AWP either. That could be absolutely disaster for Rare Adam and a window of opportunity back in for the Bad News Eagles. He should remain safe here, but danger lurks beneath him.
Still a bit of cash in the back pocket there for Rare Atom, and with the money coming through from the loss, they will be okay to scrounge a buy together.
It's not going to be the best buy, that's for sure.
No.
In fact, it's not even going to be a buy at all. It's going to be a Pied Piper situation.
Definitely had less than I thought.
So Kaze.
Kaze's going to have to get it done.
What's he got? Is he got someone in tow, an insurance policy? Mercury's just going to provide him with that boost. Look into mid here. Or doesn't quite find its target. Synopsy's just openly taking the invitation.
Well, yeah, I mean, look. Banana's been taken so quickly by B&E. That's putting pressure on the B-bomb site for Rare Adam, meaning Kaze's going to start to work his way over there. B&E have defaulted back to the B-bomb site a couple of times in this half, though, so I wonder if that's what Rare Adam is kind of reading into. Advent hunting for some info, will get taken down. That in itself might be a bait, though, for B&E. They think, we've killed someone over on B, let's go there. But that's where the AWP is.
That's not good.
Info immediately is going to send B&E packing back over toward the A bomb site. What can the pistols do? It's Mercury and Jam Young to try to keep this one in favor of Rare Atom. P250 only gets one. And Kaze's not quite there quickly enough to do anything about the plant.
They're going to make sure that AWP stays in perpetuity. And Mosea's even picked up an AK as well, so that's actually a really big win for Rare Adam in this round if they can retain those. As Rigon loses his head. The Bad News Eagles, well, they are going to continue to press for this AWP. And Mosea has that AK, so they will be able to fashion quite a handy buy here. Bad News Eagles are actually building quite a bank of their own, and they will be competitive right through to the end.
Indeed. This, though, will be one of the more difficult rounds for them to get through, because the money has built back up for Rare Atom. They'll have a couple of chances at the gun rounds before OT to try to close this map out. But again, one thing I've always associated with Rare Adam is high-pressure scenarios kind of breaking them. And this is most definitely a high-pressure scenario. So will they break again? Will they allow OT? Can they close the map out in regulation?
I don't know if you want to kind of expose that fragility at this stage of the game, but Jam Young, nice play, aggression into second mid. Snary hits the dirt without so much of an impact in the round.
Yeah, good start for Rare Atom. What they need. Fun Flatro now is going to try to work his way into apartments. Meanwhile, over at Banana, B&E are just trying to keep Rare Atom honest. Keep a second player in the B bomb site. They've been successful in that so far. But Rare Atom are starting to move around a little bit. And I think we might start to see Mosea making his way back to A. He'll be a little bit too late. Kaze saves the Pit player, and Jam Young rewards him. A double kill from Pit. And that might be the map over and done with. GXX is the last one alive, and Rare Atom only have one player left to find. GXX will work his way out from carpets onto balcony, but it will not matter. Rare Atom secure map one.
It was certainly a strong performance from Rare Adam here. on their map pick of Inferno. It was expected. You could see that they had the structure right from the get-go. Bad News Eagles suffering a little bit with a very lackluster mid-game. And it sort of curtailed into the second half, didn't it, Jordan?
It did indeed. But look, I got to say, I think that's the easiest job done by Rare Atom, right? Inferno, it's their map pick. It's their best map. We expect them to be able to potentially get that one over the line. But how much further can they push this series? I ask you that question, Mike.
How much further indeed? The Eagles find themselves grounded, but it's atomic energy that's propelling us forward. And Rare Atom, I mean, making a meal of that one. The young stars on display. Jamyoung, Mosia, Mercury popping off here in the server.
It continues to show that Inferno is a really good map for Rare Atom coming through. They've now won 10 out of the last 11 times they've played it, which includes, of course, B&E, but also the likes of Na'Vi and Liquid and Vertex yesterday. They've taken out some pretty notable teams with B&E, Na'Vi, Liquid. Rare Atom are a very competent Inferno side. So this is really good to see. And I'm impressed to see if they can keep up this consistency going forward.
Yeah, I was super stoked to see that they fixed those small issues with spacing that they had yesterday. And it just looked clean all over for Rare Atom.
It did indeed. And I mean, when we look at the board, it sort of tells a story here, right? I mean, the kill output alone, we were talking about firepower, we were talking about explosiveness coming into this one, and it felt like all of the explosiveness was over on Rare Atom. We had some moments for GXX trying to propel them back in, but the consistency just was not there.
Yeah, I think Jamyoung on CT side was unbelievable as well. He is a brilliant pit player. It reminds me, it gives me shades of Twists, right? This is what he used to do back on Liquid. He was a fantastic pit player coming through. And he showed it again. There was just no entry over towards A. Every single time Jamyoung was still alive on that CT side, B&E, they just could not get in. And even when they did, it was at such a cost.
At such a cost indeed. You were rather impressed, Hege, with a lot of the play over towards Banana. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, you know, Banana, we talk about this a lot. It's the most contested part of Inferno. And it's a very important part. And I would like to have a little bit of cosplay with Neo.
Okay,
Neo,
all right.
I'm going to walk away from the desk at this point.
Why don't you be Rig off and I will be Mosia? Because Mosia, today, he was the king of Banana and there was nothing that Rigon could do to really stop him. Let's have a look at the replays. So
all right, I feel like I can rejoin at this point. I had to just, you know, shelter my good name from that one. But really a thing of beauty. I don't want to interrupt, you know, art in motion right there. And that's a lot of what we were seeing from Mosia. I mean, genuinely, the movement, the play, it felt like every time the Bad News Eagles might have a little bit of an edge, a little bit of a movement back in, we just saw it shift in the other direction. And it was really these individuals on towards the Banana fight that had it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mosia, we saw it on the scoreboard as well. He what was it, 23 frags that he ended up with at the end of that series, and a lot of them was in Banana and towards B side. Absolutely brilliant. That pistol round with those clean 4K headshots from top of boosted up on triple. The third one is just the movement, the mechanical, that he's ducking down to get the player who's up on first box. Absolutely stunning round. And the rest of what we saw from him, I felt was brilliant.
Yeah. And just to mention one thing about Mosia, he's a rifler who he's generally seen as a supporting rifler, right? He's not one who's even playing entry roles was a little bit rare for him, but he was confident. And I like the way that Rare Atom adapted. They realized that he individually was having an electric game, so go and do your thing. Normally you're looking at Mercury to play the entry roles, or even Jamyoung at times, right? But this time they realized Mosia was playing well, and they thought, okay, do your thing. If you're having success, if you're taking down Rigon pretty successfully and continuously, want to continue.
Now, looking at the other side of the coin, right? For the Bad News Eagles, this one's a little bit distressing considering the way they ended up last night, considering what they've been talking about having some struggles here. This time, they really couldn't get going on Inferno.
No, I mean, we only saw moments of it, right? Flashes here and there. GXX had, I think, 3Ks overall. One of them was unbelievable as well. But I think for the most part, there was a team who really did struggle to get things going. We didn't see a lot of the individuals come online. Rigon, as you said, he was struggling on CT side and Banana, when Flatcher wasn't as impactful as he usually is too. And all of these things added up into being what was a little bit of a mediocre performance.
Yeah, but no, not a mediocre performance we had from Jamyoung. He was playing out of his mind. just have a look at some of these frags. And Neo, why don't you talk us through them?
Yeah, I mean, again, right, Jamyung is one of those players who's mechanically so gifted, and he's very kind of, in a way, he doesn't require support all too often. He's very self-sufficient, and I think that alone is what makes him so scary as an individual. But the big thing for me about Jamyung, that we mentioned it earlier, as a pit player, unbelievable, so talented, time after time, locking down that position, making it look easy. Beanie had no entry in towards A, and hey, it made their life a living hell.
Well, in this map, it certainly did seem like it was Rare Adam peeling back the defense of the Bad News Eagles. But as we shift forward, it might be time for the Bad News Eagles to make a snack out of map number 2. We're going to be headed to Mirage. And the question becomes, what can they do here? Can they take a bite out of the competition?
I like what you did there. I like what you did there. Hey, on paper, things are looking pretty good over towards Beanie. Recent results, Game Legion, they won the Legend spot by beating the Mirage. They beat FaZe, knocking FaZe into the last Stars qualifier at the RMR. Recent stats look very strong for them. They're an unbelievable Mirage side. I think generally they should bounce back.
Yeah, the only issue that I see here is that these Bad News Eagles, they are looking kind of like one of their wings are broken. They were talking about how tough it was coming overseas and being jet lagged and all that. So maybe they should actually take a bite of a banana, get some carbs in there, get some energy into the system. Devil Walk needs to hype up the team, and on Mirage, their home ground, their favorite map, right? This is where these players shine.
It's
it
comfort.
has to be now.
It's the Eerie, if you will. They're going to be coming home back into the nest, you know, getting a little bit of comfort here on Mirage. And if that's going to be the platform that they take off from, again, that's what they're going to be looking for. But, I mean, look, everything was promising for Rare Adam. We've just seen that inconsistency from them. It was what had us doubting them in the pregame, and now we need to see them prove that they can continue it through this series. It's time to find out what they're going to be bringing to the table, as our casters will take you through it when we come back from the break.
Remember, just feel it. You're on Kobo. The Mogo Wampa thing is coming. You're not scared. Show me focused. Hold it. You get 2 lightsabers?
Well, technically 1, but I can split them.
You never gave me 2 lightsabers.
Mark?
I really don't need you to explain the Force to me.
losing track. I need you to stay by my side. Feel like I'm floating, comfortably detached. Will you stay if I lose my mind? And I want to let go. Don't let me even if I try. But I need you to know that I don't want to lose this high. But I need you to know that I don't want to lose this, lose this, lose this, lose this. I don't want to lose this, lose this, lose this, lose this. I don't want to lose this. Stop this feeling. It's setting all my doubts on fire. Ooh, like you won't believe it. Won't let a moment pass me by. Too late, can't win. I'm giving in, 'cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Ooh, morning light so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? 'Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls.
Map 1, a solid display from Rare Atom. 16-11, they get the win over Bad News Eagles on Inferno. But Jim, maybe Map 2 is going to be another question. We've got Mirage coming up, and that is the choice of Bad News Eagles. So this is where they should have their time in the sun.
They are the Mirage specialists as well, so this is certainly going to play into their court, much like Inferno did for Rare Atom.
Yep.
So I guess we might see a different side of the coin here for Bad News Eagles. They were a little bit flat though, weren't they, as far as individuals are concerned, and hopefully that's something that they will be able to pick up here. Otherwise, Rare Atom, well, we might not even need that third map.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of an interesting one, isn't it? Mirage is a map that has always been within the map pool in Asia. It's one that Rare Atom will be super familiar with. They play it a lot, but it's not really one of their go-tos. So it'll be interesting to see how they match up against Bad News Eagles on this one. I mean, I will kind of agree with you in a sense that Bad News Eagles, they didn't, I think, kind of really fire up on map 1. But with that said, in the back of their minds, I'm sure they knew that they were going on to Mirage and that this would be where they really need to get their work kind of done. They lose Inferno, they say, okay, you know, not ideal, but at the end of the day, we expect to be able to reverse sweep this series and still win it 2-1. And that's the job that's now ahead of Bad News Eagles.
They got their work cut out for them here as they head on to Mirage. They will be taking the T side as well with the Bad News Eagles. So they've got a lot of work to do. They've got to make that structure pop entirely, Jordan.
Well, here we go. It's time for map number 2 in Margaret Court Arena. ESL Challenger Melbourne. Rare Atom and Bad News Eagles fighting for a spot in tomorrow's games. Loser goes home, and it's a long way home for both these teams. Mercury close on the ramp angle, has got the dualies, knows there's a player there, spots out Synopsy, takes him down. And Advent also starts well. Pistols, if nothing else, have been solid for Rare Atom at this event.
Oh, Bad News Eagles are trying to apply the pressure, but they are having the acid poured on them by Rare Atom. A remains an absolute fortress.
Yes, and what's he going to be able to do here? Nice couple of shots, but Jam Young shuts it down before it gets out of hand.
He went down kicking and screaming.
He did. And is that going to be the case for Bad News Eagles as a whole, right? This is potentially their last map in this event. And that would be a shocking exit. Very similar to what we saw from OG at ESL Challenger Melbourne last year. They came in, expectations were high, didn't perform. Are we seeing the same fate before Bad News Eagles?
I mean, you don't want to sort of set the precedent that the favourites are the ones to suffer early exits at these events, but we'll see how this works out. There's a lot of Counter-Strike left to play early on.
Yeah, Kaze's lucky to be alive. 15 HP. Just gets booked by all the pistoling players running into top mid. But Mosea and Mercury, and Jam Young are all looking to clear out apartments. They've done a good job of that. They're going to have to start scurrying their way back across to A.
Rare Atom are doing the same, though. All that information is filtered through. You can see now they've got double ticket. So Kaze's joined Advent. And they're deep set in mid, yes. But again, they know exactly what the Bad News Eagles are about to do.
Oh, Jam Young has just gotten onto the site at the right time. Tucks himself into Ninja. Advent's there to help out, but Jam Young only good for one. So entries connecting for BNE. Again, it's PXX that's the danger man. Advent can't step up for any more. And that leaves Mosea to try to clutch it out. His position, unorthodox. Not quick enough to deny the bomb plan, but does bring it back to the one-on-one. And stands tall for Rare Atom. Securing the round, Jim, but that's a costly one to win.
Absolutely. They've lost 4 there. The hero Galilbai from Bad News Eagles. One flat throw had a bit of work cut out for him. He took a bit of damage on entry. Still, they managed to brawl their way into this A site, get the bomb plant, and they've made it a very costly victory for Rare Atom. So now the economy sort of hangs in the balance here. The bomb plant's definitely going to lure Bad News Eagles into a better bite. A little bit light on utility, you would argue.
Yeah. Good news is for Bad News Eagles, they've got head armor across the board, exception being one flat throw. But
this is what we expect out of Rare Atom.
You know, Jam Young, of course, with the MP9, he's loving those players with no head armor, and it's a factor for the M4 players too. So, see what he can get done. Got mid control for Kaze, and he's going to go looking for a little bit more. Has been spotted now by Saneri.
Just trying to create this push and pull effect across the map here. Bad News Eagles, they now step on mid as a unit.
Don't have a whole lot of util here, Jim, so they're going to have to be really efficient with what they do use. Ollie's not a bad one. Not quite going to get Mercury out of position, though, and he'll find the timing onto Rigon. This is the perfect start to the map for Rare Atom. Win Pistol get the opening frag in the gun round. That's it. It's brought back. Saneri gets Kaze. Mercury, though! He's got other ideas. I mean, this is not as easy as it looks, though, for Rare Atom. Every time you see someone stepping up, oh, Mercury forgot to reload.
That bomb,
there's an answer. Does. A noise being made by Synopsy. Smoke into jungle, but it won't matter. Mercury again and again. He's doing it himself this round. Jam Young's at the bottom of con. One flat throw. Remember, no head armor. And so the first gun round will go the way of Rare Atom. Again, it's been expensive, Jim.
Yeah, I was going to say that is another round that's gone down to the last 2 to 3 players. It was always going to be trouble for Bad News Eagles as soon as they lost that bombing connector right there.
Yeah.
Because you're exposed to so many angles and you're out of utility to try and cover yourself. So one flat throw had to try and fight his way out of what seemed like an unwinnable situation in the end there.
Investment from B&E. I don't mind it. Knowing that Rare Atom are suffering economically, if you continue to do damage, if you continue to inflict pain, B&E could come right back into this half.
They're going to continue to put pressure on as well as their loss bonus continues to build. So if these rounds keep going the way that they have been, the incentive's there. But Mercury's already struck gold early on. One flat throw, just has blind faith that the AK will do the work. And now A's under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, indeed. Advent in a very interesting position here.
Uh-oh, that bomb's going to make it up connector.
Oh, what is that?
Okay, he was in short.
I was confused for a second. One flat throw. Does find the timing, but not really the shots. Advent still down to 14 HP. You can see, though, how this round has fallen apart for Rare Atom.
Wow.
And that's a big response from Bad News Eagles.
That is a very emphatic response as well. Those pistols getting it done. A little bit confused as to where that was coming from, but in all that confusion, in all that space that had been created, the player was able to get out. Scenario was able to get out of B halls. So real problems starting to emerge for Rare Atom.
Interesting. Tac pause comes out straight away for B&E. They're against... Oh, what is this going to be from Rare Atom?
Well, I mean, they've actually started to distribute weapons across.
They've invested an M4 in this round, but they can only get one M4, so I don't know if that's like a misbuy from Kaze or if they've got something up their sleeves.
The ultimate hero play.
They're investing behind it as we watch these replays. That's the kill we missed. We were so blown away by.
Rigon has absolutely deleted him with that deagle. All right, so this is the interesting buy coming out of Rare Atom. So they've got pistols upgraded, an MP9, and Jam Young has been the recipient of the Hero M4.
Yeah.
This is wild because they've got some pieces of utility, no kit.
Well, I think they probably looked at it and said, we're going to have to double eco anyway, so we'll just invest whatever we can. We'll give that Hero M4 Jam Young, see what he can do. Answer there for you was absolutely nothing.
Yeah, he's just been tasked with, I guess, kamikazeing through the B halls, trying to get that info plate. It's all for naught in the end. The wide peak is cleaned up by Mercury.
Yeah, it's over to Would Be, though, where a lot of that work is being done by B&E. And they're in there pretty comfortably. Mercury's been able to pick up an AK. Kaze won't quite get out alive into Palace, and that might kind of give the game away for Mercury as well. Kaze's headed in that direction. There's a good chance Mercury's already there. You can see B&E well and truly are on the hunt.
Yep.
You wouldn't like to see them drop too many guns here, though.
Well, they know that there's potentially been a misbuy as well with that single M4 surfacing at the start of the round. Jam Young was taken down in apartments almost instantaneously. So they know Mercury has a high prize on his scalp, and they take that. And so Bad News Eagles are off to a flying start here. Rare Atom will have to go back to the drawing board. City side economy is a little rocky right now. Certainly having invested in what was, I guess it was almost a misbuy management task for them. Now they're back to just pistols.
Yeah, well, has to be the full save from Rare Atom at this point, isn't it? 2.4k loss bonus. Will allow them to get a decent fight through next round, but it's obviously making for a pretty easy round for B&E. Mercury posing some resistance in the connector there, but aside from that, really not much coming from it. Maybe Advent was expected in the end, and Jam Young just can't quite get the double bink that he needed. So 3 on the trot now for B&E. Answer what was thrown in by Rare Atom.
Relatively cleanly as well. They wanted to navigate that round with minimal loss.
I think you can definitely make the argument that those 3 rounds from B&E were cleaner than the 3 rounds that Rare Atom got.
Certainly so. They'll definitely still be feeling the pinch here. Rare Atom economy is draining the coffers, trying to get a buy-in. It's only Advent that's only just purchased in.
Another big gun round ahead here for both teams. Rare Atom hoping to keep their economy looking safe on the CT side, but really being pressured in toward this A bomb site where they've got 2 players in CT. It's really more of a retake setup than anything else from Rare Atom. Does allow B&E in onto the site, plant to go down.
Rigon waiting for that smoke. Fading out. Well, it's a difficult angle for them to clear here, Rare Atom.
They're going to have 4 players retaking through CT Spawn. They need to win their duels. Mosea starts well. And Flash is coming up and over the top one. Flatro avoiding GXX and Synopsy combining for a couple, but we're starting to see that flood come through from Rare Atom. Jamyoung was successful. They know there's members in main, but they don't know there's another one there. Defuse on. Jamyoung hits another shot, but they've run out of time. They've run out of time, Jim. They didn't have a kit.
That's a mistake, unfortunately, after the hard work done by Jamyoung. I actually thought the post-plant positioning from Bad News Eagles was quite good, was quite smart. But Rare Atom were able to dismantle it in that retake. They just left it a moment too late. And so, again, we're starting to see some of these funky buys coming through from Rare Atom.
Yeah.
There's a hero orb this time.
They were able to save the orb.
But now the MP9's out. They've actually got some decent utility.
It's not the worst buy, all things considered, for Rare Atom. But you look at the money that B&E have got right now. There's a bink onto Synopsy. How's he alive? Nade surely to finish him off. Jamyoung's got that one on lock.
That's the kind of bink that you just feel from the other side of the map.
Rigon as well, eating the nade in connector. Not the start to the round that B&E was looking for.
They're going to try and give themselves a little bit of space to work with now in connector as they try and get themselves up short. There's still that player in B halls trying to pressure Jamyoung. Rigon's actually found a bit of an opening now too, so some space starting to be created for Bad News Eagles.
Oh, Mosea, who was looking for the timing, but Scenario was all over it. That leaves Jamyoung solo on B. Oh, what a shot from Jamyoung. But it's not enough to stop B&E from filtering onto the site. Mercury is able to get out from market and defeats Juan Flatro in the duel. Kaze watching for Rigon on the flank. Leaves GXX alone. But GXX was the man who got it done for B&E on the first map in the clutch. Has another crack at it here. AWP in hand. Retrieves the bomb. Rare Atom ceding control of the bomb site. And Kaze waiting patiently.
That is a well-worked round there from Rare Atom. Even in the end, knowing that they were likely up against an AWP, they wanted to stick together. They wanted to play 2 abreast, and that was the smarter play. Even though Kaze, just watching that line, they knew that he'd crossed into the site. Synopsy did not deserve for wrecked. It was actually looking really good for Bad News Eagles.
It was.
They had entered into that B site. They were looking like they'd had a bit of space finally in the middle of the map.
They'll run it back though, Jim. They've got a lot of money. So they'll buy straight back into this round. Lacking a bit of util on that T side, but that's certainly enough. And Rare Atom, they need a clean round somewhere on this CT side to get back in control. At the moment, it's still very much hanging in the balance.
Oh, no.
Where's the comms?
So much space. Advent, he's been left out to dry. And now Mercury, well...
Mercury's in trouble.
Yeah, Rigon's all over this. That Molotov's going to drive him out. There is cover from Kaze. The bait and switch does work out. And now Rare Atom start to fuse.
Oh, Synopsy, he was looking dangerous for a moment there. One flash throw! He can't quite hang on to it. He can't catch Mercury. Mosea's there to make sure that no one can chase into main. And B&E are going to have to slow things down. They do have time to work with, but Jamyoung has found that timing out from jungle. And it'll require a 1-on-3.
They still don't know where Mercury is here. So one Flatter's got to try and isolate 3 different duels here.
No way he wins this.
That smoke's not going to favorably fade for him either. So Rare Atom, they get themselves another round.
Yeah, that is a better round as well. 3 guns alive.
I thought they'd made a critical mistake.
The thing is,
I thought they'd made a huge mistake.
Exactly. The issue for me is that like these rounds are all so scrappy that they're not making me look at them and say, all right, yeah, that was a solid round from the CT side. I back them to win X amount more gun rounds in this half. Every single round I'm kind of on the edge of my seat, even though I'm standing.
Every round feels like it's on a nice edge.
Yeah.
Back to pistols here for Bad News Eagles. The less direct route, though, this time. Okay, Synopsy's looking for a timing there in the B halls, but it's Advent that's looking to pressure. Have to back off. Look at how aggressive Mercury is. A lot of information here from Rigon. He's been able to walk onto this A site without resistance so far. They need to be careful. Advent doesn't want to get caught here. Placency can't get the better of him.
Oh, and it won't. That's sharp from Advent. Kaze as well is making it look pretty clean here for Adam. That is the round they've been looking for the entire half.
Finally, something clean. And so they were very deep set there, weren't they? Their crossfires were quite deep set. That can actually go very pear-shaped. This time it didn't, though.
Some worried-looking faces on the BNE side now. Still early days in map 2, but with the knowledge in mind that they lost map 1, potentially the days are numbered.
Jam Young with the movement straight into the ladder room. Just see Rare Adam taking those aggressive peaks early on. They want that early information. It has been their undoing more often than not, but this time it's working out for them. Advent's just repositioning here the sandwich. Bad News Eagles, well, I mean, they actually haven't taken too much territory. You feel as though they're waiting out this aggression from Rare Adam in mid. Now that there's nothing on its way, they feel more comfortable scaling into these positions, knowing that, well, they're going to have a little bit of control. These smokes are going to create a bit of a window here for Rigon to get through.
Yeah, I mean, Advent stoic in the SAM, which remains unchecked as of yet. Here comes the peak.
Wow.
Nice raw adjustment from Rigon, but it's not going to be enough to get any more. Mercury ducks back to safety. Oh. Not quite so safe in the end. Teneri is an absolute monster entering the A bomb site, and Kaze flashed off the line. It's gone from as good as it can be for Rare Adam to about as bad as it can be, as they just get crushed in that round.
That was perfect use of layered utility from Bad News Eagles. They were able to get themselves into position with those smokes around jungle, around connector, created a lot of space. I actually thought for a moment there that Mercury was able to slip the net and fade into the smoke, but this is the Bad News Eagles that we expected. Support utility on point creates a very clear pathway into the site. So Rare Adam, after doing themselves a world of good for their economy, have pressure put on it once again.
I mean, it could have been a different round if Mercury gets that dual win.
Yeah.
But not to be.
I mean, the fact that Scenario almost instantaneously goes from that to then snapping onto Jam Young, that's the site done and dusted.
Correct. So back to another gun round where Adam did have enough money salvaged. Quick into mid from Synopsy, and Kaze completely caught off. There's a retake attempt from Rare Adam, but they haven't got any kills. I don't know how Synopsy gets away with that one. He's going to eventually get chased down by Jam Young. Advent, though, can't wrangle anything on the bomb side, and instantly Rare Adam are going to be turned away. Rigon somehow doesn't win that duel against Jam Young, which might give Rare Adam a bit of a sniff back into this round.
Well, it's all about to go down on ticket.
It is indeed. GXX lined up alongside Seneri. It's going to end up being good trades, 2 for 1. Jam Young on 19 HP would have to pull out the mother of all clutches here. Molly into Firebox is not going to dislodge one flash throw. And Bad News Eagles once again will equalize the scoreline. But you can make the argument that they've regained control of the half because money is going to be a problem for Rare Atom going forward.
The speed out of Bad News Eagles in that round was actually what caught Rare Atom off guard. They were going for the mid-crunch. They had players filtering through short. It came to a bit of a, I guess, a flashpoint around the connector, but they were able to navigate their way through Bad News Eagles, put pressure on that A site, and, well, that left Rare Atom with very few options in the retake. Just back to pistols now, though.
Big stack on the A bomb site, though, and that is where BNE looks like they're going to be headed. Not really too many upgraded pistols. Adam usually pretty dangerous with the USPs, though. Hosea in particular, we saw what he could do on Inferno. A couple of headshots is all he requires. And BNE going to go for the double pump. Second layer of utility getting tossed into the bomb site, but still, Rare Atom have 4 members here. That's 1 found. Still 3 to go. And the danger is starting to disperse. Mercury, though, chiming in with 1, and Advent another. Bit of damage being done. Fancy footwork from Advent. Keeps himself alive. Not for very long. And BNE will secure the round and the lead.
It was a little problematic.
A little bit. Not a big deal.
They get through in the end, so Rare Atom, they will be able to put together a buy now. Bad News Eagles continue to roll with a lot of momentum. Where we weren't seeing too much production from them on Inferno, we're starting to see that now on Mirage, so that's making a world of a difference. Synopsy and Scenari are both starting to really put impact into what they are doing. Might not reflect on the scorecard, but they are creating so much space for their teammates to do work. Speed and aggression has been the key for them so far, and they've just varied the pace a little bit now. They have been given control of mid.
Yep. Half has gotten away from Rare Atom a little bit. Still salvageable, but best case scenario is going to be 8-7, which I would still say leans towards BNE, and Synopsy somehow has managed to creep into CT spawn, into market, and Rare Atom will have absolutely no idea that this one is coming. Synopsy should every day of the week be able to get at least 1.
Oh,
and maybe he'll look for 2 as well. Jam Young peaks. Won't work out for him, but at least he gets the info for Mosea, and that could have been a whole lot worse for Rare Atom.
Yeah, they're going to try and isolate Mosea here at the B site, at least keep him interested. He's had to expel some utility, but there hasn't been a full commitment in rotation from Rare Atom. They are waiting out to see what happens. It's that aggressive play. Mercury now actually is going to... His loss is going to be big trouble for Rare Atom.
Scenari does drop to Advent, and Kaze, he'll be under pressure now, needs Advent to help him out. Good damage done by Advent, but not a kill onto one flat throw, and so he falls, and Kaze mollied out from triple. He's going to give BNE the bomb site once again. Not much to do for Mosea now.
Seems interested, though.
Well, that actually might make him more interested. Doesn't have a kit, though, Jim, and he's on the wrong side of the map, so... ultimately decides that he doesn't really have the time to be going for it.
Well, one flat throw is going to try and make sure that he doesn't survive. Much to his undoing.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to make this as expensive as possible for Bad News Eagles, but we know that they've got quite a bit of cash stacked up at the moment. Oh. GXX is just hunting him out. But it's this speed now from Bad News Eagles that's actually being more effective for them, creating a little bit of space. You can see they're actually starting to garner a lot of interest out of Rare Atom, and you feel as though sometimes they're caught in rotation. They are being played and toyed with a little bit.
Going to be a poor buy at the end of the half for Rare Atom. 2 M4s, 2 MP9s, a FAMAS, 1 defuse kit only. You'd be wanting to see some early kills for Rare Atom here if they're going to win the round.
Layer upon layer in mid. Ooh. Wow, okay. Mercury does a little bit of probing through that smoke. That's...
He'll know he's done that damage as well. The reaction from the crowd will be enough to tell him that.
Well, Rigon, fighting for life. He's going to back off to a safer position now as Bad News Eagles, well, all their eggs are being put in this A basket.
has been pretty successful for them so far. Advent going to get flashed into main. Does spot a member or two out, and now having an exploration toward the palace. Scary one, flat throw. Only gets the 1-for-1, and that's an upgrade for Advent. Not to mention a very strong position as well, and it is going to give BNE a bit of doubt as to whether or not they can take this A site.
Now, Synopsy's here to try and create interest, to try and keep Rare Atom in this A site.
Advent's creeping into that smoke, though, and Synopsy's got absolutely no idea. This could be huge. It's info for Advent. It's info for Rare Atom. And while BNE are creeping their way toward the B bomb site, so too is a rotator. Mosaic is there alongside Jam Young. 30 seconds left here for BNE to get their way into the site. Denari opens one up, and Jam Young, how? No. With the MP9, does he do something like that?
That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
9-6 at the end of the half. It's looking good for BNE, but maybe there's still a world for Rare Atom.
My dear true Yarans, we won. I will be more than El Presidente de Yara. I will be the Lion of Yara. Yara will once again be the paradise we have dreamed of.
Far Cry, Rise of the Revolution.
Vapes contain a cocktail of toxic chemicals, things like formaldehyde, which they use in cleaning products, glue and mortuaries, not somewhere you want to end up prematurely. Watch out for more vape truths with me, Dr. Carl.
Sickness and in health.
Wait, does this mean I have to get HBF couples cover? I don't have to share my extras limits, do I?
No, at HBF, you get your own extras limits.
Oh, phew.
Share your life, not your extras limit. That's healthier insurance.
HBF. McDelivery has arrived on the My Macca's app. Now getting Macca's delivered is a whole lot more rewarding. Value means more at Macca's. Earn points and redeem rewards with your McDelivery order, only on the My Macca's app.
I'm never sober when I'm with you. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new.
We've got a big half ahead here as we head into the second half of Mirage. 8-7, the scoreline favouring Bad News Eagles. Rare Atom, they were able to nab that last round of the half, which kind of kept things respectable, but I don't know about you, Jim. I definitely felt there was a little bit more comfort there for Bad News Eagles. Rare Atom, they looked a little bit touch and go at moments. And now moving on to the T side, I wonder what they've got to deliver for us.
Certainly feels as though Bad News Eagles are here to play now. Inferno, they looked a little bit flat, but CT side of Mirage is off to a fast start.
Yeah, faster play from Rare Atom into the B bomb site. Kaze leading that charge. His head's ripped off. Nice shot from Seneri. And Rigon able to do the same to Mercury and Jamyoung. It has fallen apart for Rare Atom. They didn't get any entries at all. And now the bomb is committed to B as well.
That's an unfortunate start to the half already for Rare Atom. I don't know if they'll be able to recover from here. It is seemingly like a long shot. It would be a series of unfortunate errors from Bad News Eagles to lose this round from here on out.
And Mosaic would have to hit a cracker of a couple of shots here. Evans on 37 HP, so really we're relying on Mosaic to get the work done. Juan Flatro will pop his head up, and Mosaic is definitely looking for it, trying to play the angles, but it's just such a minuscule advantage to work with. Nothing at all for Rare Atom.
All right.
9-7, Bad News Eagles get the start to the half they wanted.
They looked like they were ready for that too. The speed of Rare Atom did not catch them off guard whatsoever. So, off to a great start, Bad News Eagles. They continue to roll with some momentum they garnered at the end of the first half. Straight on in with this bye as well. They're not taking any chances. Rare Atom, on the other hand, they are happy to see what they can do with these Glocks. The triple stack, boost,
wow,
you name it, it's all happening.
Yeah, Jamyoung and Kaze have been able to get themselves a couple of frags. Juan Flatro is keeping it on lockdown. And Jamyoung, he tosses the M4 away. That's sneaky. I think he got it. I think he got rid of it.
I think he may have actually gotten rid of that. I mean, Synopsy's got an M4, but I actually don't think it's one that's been retained.
That was not the one.
So that's actually quite an expensive round. Cirque du Soleil comes to town, along with Rare Atom, and are able to get themselves a few handy kills. So, on the back of that, they're actually not going to commit too much into this round so far.
Well, they're having a timeout. They're having a chat at the moment first. Figure out what exactly it is they want to be doing in this round, and maybe that's going to dictate the buy. Certainly no AWP.
Kaze has gone into that Galil, so I wonder if they are going to try and chance their hand at something a little bit faster. Sometimes you see out of these early tactical timeouts, funnily enough, the CT side or the team that doesn't take the tactical timeout, they're the ones that try to change the pace.
Yep.
I would be interested if Bad News Eagles try to get aggressive.
Yeah, I think it's possible, right? Juan Flatro has got the MP9, could try to get aggressive into main, similar to what we saw from maybe Advent or into a top mid, something like that. Looks like he'll be headed in the direction of Palace, if nothing else, but no real aggression from the CT side, and also not a faster round from Rare Atom. Oof.
Tempting fate.
Very much so. I think GXX has been really on point in this series with the AWP. Oh, well, excuse me, I'm sorry.
I think he's taken the shoelace. The player hasn't actually hit anything substance, but it's allowed Rare Atom. Prime positioning now in mid. GXX is still interested in hanging around to try and see if there's some scraps on offer. But now content to just fall back to the haunches of the A site. Gives Rare Atom a bit of space to work with. They can start to push and pull this B-bomb site. It's actually great positioning they've got right now.
Oh, Mercury caught off by the angle of Seneri, but still able to win the duel, and that's really bad news for BNE. It has allowed Rare Atom to scale into the B bomb site. Mosaic also looking to cut off rotations. No success there. Will at least slow things down a little bit, but nothing to write home about.
Rare Atom had the best positioning possible in that round, actually. There was no fast rotation available for Bad News Eagles, and both players had to play in short.
Are they going for this? I don't think they are. They just want to get exit frags here, Bad News Eagles.
It's actually not a bad play.
They've got every single angle covered that Rare Atom could possibly exit. So Synopsy, you'd think he should be good at least for one right here.
And he is. Not the second, though, so they will keep 2 players alive. Advent needs to get out.
Couldn't quite. So 1 player alive. Jam Young only, but it is a round for Rare Atom. And that's the kind of thing that you just don't really see from Asian teams. They're not going to instantly call that save, right? I still feel like with Rare Atom, especially what we saw yesterday against Vertex, right? They were just going for everything. And they're sacrificing their economy doing that on the CT side. I like that from Bad News Eagles. They recognize, look, this is not the percentage play. 3v3, retake on the B side. Maybe we win. Maybe we don't. Let's just save our guns. Give it a crack in the next round. Though, Mercury has, of course, put a bit of a dampener on that plan from BNE.
Certainly has. He's risen to the occasion. So, a bit of an information play gone wrong, and Mosaic, he's trying to level the score here. That Mac 10 just opens things up a little bit more towards B, and well, that's going to signal them moving in.
They've still got 2 players on B, though. Rare Atom are going to try to accelerate in here. GXX was
what a flash.
Excellent flash. It was Mosaic himself. One flat throw, though, is still staying silent, but he's been spotted. And Rare Atom are not done yet.
So they roll into the occupied bomb site.
Couple of kills to the Mac 10, in fact 3. Mosaic, he's looking healthy economically.
That he is.
No SMG in this round for Rare Atom. Bad News Eagles will have to take a full save.
This is where you see teams start to surrender that lead they've worked hard for, particularly on that CT side in the second half of matches. Really start to feel the pinch. Not out of the realms of possibility, though, for Bad News Eagles, as they start to gather up on this A ramp.
Well, it's on to Mercury, seeing as Kaze misses the shot, and he's got it done pretty comfortably in the end.
Pretty handy insurance policy.
Oh, not sure about that one.
Doesn't go anywhere in the end.
Just a wasted molly. But not a huge concern for Rare Atom. Definitely a bigger deal if it's on a gun round. Still, we'll see if Rigon can strike. Smoke's in his way now. One flat throw in middle. Couple of missed shots from Advent is going to leave the door open for an AK to be retrieved.
I felt like that flash benefited nobody.
Oh, yeah. Neither of them really seem to be super on point in that duel.
Well, they're actually going to be walking into a stack site here, Rare Atom. So, we've seen this timeline play out.
No, not like this. Surely not like this for Rare Atom. One flash throw with the AK. And Rare Atom, they've got to decide whether they're going to commit to this or not. 30 seconds left. They seem to be committed.
Or are they?
This is so scary. Mercury into the site. Jam Young's got one flash throw. GXX down as well. Rigon falls. They negotiate the treacherous waters without running into the iceberg. But they were very close.
I'm glad they committed there because we've seen them from time to time suffer from analysis paralysis.
100%.
They haven't quite committed. They've run out of time and they've given themselves, you know, the worst possible leg in the round. But this time, they hard committed to it. They knew that they had the advantage despite the fact that, well, it just so happened all 3 of Bad News Eagles were there.
And Bad News Eagles, they did everything right in that round, didn't they? They had the players where they needed to, but they just couldn't execute on it. Now we're back into a gun round, and Mercury tries to accelerate into mid, which will be a mistake.
You get the impression Bad News Eagles are starting to cotton on to the speed and aggression of Rare Atom.
Yep.
They're set up for these things.
Kaze's posted on the line now, but we aren't going to see the recontest from BNE. They're happy with the opening frag, the advantage they've got.
And it just quells things in the round. Things go from a gallop to a canter. It really takes the sting out of Rare Atom, at least in the early phases of the round. Now they've actually got to try and work for a little bit of territory, create a little bit of space, and clear out a few of these angles. They will put at least 2 in mid here, Rare Atom, and try to get themselves into 8.
Oh, Mosaic. He does spot out Rigon. Perfect timing. And is able to get it back to even numbers. Rare Atom, though, going to present an opportunity to Saneri, who doesn't quite take full advantage of it.
Nice grenade. Nice grenade. just softens up Advent and
Jam
Mosaic.
Young was spotted on flat throw. 100% spotted Jam Young. Knows Karse's there as well. Advent, though, in the smoke. He was the real criminal that he had to be worried about. And Synopsy under balcony. Can't get much more than one. Advent's the hero in this round for Rare Atom so far. 2-on-2. But Advent and Mosaic, 23 HP combined. Have to get the bomb. They've got 18 seconds. It seems impossible for Rare Atom to win from here. They've got to go.
They have to.
The bomb's on top of balcony. They've lost the round. They've lost the round. They've done nothing and they've lost the round.
You almost sound surprised, but that is... I don't know. I've seen that play out way too many times for Rare Atom. That is quite fortunate, given that they gave themselves a really good start to the round. They had the positioning.
Yep.
Bad News Eagles, though, they seem to have really adjusted quite well, as I said, to the aggression.
Well, what is the
Rare
adjustment going to be from Rare Atom? Do they continue to try to go aggressive into mid?
Well, that's what we've always been critical of. How many gears do they have in their gearbox? Can they find another gear?
Karse's not going to see anything on the cross through main. Okay. Jose is interested in trying to work apartments.
I think he might be waiting for a flash here. Mercury is potentially the one to provide it to him. But no, they're just going to take position up in the B hall, so... slow round here as they work their way to this B site.
So he's coming down into mid and in toward the B bomb site. B&E, one of their members already spotted, but GXX is here in market, causing a ruckus with the AWP. Frags going through. CT side more successful so far. Raids are good from Rare Atom, though, and they're into the site, but Mercury low, and also the only player on the site itself. Not sure how he's going to be able to survive here with one flat throw on one angle, GXX on the other. He's trying to buy time for Jam Young, but they're well aware of those shenanigans. They've watched a demo or two of Rare Atom.
And they've been fooled before. That is a well-worked round in the end there from Bad News Eagles. I actually thought the spacing, the trades from Rare Atom were quite good. They managed to find their way into these positions. Jam Young and Mercury on that second entry, looking quite sharp. Speaking of sharp.
So, where does Rare Atom turn to now? Is it just a B rush? Molotov in their way surely stops them. But it leaves Advent high and dry. Flash over the top. Scenario under pressure. The layer of flashes causing problems for B&E. And they don't quite have the numbers here to stop Rare Atom getting into the site itself. Eventually, the strength prevails on the CT side.
The fast rotate really saved them there.
Did.
That flash caused Scenario to stop functioning.
Chinese fans trying to lend their support to Rare Atom. They know they'll need it. Tactical timeout for RA here. Has kind of gone bottoms up in the last couple of rounds. B&E, I mean, look, I feel have been on top this entire map, but it's kind of been hanging in the balance. Now, though, you start to get the sense that B&E is kind of running away with it. 13-10. Pretty much a must-win round coming up now for Rare Atom.
They can't let themselves fall behind at this stage of the game either. I mean, economically speaking as well, starting to draw down towards the bottom of the piggy banks. The pennies are being pinched. They will benefit from bomb plants though, but they are running out of rounds. So, just looking to default their way through this round. Layer of smoke in mid. They do have those three just positioned at the bottom of A ramp, and they're just going to let the fact-finding mission of Mosaic and Mercury with an active lurk present here in this round, this could actually be the undoing of Bad News Eagles.
Rigon's at top mid. He's gone all the way into top mid while Rare Atom was at the bottom of mid. And they don't know about him. It's gone all wrong for Rare Atom, but Mosea gives them a chance back in the round. They're going to try and go fast into the A bomb site. Mosea, an animal in the jungle. And that's 3-on-2. B&E would not want to be dropping this round right here. It gives Rare Atom a chance back in the map. Util getting tossed out, maybe giving away the positions of Rare Atom. Kaze thinking about the big wrap into mid, but decides better of it.
Funnily enough, the two players here that are going to be going for this are the ones with low money. So they've been encouraged here. Great counter flash.
On the defuse. He's on the defuse. They don't know. Mosea won't peek.
Oh,
and
dear.
B&E will win the round.
Oh, dear. That's exactly what B&E needed. But it is an expensive round for them to win.
Wasn't a great plant for a main hold anyway. I mean, even if Mosea swings there, he's got to swing so far out to Tetris to get the kill blow.
Yeah, they've been undone by that post plant, haven't they?
I mean, I think it was the fact that they lost that third player very quickly, and it really quite early went back to the 2-on-2. It unsettled Rare Atom a little bit. B&E cooler heads under pressure. Kaze does not fire a shot. GXX will, but no connection.
Bad News Eagles, you get the sense that they're very much in control. This round, though, they are a little bit light on utility. So they will not have utility to deal with a couple of layers of pressure towards this B side. That's why Scenari's taken up aggressive position.
Well, Smoke's down again for B&E.
Oh, that would have been communicated.
Mosea definitely copping a bink through the wall there. Seems to have gotten out okay.
They've called the cancel. The problem is Synopsy. He's gone on a fact-finding mission here. Trigger discipline.
They don't know. Who's going to get two? Bad news indeed for Rare Atom. How do they get themselves out of this sticky situation?
Well, they're going to scale into this A site, and with CTs holding from jungle, some key pieces of utility could be the difference.
Could get a plant down for CT, but not quite quickly enough into the bomb site. So Mercury, he's fighting hard. It's now down to Jam Young. Deleted one flat throw. Puts it to 15 for Bad News Eagles. It seems map 3 is awaiting.
They had to pressure their Bad News Eagles. They couldn't let Rare Atom claw their way back into that. Crowd really trying to throw their support behind Rare Atom now. Okay, this is a bold move actually from Rare Atom early on. That Smoke's kind of put a halt to things, but Teneri, he's got aggressive, he's found two. And Synopsy's there as well. This is a bad start for Rare Atom.
Yeah, I think he might get another one too. Advent's in an awkward spot here. Fades favorably for him at least. But even still, numbers are looking pretty good for B&E. Map control as well. Juan Flatro has pushed so far that there's no safe exit now for Rare Atom except through Connector. Advent was spotted by the AWP as well of GXX, and it seems as though the map is just coming to an anticlimactic close.
Bad News Eagles are just outplaying them in every regard at the moment.
There's another one. A nice timing from Scenari. It's just left Kaze alone. 1-on-4, not going to happen. 16-10. B&E will secure map 3.
And we will head over to Overpass now, so I think this is going to be another cracking series by all accounts, but Rare Atom, they never looked like they were up to the task once Bad News Eagles got going.
Indeed, indeed. Bad News Eagles, we did talk about their potential to reverse sweep this series when we went into Mirage. They're upholding their end of the bargain. See what the analysts think.
What do we think? Indeed, we think we're going the distance right now. We're going all the way in this matchup, and the Eagles, they've still got the fight in them.
Yeah, and as the Aussie boys said, right, I think in those last 6, 7, 8 rounds, Bad News Eagles in every single facet outplayed Rare Atom. There was just no comparison. You saw the fragging potential was so high, but strategically just that step above. Really, really well played from them. Rare Atom in that second half just couldn't really compete.
Well, yeah, no, it's quite a showing there, certainly. Rare Atom, unfortunately, unable to make it a 2-0 series. Now we're headed to Overpass. It's a little bit more dangerous for them, and the Eagles as well. After a slow start to open this series, they're waking up.
Yeah, they're starting to look pretty damn good now, and there's a lot of impressive things. You take a look at the scoreboard as well. Across the board, some key names really standing out. For Rare Atom, I think generally things were a little bit slow. Mosaic again played well, but overall, we didn't really see them kind of have those highlight moments.
No, I mean, Mercury was the hardest hitter on the Rare Atom side of things, but Rigon, GXX, both having some phenomenal highlight rounds. But if there was one player on Rare Atom we really want to see more of, it is Yamyong. Once again, we have to look at some of his replays because it's just brilliant what this player is capable of.
And the thing that makes Jamyong so scary, I think, as someone to come against, is just because he's so self-sufficient. He just doesn't require, players around him to give him opportunities, to give him space. Normally we like to look at these supporter players being kind of space creators, and then him being kind of a space manipulator, right? Using it to his advantage, getting those frags. But overall, the Jamyong is so happy just to do his own thing, and he always walks away with kills.
One thing we do have to acknowledge, though, over for the
So hey guys, before we head into map 3, if you guys are enjoying the stream so far, if you could guys show some support with some likes, subscribe if you enjoy my content. I do post regular CS:GO case opening videos at the moment. I'm doing a series where I'm opening case every day, seeing if I can get a knife. So if anyone is interested in that, I did actually open a nice skin today if anyone's interested. But yeah, so if that's the kind of stuff you're into, feel free to subscribe. I'm trying to close in on 1,000 subs. That'll be greatly appreciated. So yeah, before we head into map 3 is going to be Overpass. Overpass is pretty 50-50 between these two, so it should be an interesting game actually. But yeah, let's see how we go. Anyways, I'll put it back to the stream. Thanks guys.
Starting window, you're smoked off. So when you're not as an explosive kind of innovative AWPer that is sort of the meta right now, you're not going to be shut off. It's Mirage. Everyone knows the common AWP positions, and you will be taken out of contention.
Now, looking forward onto this, we're going to be talking about Overpass, right? That's our next map. What are the keys here for you, Nail?
I mean, one of the big things is that on paper, stats look like this is a pretty even matchup. It's not the case. When you delve into the details, I think there's a lot of stat padding coming through from Rare Atom on domestic occasions where they're beating a lot of the lesser teams kind of regionally. When you look at some of the results they've had recently, though, they are pretty poor, right? Just to list off a few. Against tier 1 teams, right? 16-2, they lost to Big. 16-7, they lost to Na'Vi. 16-3, they lost to Ends. They are getting battered left, right, and center by top-tier European teams. Bad News Eagles are a very good side on this map, and this, for me, it spells a lot of trouble. I can't see a world with how Rare Atom played right now that they're able to kind of salvage the situation.
Well, I think there's a few worlds out there. There's a few potential timelines, so I want you to give me the positive here, Hege. If there is a world where Rare Atom take it, how are they going to do so?
Kazi is going to show up. It's Overpass after all, and if he can get things going, be a little bit more adventurous, then surely this is going going to be a tight affair, and Yam Young.
Yam Young. I think the MVP, personally, if Rare Adam are going to take it, if they're going to have the energy to take this all the way and live to fight on to Sunday, I think it's going to have to be the crowd. The energy, the support that's been there, it's been off the charts for Rare Adam, and I think they need the crowd more than ever. So if you want Rare Adam to succeed, now's your time to make some noise when we come back from this break with Overpass.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm psychosexologist Chantal Otten, and for the first time ever, I'm bringing you into my private sex therapy sessions. Have you lost your sexual spark? Talk to me about pleasure. How do you feel about your sexual identity? Listen to Sex Therapy, Sessions with Chantal Otten, only on Audible.
Dr. Carl here. Vaping's safe, right? Wrong. Research has shown that the vaping aerosol kills off cells in our lungs. These cells are vital for keeping our airways healthy. Watch out for more vape truths.
I spent a lifetime trying to right the wrongs of the past, as if fighting crime would bring my parents back. You actually did it.
I went back in time to save my parents. But instead, I completely broke the universe.
If you went back and changed the past, this world must die. You changed the future.
Do you know what this symbol stands for?
Means hope, right?
I will help you fight God.
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. These scars we have make us who we are. We're not meant to go back and fix them.
What did you do?
No matter what happens, we're not going to be able to fix this. No! Nobody dies!
Sickness and in health.
Wait, does this mean I have to get HBF couples cover? I don't have to share my extras limits, do I?
No, at HBF, you get your own extras limits.
Oh, phew.
Share your life, not your extras limit. That's healthier insurance.
HBF.
You say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps stalking, and we should stop talking. But we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't cave in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go busy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. You hold this map, I'll hold your hand. Take this love around the world. Don't mind those crows buzzing around your head. Nothing's gonna hurt your girl. I believe you're here for a while, then we die. But I believe this love is stronger than you and I. Let's take the Jeep alone to my dad. I know just the thing to do. Don't mind the Lord.
Welcome back into the Margaret Court Arena at DreamHack Melbourne. This is ESL Challenger. And right now, one team is facing elimination. One map away from it. The other, of course, will progress through to tomorrow. Bad News Eagles, they won the last map, Jim. Looked pretty confident in doing so. How are we feeling about Overpass?
Certainly one of those maps where they look quite strong on. Definitely agree with Neo on the desk. They certainly on the surface look quite evenly matched, but definitely domestically, Rare Atom have been facing some weaker opposition. So I think maybe it's a case of false confidence on Overpass.
Yeah,
we'll
I don't
see
know
how that plays out though, because they're definitely going to need Kaze to step up his role from Mirage, who's not his usual self.
I will say I've never really felt super confident about Rare Atom on Overpass because I lived in that era where they played against Tai Lu. Overpass in decider matches like 10 times and they lost pretty much every single time. I mean, I'm over exaggerating. It was probably like 3 or 4.
You've been hurt before.
But exactly. I've been hurt before by Rare Atom on Overpass in deciders. And that's exactly where we're at right now. I've got faith that Bad News Eagles will come into this one as the favorites. But Rare Atom definitely have the fans behind them. And maybe that'll give them enough to get it over the line. It's not as if Rare Atom do not have the ability. There's no question about that. We've seen Mercury popping off. Seen Jam Young popping off. Kaze's had good maps here as well. And even Mosea in this series.
Certainly been the surprise package, hasn't he, Mosea? Not necessarily one of those players that is primed to be doing the heavy lifting, but he certainly has been.
But let's see how this one goes. It's time for Overpass, the final map between Bad News Eagles and Rare Atom. Last chance for both these teams to survive in ESL Challenger Melbourne and make their way through to tomorrow. Into the semi-final, it's Bad News Eagles starting on the T side. So I think you can take a guess and maybe say that Rare Atom won the ninth.
Well, either way, they're going to need to make the most of it. And so, early presence through the connector. Jam Young, well, if only he knew how close he was. Now, Rigon's actually going to try and be,
okay,
bit of a nuisance, but it's Mosea that's picked him up, so let's put an end to that.
If that's the kind of form Rare Atom is going to come into this map with, then maybe it'll be a little tougher for Bad News Eagles than we would expect. Mosea, what is Mosea doing? It's Mosea's world. We're just living in it. And Rare Atom are off to the races on Overpass. It looks like it's going to be another clean pistol round. Not even a single point of damage done so far by BNE. And that's how the round will end.
I don't know what Mosea has had in between maps, but he's been so handy on the pistols, hasn't he? It was Inferno where he started to really show he can showcase
pistols,
his
man. Like I said, he's a demon with that USP.
Yeah. Give him half a chance and he'll take it. He's just deleted Rigon there. Like, Rigon's meant to be What?
He's not even making it look difficult.
Yeah, Rigon was meant to be the distraction.
Not much of one. Rare Adam able to buy into this one, but BNE have also opted to invest. And Mosair's going to flash his way into short water, opts not to get too aggressive. Synopsy is watching for it. Rare Adam do need to be careful in this round, knowing that there has been the pistol armor buy from BNE.
And they've been very effective with it too. Mirage, they were certainly giving out free haircuts. It's not something you want to stick around for. Jam Young does just quell Rigon. They need to be careful though. They don't want these Deagles doing damage. They have invested into this round.
That is something I thought that Rare Adam didn't do a great job of on Mirage CT side, is that they were losing a lot of guns in rounds that they were quite heavily favored to win. So we'll see whether or not BNE can continue to exploit that weakness. Critical for Rare Adam to get their CT side rolling pretty hard here on Overpass. They need to get work done in the first half. It's just that kind of map.
This setup on CT side's a little deep, but certainly workable. Some great crossfire opportunities here as well. That smoke's just going to provide a little bit of cover here for BNE. They do have two smokes of their own, but no flash work at all. They're just going to try and dry entry into the site. That's not working out for them thus far.
Kaze does fall, but Mosair is here to try to salvage. He's going to pop a progression smoke down, but really what they're hoping for is Mercury to get that job done, and done it is. As one flat throw, able to get the bomb plant down. No much more beyond that. Rare Adam will be happy with that round. BNE, maybe not so much. They invest a lot, though they do get the bomb down. That helps out. They didn't really take many guns away, so was it worth it?
For the bomb plant, you would argue. That'd be about it. So it all depends on what they do with this round, though. They've got the option to buy if they really want to. They'd have to run Galils or something like that. And I think for the moment, they're just going to stick with the pistols. Okay, it's a bit of a sketchy buy, actually.
Yeah, again, an investment from Bad News Eagles.
I mean, GXX obviously feels as though he can open things up a little bit with that scout, potentially punish some of these Rare Atom players for getting over-aggressive.
Yeah, Rare Atom, though, not going to allow BNE out of the cage just yet. I'm really looking forward to sort of seeing what Rare Atom's going to do on this CT side, because we saw how aggressive they were when they last played Overpass. Lots of pushes through long.
Yeah. Trying to condition their opposition.
BNE not quite finding the timing to catch the player, escaping down. Connector Jam Young able to deal with scenario without too much of an issue. Kaze not having the greatest of starts to this map, does again get tagged down to 30, and Mercury gets banged out.
This is where that scout becomes a little bit more dangerous as well.
Yeah, it's really scary. BNE always look like a threatening team. There's another instance of it. Mosair takes a peek. Long range angle, MP9.
Yeah, it's not going to work against the scouts. So two of them have been tagged for 70. So GXX has put his team in a much better position, and they're advancing on A.
They're reinforcing the A bomb site with Advent, but the flash is good onto Kaze. Mosair not able to find a trade just yet. Looks for it, eventually will. But as you said, those scout shots are coming through, doing damage, and putting the pressure onto Rare Atom.
Oh dear, Rigon has found a way through the bank, and he's cashed his check. And so Jam Young, he will fall too.
Well, that's a really disappointing round for Rare Atom. Just mistakes across the board, costing them HP, and that pressure slowly but surely builds up. And Bad News Eagles, they choose the correct site. They go towards the site where they've done damage, and they're able to overwhelm.
Question is now, where do we land here on the side of buys? I think this is going to get a bit scrappy right now.
Force buy through from Rare Atom, surely.
Yeah, it looks as though that's been the case too. So this could really start to hurt Rare Atom if it doesn't go their way. They've got that AWP on Kaze. I think that was their main objective. Try and get him active in play as much as possible early on. He can be that player that can turn the tide.
Yep, and he's taken a more aggressive angle into short water. But as of yet, hasn't seen much.
An aggressive CT smoke onto Monster. You got all of Bad News Eagles starting to filter through. mean, you've only got GXX with that scout. He was around Fountain, but now everybody's starting to regroup here on B.
Yeah, this is not looking like it's going to be a fantastic hold for Rare Atom unless Kaze steps up. There's 3 players toward A for the CT side. Jam Young there to assist on B, but he's only got an MP9. So if Kaze doesn't hit that initial shot, B&E will flood onto the bomb site and cause some real problems.
Yeah. The cavalry's here, though. That's the thing. Is it was all going to be about what they do with these 3 Molotovs.
Jam Young's been spotted, and he's really in a spot of bother here. Step forward! Oh, if he would have got the kill, it would have been very clean indeed. Synopsy, team kill in there, but he's got the job done. And now Kaze, he must deliver in this scenario. Hasn't been given the opportunity until the back is spotted. Mercury also chimes in with 1, but GXX lines them up. And Mercury's in the one-on-one.
And the reposition as well.
Oh. Was that heard? GXX. Can't see Mercury round the pillar. Looks like he'll find that timing inside the smoke. Mercury's got no chance.
That's a big round for Bad News Eagles to take. It's one that they desperately needed as well. Just to stem things a little bit.
Yep. Plays havoc with Rare Atom's economy as well.
Absolutely does. So now they're in a position where they have to go back to pistols. Wouldn't that have been something? Surf in with the MP9.
Oh, that was 100% another movement boy moment.
Yep. Break a few hearts.
Jam Young really did what he could, but unfortunately no dice this time for Rare Atom. And so they're back onto the USPs. B&E looking confident on map 3.
Don't want to over-aggress here, though. Rigon's doing a good job of keeping it relatively clean. He's not necessarily overstepping just yet, but I may be putting my foot in my mouth.
That would be pretty impressive.
It would be, actually.
Mercury may have found a timing for at least 1. Good couple of taps in there. It's going to net him a gun.
That's actually most prized for the CT economy at the moment.
Not sure if he's going to get away with it, though. You do still have GXX watching this angle, so Mercury shouldn't be able to get out for free.
He's going to stay and fight.
Yeah, and I suppose with aim like that, why not? But inevitably, GXX will connect. B&E will go ahead.
They're not quite pilfered.
Kaze's down to a rifle.
Yeah, that AK actually would have made a big difference.
Still will be a buy from Rare Atom, but they're going to call an early tactical timeout.
Yeah, the issue for Rare Atom is that they're not going to have a whole depth of utility available to them. As you can see, they're kind of, pinching pennies at the moment. So whether or not they're going to try and opt to play that aggressive style, I guess we'll see. But they may have to do it without the support of some utility. Now, for Bad News Eagles, they've actually looked really good on the T side so far. If they can fashion together a very solid half, well, as we've said before, Rare Atom have struggled a little bit on this map if you start to delve into some stats. And they've broken your heart a few times, Jordan.
Might happen again. I mean, winner of this, I believe, goes through to face Greyhound. So it's a very big incentive for these two teams. And B&E are going to try and accelerate their way into the B bomb side. There's early info for Rare Atom. They're looking good. They're looking ready to hold one flat throw. Only good for 1. And GX timing all wrong. Sceneri, he wants to do a bit more damage here, but that is not allowed.
They run into the stack.
Yeah, indeed. And I think B&E might rethink going quickly again.
Well, change of pace out of a tactical pause. It worked.
Back into the swing of things again. Another gun round coming out. Thick and fast. Round 7. Starting to look better for Rare Atom on the buy front. But that can very quickly be quashed by B&E. Mercury's got multiple angles to be aware of here, which is really awkward. So tucks himself into the corner.
He's isolated, though.
Big job to do indeed. Tech9 always going to be scary on the other side of this equation. And Mercury's going to have to find his timing well. The XX also down. And Rare Atom finding the round that they need.
Never in doubt. Now, Jam Young has actually passed through Synopsy. Synopsy will be aware of this. But he's more concerned with that second...
Jam Young's ready. Jam Young's watching. Mercury's going for the peak here as well. Never mind. Jam Young was in two minds, but Mercury clears out Monster. So crisis averted for Rare Atom.
Yeah, there was still a plot twist there. Now, one Flattro's got quite a bit of work to do here if he fancies himself winning the round, but I think that opportunity has slipped by. That bomb is a little too far. You got Rare Atom, they're grouped up. They know that the bomb's on that side of Monster potentially.
It'll be a big confidence building round for Rare Atom as well. Confidence and economy building round. In fact, the last two rounds, really, when you take them together, are exactly that.
Yeah. Sultans of Swing. It's swung in their favour.
Yeah, but still a lot of work to do in this first half for Rare Atom. I don't know what your thoughts are, but I think Overpass definitely, you want to be seeing a pretty hefty number on the CT side at the end of the half. Particularly in a matchup like this one.
Yeah, you want to be absolutely maximising your time on CT. So I think, you know, they would definitely be aiming for that 10-5, 11-4 mark. But everything the Bad News Eagles do from here on out is going to try and, as you say, quash the potential for a good CT side. I thought Mercury was in a lot of trouble there. He was isolated. It was by himself. There was nobody else to collect him if he was to fall. And so Rare Atom now, on the back of this utility that they now have reverted back to a more aggressive stance. Getting aggressive around Fountain. Oh, Mercury.
Yeah, this is not exactly where you want to be getting caught out. Just doesn't have any backup at all. Individualistic plays from Rare Atom and punished for it by BNE. Mercury's a big difference maker in this map so far as well. Heat shooting from Kaze. But I'm still a little bit worried with Mercury down. Does BNE have an avenue into this round that could really throw a fox among the henhouse for Rare Atom? That's a question maybe that Kaze has to answer right here. He spots out the info. Jump spot as well. Gets the molly into bathrooms, but doesn't land the second shot. Little pop flash coming through here from Kaze. Vision obscured. And Mosea's head is banged off, so Kaze really has to get some work done now. Rigon will drop. Numbers still starting to favor Rare Atom. And there you have it. Kaze stands tall. And so does Rare Atom. Touch and go for a moment, Jim, but they've got the round.
It was a bit wild and woolly there for Bad News Eagles, wasn't it? They had to try and get themselves into that site. They had minimal utility to do so, and, well, Rare Atom, they worked themselves around every piece of utility.
Those mouse pads?
I think they are. Do you remember the Tyloo mouse pads back in the day? They were
coded.
They were actually prime real estate among players.
Everybody wanted them, didn't they?
Everybody wanted them.
Saw international players playing with the Tyloo mouse pad. Anyway, we've got a tag timeout here, and Devil Walk's letting them know.
Absolutely.
Guys, we didn't come all the way to Australia to get knocked out on Saturday.
Well, I mean, we've said that they've used their tactical timeouts liberally. It felt as though they backed off a little bit on Mirage, and even now on Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a degree of confidence. There was like this air of confidence of BNE on Mirage.
Yeah, he definitely didn't feel as though Devil Walk had to get their heads back into the game.
Yeah.
They were locked in. So now they're going to try and continue to put pressure on.
Here's that aggression, though, from Rare Atom we were talking about. They like to get aggressive through long. It's Kaze this time, and Mosea and Kaze both able to strike at the start of the round.
Just a water crunch. Down through connector. They want to take that sort of territory back, don't they?
Well, Mercury on the off angle as well. He'll spot GXX out, who's got no idea.
And quick as you like, it's a 2v5, sorry.
Well, Staneri might have something to say about that. Not sure that Mercury can get out of here too easily.
Okay.
They will give up his life.
A bit of broken play here. Now, Synopsis slipped the net a little bit.
Oh, this is awkward. Mosea's got no idea, and now A is actually open. This is very losable for Rare Atom. A lot of it will come down to this interaction between Kaze and Saneri. If Saneri can get past Kaze, then the game is on.
Should be able to with that set of util.
Or does Kaze chase Saneri? He's holding. Kaze's trying to buy that time. Synopsy's got the better of Jamyoung as well. This is starting to fall apart for Rare Atom. What on earth is happening in this round?
Synopsy's done the heavy lifting. He's opened up 8. He's taken to it with a can opener.
Kaze's on 15 HP.
He's been bullied out of his position, and now he's got to save. He can't do anything, Jordan. They've lost this round.
That is a series-losing round for Rare Atom. You cannot be affording rounds like that.
Yeah, their economy's a little all over the shop, isn't it? That saving this orb will guarantee them a bye.
Yep.
But
Jim, it should have been a whole lot better. It should have been 6-3 with Rare Atom breaking B&E's economy.
They shouldn't have been considering a save. They should have been considering how they're going to chase. Synopsy. He is the Splinter Cell. He has found his way behind enemy lines and extracted around for them. So the Bad News Eagles, they find something out of nothing.
That's also potentially a mental breaking round for Rare Atom as well. I find they're a team that sometimes when things start to get tough, they start to crumble a little bit. You love to go back to the analogy of diamonds are forged under pressure, but I don't know if that's the case when we're talking about Rare Atom.
That is true.
So what's the response? This will have to be a big round from the CT side, otherwise B&E are back in control. And B&E look to, I thought, go fast into short water. But in fact, there's actually Rare Atom that have done so. Rigon through the smoke could find Advent. He'll escape back up short just in time. You got lots of members over toward this B bomb site for Rare Atom. If B&E commit to this, the contact play, it's not going to work out. 2 for 1. Rare Atom have the numbers. They've got the shots as well. And once again, the door is shut on B. One Flatro and GXX will try to make something happen. And they may yet still. It's onto one Flatro, but Mercury saves the day for Rare Atom.
Arriving in the nick of time. Now, for a lot of teams, that contact play would actually work. Rare Atom weren't caught out with utility. I actually thought they were going to be undone there.
Well, I also think it's just the fact that Rare Atom already have 4 players on the B bomb site.
That's true. There is strength in numbers there.
Bad News Eagles, they're still investing. Hero AK for one Flatro. They know how precarious of a position this is for Rare Atom, and they also have seen how shaky this CT side is. So they think there's an opportunity here.
Well, they've managed to find their way into these rounds before.
Yep, and I don't disagree with it.
Now this could be a potentially, breakthrough round if Bad News Eagles were able to steal something away out of this bye.
It's been a really topsy-turvy half so far.
I'd argue a synopsy-turvy.
Yeah, maybe. Really a patience game from Rare Atom in this round. Not trying to get aggressive themselves. That's too easy for Jamyoung. But the real offensive is going to happen toward A, and it looks like Kaze has got his spider senses tingling.
2 flashes prime there from Synopsy. Counter Util's just going to put a halt to things for the moment, but that's perfect.
Good flashes out from B&E so far. They're scaling into the bomb site. Mosea there. He's got the crossfire set up with Kaze as well. And Mercury even to assist if necessary, but clean as a whistle for Rare Atom this time. They do make amends.
Now, despite not being overly aggressive,
who's the dapper young lad in the suit? That's what I want to know.
Had to do it to him.
Is Rare Atom doing it to him? To B&E? Are they getting under their skin? What do you reckon, Jim? Who's on top at the moment?
And it is actually a tough one because you could make arguments for both. Bad News Eagles, they need this round.
Feels like it's been ebbing and flowing a lot.
Yeah, if they get this round, though, they actually start to forge themselves a really good T side. That's the thing. You got the CT economy, it's actually quite strong.
Yep. Generally, you shouldn't need too many on the T side of Overpass, but not sure they're there at that point yet.
That was close. Well, maybe they can crack the case. Bad News Eagles.
Oh, are they going to go fast to get into B? It hasn't worked so far, and I'm not sure it'll work again.
No.
Shuts it down. B&E, they've got to stop rushing B.
They changed the pace out of the back of the tack, and dear me, has that come back to bite them.
Doesn't even look like he cares.
Was he ever flashed?
No.
And he's going for it.
Jamyang's going to go for the ace here. He could get 5. Synopsys 28 HP, and Jamyang wants it. He hunts for it.
He knows.
He knows he's somewhere in the smoke.
There's blood in the water.
And the shots don't connect. It's pain. It's pain for everyone, especially for B&E. But that is 8 for Rare Atom.
I don't know. Changing the pace out of the back of the tactical.
He wanted it. He really did.
Yeah.
You could tell. And they were trying to give it to him too. But end of the day, cooler heads prevail, and Rare Atom is up to 8. You talked about how important that round was for B&E. What about for Rare Atom?
You get the sense that when Rare Atom actually have some utility up their sleeve, they love to get aggressive. They love to put the hurt on. A few squishy opponents now.
Good progression, though, from GXX. Quite quick through the map in this round. Just wonder if he can maybe catch a timing with that Deagle. There he's got a P250 only, and he's been spotted out. It's the Deagle, though, that scares me a little bit. Regon's going to get boosted up.
Yeah, well, they know it was one of Toxic.
Oh, Advent! Survives.
And 3 bites to the cherry weren't enough.
B&E are going to try to make their way into B. A 1-for-1, not ideal for Rare Atom. They've kind of given up a bit of control on the B bomb side, and they will end up having to actually play retake here. That has me concerned a lot, Jim.
Ooh. Okay.
What is happening to Rare Atom in this round?
The bomb still hasn't made it to the spot. They're here to fight.
Well, they're fighting well. M4 retreat for Kaze, drops the bomb, but he's alone now and tries to get it done himself.
It's a time crisis.
Maybe he's got a chance, maybe. Bomb's got to be retrieved, what a shot! Scenario the drive-by, and Rare Atom again, another one of those rounds where you just think they just can't afford to lose that.
Dear me, dear me. You're getting your money's worth out of them.
Now, I mean, if Rare Atom somehow manages to get to 10 in this half anyway, that would be an absolute miracle. But great shot from Scenario. And Bad News Eagles right back on their case.
You can see, though, there's a stark contrast sometimes in the decision-making for Bad News Eagles. They know that they've tried a few different things here on this T side, some working better than others. I think the slower-paced stuff out of Bad News Eagles is actually far more effective for them. Rare Atom have been so on the top.
This round is the difference between a potential 10-5 and an 8-7. I mean, Rare Atom at this point don't have the money to buy next round if they lose.
Well, Bad News Eagles are in a similar position.
One flat throw will at least be able to afford something, so he can, you know, hero 8K maybe.
Again.
And I feel like that's a bit more of a threat than whatever Rare Atom would be able to put together.
Yeah. You're then relying on sight stacks and maybe a few gimmicks.
Mercury's really under the pressure here, and GXX gets that timing right. Just 2 mines for Mercury.
Feeling the effects of retrograde.
Egon's going to try to work his way up short. You've still got a hefty stack toward the B bomb site. So B&E go in that direction. Advent clean at range with the FAMAS. Bring it back to 4-on-4. BNE, though, are opting to head toward A. Advent is as well. Flatro, though, he's got a lot of positioning here, and this next fight is going to be critical. Mosea, he'll spot one Flatro and give Rare Adam a little bit more control. 3 players to try to take the side now for BNE. It's the double stack. Optimus,
no.
and Kaze gets the third. Advent, double, Kaze 1. 9 now for Rare Atom, and Bad News Eagles don't have a lot of money going into the final round of the half.
They've got to try and make something work here. They've got to fashion a buy, but they ran straight into the meat grinder, didn't they, on this A site?
Advent, what a round to step up in. You know, he's not the guy that we normally expect frags from, and he only had a Famus, but he gets 3 in the round from awkward positions as well.
Yeah.
He's taking the duel from window to short, and then doubled up at Optimus with no HP.
It's weird because sometimes I feel like the Famus is the only weapon that can punish good spacing.
Yeah, it's just a weird gun, isn't it?
Yeah, don't rate it.
Here we go again, BNE, they want to hit B. How many times have they tried this and how many times have they failed? But they'll come knocking again, and Jam Young will shut the door in their face.
No,
no way. But either way, still, the trades are successful for Rare Atom and BNE. I mean, they've tried to batter down this door time and time and time again, but the wall will just not crumble.
Jam Young's just playing gun game at the moment. He's picked up everything.
Still, BNE, a couple of members alive.
There's nothing in this round for them, though. Like, yeah, they've got the bomb. They've got no territory. CC's a deep set because they know that there's a lot of territory for Bad News Eagles to cover, so make them take the time. They've had no info at 8. They're going to have to make a few shortcuts. And they're going to split this. They're going to try and split the Atom.
Isn't that dangerous, Jim?
It is.
To like blow the world up or something. Kaze's posted deep on A. But if he does go down, that's where this starts to become a little bit scary for Rare Atom. You're going to send the player into B late. Synopsy is the one with the bomb, but Mosea is still there anchoring, and that is it. That's the round over. GXX can't get down and plant the bomb quickly enough. Kaze, he would have liked to have sealed the deal right there. Saved a bit of time, but at the end of the day, there is no hope for GXX, and it's 10 for Rare Atom on the CT side of Overpass. Is that enough? Or will Bad News Eagles make their way back in the next half?
Well, I said, double digits. That was the par.
Got me feeling some way, like I might be stuck in a dream. Stay here till the day breaks, feeling like I never wanna leave. Keep moving till the sunrise. You're taking my mind out to sea.
I'm psychosexologist Chantal Otten, and for the first time ever, I'm bringing you into my private sex therapy sessions. Have you lost your sexual spark? Talk to me about pleasure. How do you feel about your sexual identity? Listen to Sex Therapy, Sessions with Chantal Otten, only on Audible.
Vape clouds are harmful, whether you're breathing them in first or second hand. There are lots of nasty toxins inside. Watch out for more vape truths with me, Dr. Carl.
Batman is back, and so is the Crown Prince of Crime.
Gotham City is mine!
No time to waste!
You'll never catch me!
Don't talk so soon, Joker. Batman has a new armor suit, powerful enough to take down the Joker and save Gotham City. All new Batman 12-inch action figures, out now.
McDelivery has arrived on the My Macca's app. Now getting Macca's delivered is a whole lot more rewarding. Value means more at Macca's. Earn points and redeem rewards with your McDelivery order, only on the My Macca's app.
sickness and in health.
Wait, does this mean I have to get HBF couples cover? I don't have to share my extras limits, do I?
No, at HBF, you get your own extras limits.
Oh, phew.
Share your life, not your extras limit. That's healthier insurance.
HBF.
Cause I feel like singing. Always thought I could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds.
It's the final half of Counter-Strike that we'll witness for one of these two teams as we jump into overpass the second half. Bad news, Eagles. They've only got 5 rounds on the board, Jim. Atom looking, I'm not going to say dominant with 10. They definitely didn't look dominant, but 10 is an imposing scoreline.
Yeah, the pistol round is going to be super important. It's their chance to claw things back here for the Bad News Eagles on CT's side.
And is this the redemption arc for Rare Atom, who failed at the Asia RMR, failed twice at the Asia RMR to qualify for the major, when we've been kicking and screaming about them being one of the best teams, if not the best team from the Asian region. And now they're really putting BNE to the sword here in ESL Challenger. Still a long way to go to make it to the final, but BNE would be a massive scalp to take. As you say, pistol, an important one here for Rare Atom. What are they going to opt for?
Similar structure, actually, to one another in the pistol. They can control a connector early on, just securing that as a passage of transition, maybe later in the round, but no opening entries, no fire exchanged between these two teams just yet.
Synopsy has got info there, though. So he's going to start to call the rotate in from at least Scenari and push his way forward into the bathrooms. It's a bold strategy playing an angle like this with the USP.
Oh, yeah.
But if you hit your shots, it is something brilliant. Unfortunately for him, Rare Atom are just a little bit better on those pistols, as they have been at this event. Mercury looks for another. And that is the site taken. Rare Atom are coming out in force. Bomb plant not down yet. Dooley's out. One flat throw. What is happening? Rare Atom. They've just forgotten to watch angles. And Mercury is solo. Bomb's not even planted for him. They know where he is. Shots connecting. He'll need to ace this round to win it. And what a pistol round it would be to win.
They're only just back on the bomb too now, though, so he's got time.
He's pushing his way forward. He can't cancel the defuse. And BNE will win a crucial pistol. Why does Rare Atom have to make it so difficult for themselves?
Well, you've been fooled before, Jordan.
Same story in the CT side, right? They're looking good, and then just some really weird, awkward round. And in this round, they're looking phenomenal. 2 entries onto the bomb site. You think, great, we're going to get a plant for free. And then all of a sudden, this happens.
Yeah, but check out the rig on this guy. He's just jumped on into the side.
Ah, I can't believe we've done that.
Made a meal of it.
Ball spy from Rare Atom. Got the bomb plant down. Contest into Fountain from GX6. Won't actually find a kill. Rare Atom are going to have to do it the hard way if they want to win this map. There's a hole in that smoke for Scenari to look through as well.
And you can see how defensive now Bad News Eagles have to play this round. Now, Scenari is trying to emulate what Jam Young was capable of. He does have support with that M4 in Rigon.
Well, here we go. That's not too bad, but that's pretty good.
Trading their way on in.
2 entries from Rare Atom. A couple of the members looking pretty low, though, so we'll need to see some Really crisp shots coming out here from Jam Young. Can't land anything onto Synopsy, who'll pick the pace up. Advent is solo. We talked about Advent having the clutch gene yesterday, but they don't really give him an opportunity there. And BNE will grab one more and perhaps even secure another by virtue of Rare Adam having to take a save in the next.
Yeah, this is where they were starting to look really good on that CT side of Mirage. The trades were actually very, very astute. So that doesn't leave Rare Adam a lot of opportunity for individuals to make moments happen. Just back to pistols now for Rare Adam.
Yeah, not a lot of damage to be done, you'd say, in this round from Rare Atom. HE Need looks to be a good one. Lands right on top of Jam Young.
If you're Bad News Eagles, you kind of just want to keep Rare Adam at an arm's distance.
Which they're doing a good job of right now.
Absolutely. With that MP9 in connector. Best opportunity to make some money.
Yeah, barely any damage being done right now. We're kind of in the lull. We're in the pause. We're waiting for Rare Atom to get the guns, to get this game started again, really.
Definitely feels as though one of those rounds that maybe they're just taking the opportunity to talk about things as well without using one of their tacticals. But it is nice and clean for Bad News Eagles. That's exactly what you want on the CT side early on in the piece. Maybe that's the boost Rare Adam need coming into this gun round.
Maybe, but I thought I heard a few people yelling B&E in there as well, so... Okay, you guys cheering for B&E kind of need to get it sorted, right? You got to cheer at the same time. I don't know if you know how that works. It sounds better when you do it all at the same time, though.
B&E are having a far better time collecting themselves on the CT side.
Yeah, so far, so good. GXX with the AWP again. Always an ever-present threat. 2-round lead. Doesn't feel like a lot for Rare Atom after coming into the half with 5.
Progression utility, taking control of mid here, Rare Atom, just trying to give themselves a bit of breathing space in this staging area.
Yep. They like working through the map slowly. Seeing that on Inferno. They like to give themselves options as well later in the round. Looks like there's not too many of those right now. We're still busy clearing out the bathrooms, so it's almost going to have to be an A hit here for Rare Atom unless they make that decision pretty quick to go down to B. GXX gives away his position with that AWP, not able to land the shot. Smoke into bathrooms. It'll keep Rare Atom at bay for the moment, but they're going to start tossing their util in onto the site. Mercury down. Synopsy gets himself a double. Is brought back by Jam Young, but numbers are definitely there for BNE. GXX still needs to be dislodged. The flash is good. And Kaze over the top, but he can't plant the bomb. Trade is in. They've got 9 seconds. They've got to get there. They've got to get the bomb. Jam Young can't. And where is Mosea?
He's too busy watching backs. He's nowhere near the action, and that has left them in a painful position at the end of the round. Now they're getting it together.
That's a little bit better, guys. That's a bit better. But Jim, of course, it's not really a contest in the crowd, is it? It's quite one-sided there. In the server, however, very tight. And GXX wants to have his impact on the round early.
Oh, yeah.
Spotted out.
He was stinging for that kill.
Defaulting back to B for Rare Atom this time. Bit of info gathering happening for BNE, though. On long, 2 players have been sent searching. It'll be the perfect time for Rare Atom to actually hit B, because it will take a long time for BNE to get their extra players down. And it looks like they're going to take the bait. Oh, that's a little bit too clean from Rigon.
Yeah, he's collected Mosaic as well. Just a sweet little bonus. Jam Young, well, he's not allowed anywhere either. The Rare Atom have been cordoned off.
Oh, well, you really sense a shift in momentum now that BNE are on the CT side. Flawless so far. And not really much of a response from Rare Atom. Certainly not in that round.
Yeah, Rare Atom really aren't going to have too much tank in the gas this round. You asked, they delivered.
They are delivering. BNE are also delivering, and maybe that's why they're winning a few fans over. Things can still go wrong, though. Pistols out for Rare Atom. Armor for a few. If kills come through and guns are retrieved, Rare Atom can make good use of them.
Just getting themselves into position, Rare Atom. They've been afforded territory. Stage into B.
Well, Flash is starting to come on through. It's going to force Rigon back. One Flatro still wants to take the challenge, and he does a pretty good job of it. Little bits of chip damage here and there from Rare Atom, but only now does Kaze strike, and that's obviously not enough to get into the B bomb site. Clean hold from BNE.
Ooh. They're not doing any damage here, Rare Atom, are they?
Nothing substantial.
I mean, they pick up the single, and that's about it. So they're not pressuring Bad News Eagles' economy. They're not stimulating their own by getting the bomb plants in. They're relying on the loss bonus now. So where do they go from here?
Yeah, first time in a long time that Rare Atom have actually fallen behind in this map. And if I'm Rare Atom right now, I'm thinking about that first half, and I'm wondering if we did enough. They had more chances than they took advantage of, I think. Bad News Eagles got away with a couple of very interesting rounds in that first half.
And the battle of the crowds continues.
Yeah, I think we're going to really heat it up as this map continues.
More news at 6.
Big round ahead here for Rare Atom. So far winless on the T side, but they need to strike soon. Otherwise, Bad News Eagles run away with it. Bit more of a default setup from Rare Atom this time around. One flat throw, aggressive, is going to get the better of Jam Young. It's just slipping away from Rare Atom, isn't it? You don't get the sense that they're looking dangerous. These players aren't hitting their shots.
I mean, how they not anticipate this? Bad News Eagles have gone aggressive out of the tactical every time. However, they have a way into B now.
They do, and the bomb's there quickly as well. So this is the best chance that Rare Atom have had in this second half. They've got to convert. Smoke into window, keeps one flat throw at bay. Synopsu's coming through from CT, and Advent boosted up onto the balcony is a very nice position to play from. Mercury close. He's watching the wrong angle, but raw adjustment is good enough to give the numbers to Rare Atom. GXX looking to activate. I'm not sure that they've really got the time to make this one happen. BNE pushing forward. One flat throw has got himself one, but that's not enough. 11 secured for Rare Atom. They equalize.
Well, the CT economy strong for the buy here. That's not all that's activated.
Money not too great for Bad News Eagles on that CT side. If they lose here, no buy in the next. Maybe pending a couple of guns saved, they could scrounge something together. But this is a tipping point. Rare Atom can get back on top.
Look at how aggressive Mercury is getting. They're taking a lot of territory here. They've been afforded it, actually. Bad News Eagles haven't gone super aggressive on the CT side. They've put numbers, they've stacked numbers towards B. Could that be a mistake, given how fast Rare Adam are charging towards A?
Certainly could be. Synopsy is making his way back up, but oh, is he a little bit too little too late? Mercury not landing his shots. It'll be the end of Jam Young, but at least Mercury's able to get the trade still. Could have perhaps been a bit cleaner for Rare Atom, and that is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
From Mercury in particular. Mosea here to cut off the rotations, gives away his position. GXX misses the shot, and Rare Atom will get themselves another round and get back on top.
Rare Adam were ready for that. They had a layer on upon a layer. So Scenari, well, he needs to save. The money's looking pretty pitiful. Where to from here for Bad News Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have enough to force. Or at least not to get a great buy through if they do.
Yeah, this is a pretty poor time to lose control of your economy a little bit.
That's the danger of the CT side, though, isn't it, right? It's making that comeback happen on the CT side. You can't afford to be making mistakes at really any time, but particularly when Rare Atom is now at 12. If they get this next round, because Bad News Eagles don't force, they get 13. If they do force, then they don't have money the next round. And you're starting to look at like maybe 14 for Rare Atom. I mean, this is very awkward. There's a lot of intricacies going on here for Bad News Eagles. That's why they've called the TAC timeout to discuss it.
Yeah.
So what is the option of choice? A little bit of an investment from Bad News Eagles, but definitely not all in. It's a half buy. But if you lose this, you're down 13-11. Money's still definitely a problem for Bad News Eagles at that point.
It's funny, though, because, you know, they won the first 6 rounds of this half. They were strong onto the comeback.
All it takes is 1 or 2, though, for the T side to break CT economy, and then it's a different story. One Flatro pushed forward into the Molotov and into Advent's gun. Rare Atom have turned over a new leaf, and they're hunting for 13.
This solo M4 on Scenari that they're going to try and guard here, Bad News Eagles. I don't want that to fall. I kind of want this to go into the next round.
Oh. Good shot from GXX with a P250, but it's not enough to dislodge Mercury and Advent, who are rampaging their way into that B site.
There's nothing here for Bad News Eagles. They're not even really going to have an opportunity to get exits nor claim any weapons. What do? You kind of locked out. You kind of got to go for it. Rigon tries his luck.
Synopsy's not getting out of here alive, I don't think. Jam Young is definitely on the hunt and spots his man. So that will be 13 for Rare Atom. Now let's have a very serious look at this round. 2.9k loss bonus for B&E. They will fully invest, Jim.
Yeah.
Which means if Bad News Eagles lose here, 14 up for Rare Atom, B&E have about 3k, less than 3k, let's be real, to play with next round.
Mm-hmm. The utility is going to be a little bit light for them. That's the issue. So it's not going to allow them passage for aggressive plays with exit plans.
It's a hugely important round here for B&E.
Let alone the fact that they have no kit. So if it goes to post-plant scenario, they kind of have to be there when it goes down.
This is it. This is the round that Rare Atom needs. This is the one that sends them to tomorrow. And it also sends B&E packing. It's a long flight home for those lads. But they're not prepared to give it up just yet. Long control being established by Rare Atom early on in the round. Advent working his way through Connector. Doesn't spot anyone out there either.
They've done well in these rounds where they've taken territory fast, Rare Atom. The Bad News Eagles, as I said, they're not in a situation where they can aggress. They don't have the utility. They don't have the fallback plan. They don't have options like that available to them.
Got to be reactive rather than proactive. 40 seconds left in the round for Rare Atom to work. They start to make their way into the A bomb site. That is looking pretty nice though for one flat throw, one-way smoke. Mercury spotted. Advent hits the headshot. GXX misses again, and Jamyoung doesn't quite punish, but Rare Atom, they're not getting the entries onto the bomb site that they need. GXX steps up again, and there's 16 seconds for Mosea. He finds two. Mosea might be the hero for Rare Atom, looking for that final member. And GXX gives Bad News Eagles a lifeline. They breathe a sigh of relief. That would have been disaster.
Oh dear. What a round. The aggression from Mosea though, the confidence after hitting those two, put in his place by GXX.
It's not over yet, Jim. Money's still bad for the CT side, and Rare Atom, they've got another buy. They're going to go fast and airy. Only a 1-for-1. Jamyoung's looking for more, but Rigon is here, and Rigon is no longer there. It's 3-on-3. Juan Flatro down to 22 HP, has been traded by Kaze.
Rotation still a little bit off as well, so they will have the chance to get themselves the bomb plant.
Mosea is in a good position here. Watching the wrong angle at the moment. Noise being made. Shots connecting. Rare Atom. They might be putting it over the line again. It's on to GXX. And he wants to save. But I'm not sure we're at that point in the game anymore, Jim.
Well, he could make something happen here, and he's going to try.
Been spotted. Tags Kaze down as well, but it doesn't matter. It's not the killing blow. He's running out of time. He doesn't have a defuse kit. Rare Atom will win the round. And BNE will save the AWP through to the next. But that is 14 for Rare Atom. And BNE, I'm sorry, but your money is not looking very good. This is maybe the direst of scenarios now for BNE.
Well, what pieces are there left to pick up? Now we are seeing the Bad News Eagles take their final tactical pause. And that's exactly what they're working out. What can we do in this round?
If you've got any words of wisdom as Devil Walk, you better be saying them now, but he's already sat down with 15 seconds left in the tac timeout, so maybe those words aren't going to be coming from him. What does BNE go towards? And will Rare Atom choke this one, Jim?
Couldn't agree more.
Round 27, though. Hanging very much in the balance for Rare Atom. But this is their chance. This is it. They did the hard job in the last round. Can they get it over the line here? Force it to 15 and then completely ruin BNE. They're taking a lot of map control quite quickly out there toward long.
Yeah, Bad News Eagles do not have the utility or the weaponry to try and contest this either, so...
Or boost.
Could this be the difference maker?
Oh, it could very well. GXX. He spots Advent, but Rare Atom might pick the pace up toward long as an answer to that. Synopsy, he's got that pop flash around. But Rare Atom, they're not stalling. Jamyoung, he does what Mercury could not. Synopsy, however, will shut him down and take back control of the A bomb site.
A lot of info, but he's ignored long. That flash will give him a chance to clear it out, but they go 1-for-1. So Rare Atom back into a holding pattern here. 45 seconds to play with.
Not sure 1-for-1 is enough there as Rare Atom. BNE have two members toward the A bomb site. Still, that is where Rare Atom is headed. Mosea leading. Kaze carrying the bomb behind. Jump spot coming through. Maybe Mosea's been seen. How do you cross this line? The Orb is watching. Mosea's gotten across, but Rigon is there to answer. And now it's just Kaze to try to clutch this out for Rare Atom.
And with 20 seconds left, I don't know how quickly he can get himself into this B site, but he's going to give it a good nudge.
He might just get in there in time. Oh, he's going to have to force the plant. Fakes it, catches Scenario. Now, not enough. The nade finishes it off, and Bad News Eagles will survive again. These games are definitely delivering at ESL Challenger Melbourne.
Absolutely. The rebuy coming through now from Rare Atom. A very mobile setup, actually. 5 AKs.
This is the best buy that Bad News have had in the last few rounds, though, on the CT side.
Yeah.
So Rare Atom, I mean, they're doing it the hard way at this point. They've fumbled a couple of opportunities. And Bad News Eagles, they're back and ready to contest again with almost a full buy.
Definitely not a bag you want to fumble.
Nope. And it could be something that Rare Atom will be thinking about later on today. If they do end up losing this map and series, GXX.
Oh, no.
Can't be the difference maker this time. Synopsy has to get it done with the M4, but the smokes are flying through. You two are getting tossed in as well from Rare Atom, though they've called the cancel.
Yeah, trying to play with the rotation a little bit here. Can Mosea open something up towards this B site? He's going to have an opportunity in a moment.
What timing is that smoke going to fade at? Mosea looks aware that there is someone potentially peeking through the monster tunnel.
No overreaction from Bad News Eagles.
Not yet. Rare Atom going straight into the trap, though. There's two players watching this. The Molotov will prevent the trade onto Scenari. So it looks a little better now for BNE. Jam Young has got himself a frag. Still one member down on that B-bomb site to get past, and it's Rigon, who has been stellar on this map so far. Headshot onto Jam Young. Rare Atom, only 3 members to work their way in with. Rigon steps up alongside Synopsy, and 14-14 is now the scoreline. Bad News Eagles under pressure.
They've managed to hold it together. That is an absolute pressure cooker, isn't it?
What's the money looking like on the T side?
It's not looking
horrible.
Fantastic.
Oh, Rare Atom. They had it on a platter, and they've let it fall on the floor. They're saving. Advent's got a hero AK. Advent has the hero AK.
Let's just see how this shakes out.
It might not even be OT at this point. It might just be 16-14 BNE. They've done the hard work. They've got themselves back in the pole position.
And they've had to do it with their backs to the wall.
There's not even upgraded pistols, really, apart from Mosea, so this is not a threatening looking round from Rare Atom. Advent will have to very much channel that clutch gene again. But he is not seeing much at all.
What will work in their favor is the fact that Bad News Eagles don't have a lot of utility. And there we go. That's not a good start.
AK's picked up by Kaze, though. And he is putting it to good use. So we're back to 4-on-4. This is why the hero AK does work on the T side. You can cycle it between members. My only concern is there's no armored players for Rare Atom anymore.
My thoughts exactly. Aim punch is real.
Kaze's going to have to hit the opener again. Headshots are all bust right now for Rare Atom, and they're going to bust out onto the A-bomb site. It looks too easy for BNE. Synopsy's got it all done. And Scenari behind Mercury secures 15 for Bad News Eagles. And now best case scenario for Rare Atom. They'll be fighting in overtime.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
What's the synopsis of the scenario?
Timeout for Rare Atom. As we know, Advent invested last round, so his money's not going to be great. But the rest will be able to buy.
They've got to make this work. Whatever comes out, they have to make it work. Looks like Kaze is going to be the centerpiece for this round. Jam Young, I would suspect they'd put him in a winning position as well. So they're going to have something in this round. What they're going to lack is utility. They're going to have to pack a punch with an entry. And that hasn't necessarily been their biggest strength as we've run into the end of this match.
Well, util's actually not too bad there for Rare Atom. Advent on the Tech 9. Has been able to do a little bit of work actually with that gun. But B&E are trying to get aggressive. They're changing things up here, Jim. We've not seen them contesting Fountain and Playground a whole lot on this CT side.
Every time out of a tactical pause, they've gone aggressive. CT or T, it doesn't matter.
Advent down. Advent down early. Jam Young nearly dies. Kaze falls with the bomb. Jam Young saves the day for a moment, but this is looking awful for Rare Atom. Jam Young and Mosea must salvage. And there you have Jam Young again with an important frag. But he knows there's someone in Playground. He knows it's dangerous. It's over, surely. 16-14, and Bad News Eagles have done it.
They made it very, very difficult for Rare Atom in the closing stages there. They had the crowd. Bad News Eagles, they had to work for it, but they are deserving victors here in this series.
Well, it's an all too familiar scenario for Rare Atom, I'll say. They do not play well under pressure, and there is another example of it. They had it on a platter. It was theirs to lose, and lose it they did. Bad News Eagles will continue forward. Rare Atom are out, and we'll go to the analyst desk.
They did it the hard way. They battled back the reverse sweep, the comeback on overpass, but you just can't keep a Bad Eagle down. And now they've booked their spot where they should have been all along on Sunday, Championship Sunday in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about kind of mentality monsters, right, from B&E, that is huge. They look down and out, 10-5 down at the half, and you're thinking they've thrown away the perfect opportunity in a map in which, you know, traditionally Rare Atom aren't too good on against top-level EU teams, and somehow, someway, they just found this second win. There was a little bit of gas left in the tank, and my God, did they make it work.
Yeah, I think especially one round that stood out to me was that 2 versus 5 round by Synopsy, and I don't remember. I am too hyped.
You're mind blown. You're mind blown.
And Scenari. Yeah. I mean, it's the face it factor that's coming into play. It's like Bad News Eagles, they're grinding FPL. This shows here when you are pugging because you don't have that constraints of that team setting, you will be exposed to more random events than normal, and you will also then get an exceptional understanding of when you have excellent timings.
Yeah, you absolutely will indeed. And I mean, it was about the highlights, right? It was about the reels. It was about the replays here. It was all about the big moments in this game. We had them from both sides. Advent, man, he was farming clips. I don't even know. He's not supposed to do that. He picked up the Euro 8K in the second to last round. That's not what Advent does. But over here for the Bad News Eagles, there were more of these highlight plays. There were more of these big moments. These are big time players, right? When the lights are brightest, they shine. And that to me is the difference between these two teams.
And to mention as well for Rigon specifically, that pistol round completely flipped the script. Shell-shocked Rare Atom looked off the back of it. He comes in, it looking like it was done and dusted as well. At Rare Atom, they were going to pick up an 11th round, and essentially the story is going to continue of Rare Atom dominance on overpass. Rigon comes through, 3 kills in the pistol, and they just did not know what to do. There was no response, and it led to B&E finding 6 rounds in a row right off the back of that. Like we said, Rare Atom were just shell-shocked. They didn't know how to respond.
You called him out. We called him out.
Yeah.
Rigon has to come online, and he certainly did. But the player of the match is none other than Juan Flatra. He had a little bit of a shaky start here on map 1, but on map 2, he was just phenomenal. And I think he also had a solid performance on overpass. And overall, he was the shining star and match MVP for Bad News Eagles.
As he so often is. As he so often is, that extra X factor to put them over the line, right? It's something that the B&E side has in spades, and this time it was absolutely Juan Fletcher to put them over the top.
Yeah, all day. I mean, Juan Fletcher, in terms of an individual mechanical prowess, he is an elite level player. We've seen what he can do against top tier teams. We already saw the RMR against FaZe. Individual again, what this guy can do, and he's proving it time and time again. Whether he's tired, jet lag, does not matter, doesn't affect him in the server. He's just a monster.
Now, looking at the other side of things, we have to put our consolations over to Rare Atom. They made one heck of a run. They had one heck of a tournament. They made this an absolute battle all the way in this series as well. But again, it's just that final hurdle. It's that pressure moment, as Elfish Guy was saying, where they crumble.
Yeah, and a little bit of commiserations to Kaze, because we called him out. You need to step up. And oh boy, did he deliver. You just saw that on the replay, and he was just phenomenal. So overall, I'm just super impressed by every single player on Rare Atom. And when it boils down to it, it's basically smallest of margins. It's 2 rounds difference between winning and losing now.
Yeah, and just to mention with Kaze, he 7 kills on Mirage. He had an absolute stinker. It was a bit of a disaster class. Let's not beat around the bush. And the mental fortitude and resilience to bounce back off the back of that into was over and really step up, you just got to give him credit. But unfortunately, it was too little too late.
Too little too late, but not for the Bad News Eagle side. In time to celebrate our winner, we've got Conky standing by with GXX.
What a game. Jesus, that was absolutely insane. Bad News Eagles taking down Rare Atom in front of a stacked audience. I think it's the biggest it's been so far. Now tell me, you went down on Inferno. How did you guys recover into the next couple of maps?
Losing on Inferno was a wake-up call for us because we started this tournament pretty slow and we're getting into our form slowly and slowly. But we're trying our best. We knew they have really good Inferno and Overpass. We were pretty confident on our Mirage. To be honest, it was a harder game than we thought. They played really, really good. And I don't know, they shoot really good, I guess.
Chinese Counter-Strike can be really, really hard to play against sometimes. But yeah, as you mentioned, Mirage was really strong, but Overpass was the big one, right? Down at the half. How did you guys manage to bring that back?
We knew our city side is good in almost every map. And we always believe in each other that we can come back from any game. We've done it in the past, we've done it in a lot of games, so we were pretty confident we will do it, and we just gave everything, I guess, and we did it.
Absolutely awesome. And now the big one, you get to sleep now, that's good, and then midday, it's going to be against Greyhound. That's going to be a crazy crowd. Are you excited?
It's going to be a really good game to play because it's playing versus 6 players because tomorrow they will have their home crowd. Obviously, they will be the favorite for them, but we'll try to win this game and the tournament.
I don't know. I reckon you guys are looking pretty hot, so you'll give it to them, but we'll leave you to it for now. Take care. Cheers, man. Back to you guys.
I love the respect that they have for the crowd, right? The clear energy they derive from it. I mean, even when they were playing yesterday, they were talking about, we kind of like when the crowd's against us. We kind of like when that energy is in the arena. And I tell you what, when Greyhound's there and the server against them, that's going to be the highest the energy's been thus far.
Yeah, they're going to have to really dip into their villain era when they jump into tomorrow's game. But I got to say, they are one of those teams that actually really bounce very well off the crowd, whether it's kind of positive or negative vibes. They make it work for them. They're an extremely emotive team. And regardless of what the situation they're in, that crowd is going to help them, even if the loudness is kind of against them.
Yeah, it's this whole setting where they were coming from. It's the LAN cafe, LAN kind of atmosphere, They love it. This is where they grew up. This is where they used to playing. It's the atmosphere. It's LAN after all.
It's the momentum players as well, right? It's the energy coming through, but we do have another game today. We do have one more team to send through to the playoffs and one more team who are going to stop just short. It's going to be Complexity and Ecstatic, and we're going to find out who our final playoff team will be after this break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too long. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go.
I'm psychosexologist Chantel Otten, and for the first time ever, I'm bringing you into my private sex therapy sessions. Listen to Sex Therapy, Sessions with Chantel Otten, only on Audible.
Whatever they say today, ignore it.
Harassment, bullying and prejudice have no place in the workplace. For information and advice, search Apprenticeships Info or call 1800 210 210. Call it out and act. Let's protect respect.
Sickness and in health.
Wait, does this mean I have to get HBF couples cover? I don't have to share my extras limits, do I?
No, at HBF, you get your own extras limits.
Oh, phew.
Share your life, not your extras limit. That's healthier insurance.
HBF.
Let's love for the night. Slow dance till the sun comes up. Let's touch under lights. Slow dance till we're high on love, high on love. 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 Till we're high on love.
I will be more than El Presidente de Yara. Yara will be the paradise we have dreamed of.
Far Cry, Rise of the Revolution.
With my Suncorp Bank Everyday Options account, I can open up to 9 sub-accounts to help organise my money, which means I can separate money for bills, food and soccer. Now I can properly rep my team. That's banking you can feel good about.
Whatever they say today, ignore it. Stronger than this.
Harassment, bullying and prejudice have no place in the workplace. For information and advice, search Apprenticeships Info or call 1800 210 210. Call it out and act. Let's protect respect.
Dominic Toretto. I took your money.
Freeze.
I took your freedom. And I'm gonna take your family.
You made one mistake. You never took my car.
Fast 10.
Sickness and in health.
Wait, does this mean I have to get HBF couples cover? I don't have to share my extras limits, do I?
No, at HBF, you get your own extras limits.
Oh, phew.
Share your life, not your extras limit. That's healthier insurance.
HBF.
McDelivery has arrived on the My Macca's app. Now getting Macca's delivered is a whole lot more rewarding. Value means more at Macca's. Earn points and redeem rewards with your McDelivery order, only on the My Macca's app.
Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And time. Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it probably you think of all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. You and I, we're like dynamite. Got plenty of reasons to take you home. Shining bright with those diamond eyes. Ain't no way I'm ever letting go. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Oh, I feel like you and me got this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want It's just come over. Oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but stay here this time. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. Always on my. The stars align. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. You're 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 always on my. You're always on my. You're always on my mind. Slow down.
The core of like our team's been together for close to 2 years now, or over 2 years now. So, you know, I mean, it's just been building, and then from there, you know, getting new players. It's like you constantly build that, especially from event to event, but also through like the ups and downs. Also, the downs really help shape your team into, I think, what actually it can be, and like seeing people's, you know, different personalities come through and working through different issues, and, you know, trying to see the, you know, the light down the tunnel and trying to get that benefit and push everyone to be the best version of themselves and best players, you know, they can constantly be. Honestly, it feels nice just being that, you know, that team to beat or that #1 team, because it starts feeling like you're progressing and just seeing that, you know, progression, because there are still like some pretty good teams here. So this is more of like a confidence booster for us. And I even told the guys myself too, like, we're here to win this tournament, you know, like there's no really pressure, there's no extra pressure unless we put it on ourselves. And I just want everyone to be confident as individuals and just come here to, like, we know what we need to do. And if we execute it just normally how we always do, it's like we're gonna come through and win this tournament, so.
ESL Challenger is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet.
No extra pressure, just got to go out and win the whole thing. That's what Fang said, but first, they've got to win here and now to actually make it through to Sunday and give themselves a chance at that trophy. And their opponent this time around, it's going to be Ecstatic in a rematch of our opening game. That's how we open the show. That's how we're going to close day 2 as well. And coming back onto the desk to join us here, we got Alan Hender, woken from his deep slumber and back here to analyze the Alanist.
That's what we're calling the Alanist Hendesk, apparently. On the I said that on the gravestone at the end, Mike. I'm sure that's right. But yeah, Mercury's out. I had to cry myself to sleep over that one. But either way you look at it, Bad News Eagles, one of the favourites of this competition, taken to that absolute limit. And Complexity in exactly the same position. Last time I went 16-14. They should be the right amount of nervous, a little bit, just, you know, on edge.
A little bit.
They're ready for this.
They've got to be aware that this is not going to be a walk in the park, right? This is going to be a real fight. This is going to be a real brawl. This is going to really be a test of their limits. Now, admittedly, last time around, their big problem was closing out the map, right? They took the early lead. They were in control, but you had the creep back in for Ecstatic, and that's been a tale of so many of the games we've had here at ESL Challenger Melbourne. And for them now, it's about taking care of business and showing why they're one of the teams that we look at to be the high pedigree coming into this.
Yeah, and you got to give credit to us at Ecstatic. This is something they're used to. When you play a lot of these tier 2 online tournaments, you are fighting from behind in a lot of these cases. And Ecstatic, they're known to this situation. It's not an unknown quantity to them, even though it's LAN, which they're still a pretty LAN inexperienced team, all things considered. I think they did really well yesterday, even to make that a competitive game at the end. It wasn't looking that way at about the halfway point. It was looking like it was going to be an absolute landslide. Credit to them, but now in a best of 3, they've got to really find the second gear.
Yeah, I mean, let's just talk about pressure. There is none here for Ecstatic. They are most certainly not the favorites going to this matchup. And if you're Complexity, they said it in the opening interviews, they expect to win this tournament. They're an elite level organization that have had top results. And if they fall out in the groups here, I'll say it, that is probably unacceptable for a team like this.
A little bit. You know what would also be unacceptable is getting the answer wrong in a DHL drop question. And that's what we're ready for. It's time for the DHL drop. So let's get it on in here. Let's see if you know your stuff, if you've got your knowledge about the Counter-Strike space. Our question today is which Astralis player was transferred from the main team to Astralis Talent? This is recent news, and it's a pretty savage question to bring through in the DHL drop. Your potentials are A, Buzz, B, Blame, F, C, Zipex, or D, Glaive. So give us your answer. Get ready for that. Use !DHL drop in the chat to let us know who you think got demoted. And if you're right, you might have a chance to win fabulous prizes. Big opportunity on the line. Big opportunity to win that competition. But for now, we'll turn our eyes back towards the competition that's going to be in the server. You've highlighted it nicely, Alan. Very different expectations for these two teams, right? The weight of expectation on the shoulders of Complexity. Meanwhile, for Ecstatic, a chance to really make their mark.
Yeah, I mean, the tournament overall for this team, they probably never expected to be here. That qualifier in the EU region was absolutely stacked. It absolutely stacked, and they stunned us to make it through in the first place. And then from there, they had a brilliant run, you know, to make it here. And I just feel like in this matchup, they should play with absolutely no fear. The EG game, fair enough. In that sort of matchup, they might feel like they're favorites, but now up against Complexity, they should just kitchen sink of this one. There's nothing to lose.
There certainly isn't. And I mean, if you look at the journey that Ecstatic have had, they already bested one North American team earlier today. So for them, there's also that question of endurance, starting the day, you know, early with a match, ending it with one as well. Meanwhile, for Complexity, they started the day with a signing sesh. So, you know, a little bit of energy perhaps coming through from the DreamHack crowd here, giving them a little bit of extra spirit headed forward into this matchup. We'll see if they bring that energy into the server, won't we, Neil?
Yeah, we're hoping vibes are positive, right? I think they're a side who at times they can beat themselves up a little bit. We can see it very, you know, affect their faces. We see it happen. I think Grim's one of those players. I think he has such high expectations of himself personally that when he has a bit of a slow game or he starts to get kind of overwhelmed in the situation, it can actually really affect the rest of the team. So we're hoping that, you know, the vibes are pretty positive coming towards this game. Like you said, they do have a lot of pressure. There is no kind of room for error here. We need to see this side performing, you know, coming in towards this game and essentially winning by a landslide.
Now, the big question is, what maps are we going to be on for this veto? And it's time to find out. They're coming on through in front of the first ban for Ecstatic. They don't want to go back there. Mirage coming out for Complexity.
Yeah, it's a really actually bad matchup here for Complexity because they have to ban Mirage. They almost certainly have no practice on it, but Ecstatic hate that map. Ecstatic are a 7-map team, and it's probably the worst of all of them, so they lose that, and it opens up Anubis. Anubis has been a problem child for Complexity, albeit against some elite-level teams potentially on that map, but Anubis is a very good pick here for the Ecstatic squad. It forces the overpass pick instead of Inferno because Ecstatic can flex their ban away from the most feared map into this one. So already those first two is a very, very good scenario if you're an Ecstatic fan.
Yeah, and then even the decider as well, Ancient coming through, another map which on paper statistically is very good for Ecstatic. So all over, this veto looks very positive for the young Danes, right? I think coming through, that Anubis pick especially, it is such a problem for Complexity. On a 4-map losing streak, it's not been looking pretty. And normally if you're Ecstatic, more often than not, they like to pick in towards Nuke, but that itself is such a risk. We know Complexity are actually a pretty decent Nuke side, all things considered. Horzok's a very, very prevalent Nuke player. We know what he's like as an AWPer, and I think that would have been too much of a risk. So they go towards the Anubis. It's such a punish for Complexity. I'm liking the chances here.
Well, now having seen the veto, it's time for you to decide who you think is going to be taking it through in the server. Get in the Twitch chat, use the hashtags, let us know who you think. Hashtag X or hashtag Cole for who's going to be taking this one through, who's going to be taking the dub and moving on into the playoffs. I do want to circle back on those maps because we're going to be starting on Anubis, right? And I've watched a lot of Complexity on Anubis, and it has been suspect at times. But to hear how they're feeling heading into this matchup, we've got a little bit of an interview. Conky caught up with Complexity to find out what they're thinking.
And now, of course, from Complexity, Floppy here. Now, mate, you guys have had a pretty good event so far. You know, lots of fans here for you. You've had a bit of time to walk around Australia and that. What have you guys gotten up to so far?
The first day, we pretty much had a day off. We went to the zoo. We saw a bunch of animals, and it was a fun time. Trying to adjust to the jet lag as well. So.
Absolutely. And now, the event itself, right? Like, have you been enjoying Melbourne so far and everything that's been going on at DreamHack here?
Yeah, this place is pretty nice. Besides the weather, like 1 minute it's like really sunny, another it's just raining the whole time. So it's a pretty nice place to be for the first time ever. So yeah.
Awesome. And now, of course, Ecstatic, they took down your brothers in EG Black earlier on today. Do you guys think you can fight back and get some revenge?
Yeah, I mean, these guys played their match at 10 a.m. and now it's like 6:30.
Yeah.
So I think we definitely have the advantage in terms of just, you know, the mental drain of it all. So I think we'll try our best and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, brilliant. All right, I'll leave you to it, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. Appreciate it, man.
Mental energy advantage. Just a font of mental energy in that forehead in the top right. We see Ricky Floppy Kemery always bringing the mental advantage.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think versatile player. Sounds from what you said, Mike, like he's willing to play any spot on any map. He's maybe a bit of a yes man in that sense, but you need some of those across a team. You can't have everybody in the positions they like. And the concerning part is, I think Fang is in the position he likes. I think he is playing the spots he has always thrived in the past, but of late, he's had some issues. He hasn't been the strong, aggressive rifler we want on this team, and he is a potential route for Complexity to have issues in this matchup if he can't stabilize his play, because it's not been great so far.
I'm very curious to see what he's going to be doing on Anubis, because traditionally for him so far, he's been playing mid. He's been their mid player, and he, frankly, from what I've seen, doesn't have a great feel for the position, and it's very much one of those spots where you need to play it by feel sometimes. So I'm curious to see if Complexity's changed that, if he's still going to be in towards mid on Anubis, and if he might have a better handle on the spot.
When you look at elite mid players on towards Anubis, it's instinct. That's how you have to play. You have to play it on the cost, right? You can't be going in with, you know, this sort of formulated plan of how you're going to shut down mid, because it never pans out the way you're hoping to. When you're looking in towards water, it's always going to be a problem if you're trying to take water fights and mid fights at the same time. And for him individually, you can just see him get overwhelmed in those situations. The one thing that I'm also going to look at is this man on the screen, Holzerg. All thing on Anubis can be a little bit rough at times. You can be overwhelmed in certain situations. And when you look at the other side, Salazar, he's had some slow performances too. This is a prime opportunity for Holzerg to really flex his muscles, right? Really show that when you look at pound for pound comparisons between the two, he's just levels above. But he needs to really show it here.
He does indeed. We'll see if those curls can flow, if the ringlets will fall down his shoulders along with the frags as well. But Grim, man, he was the big man in the last matchup. 24 kills in that top of the board, I believe, for his squad. Not for both sides, because we did have a crazy performance from Kragan, but it was Grim who put them over the line.
Oh, absolutely. Grim is almost certainly one of the best players in this tournament, and he does those from positions that aren't always necessarily considered high-fragging, aggressive positions. So that's why this team is a little bit perplexing, because I think Grim and Floppy are the best players on this team, and they're not necessarily in the position to have maximum impact. Always. It's players like Fang, like Hulzerg, that we always pointing the finger at, saying, you have all the resources, but you're not necessarily always getting the most use of them. So, yeah, Grim, Floppy, you can never criticize those two on this team.
Well, turning our eyes over towards the other side, towards the younger Danish squad. A little bit less experience, but they've impressed us so far. And catching up with them, we got Conky, a little bit of insight.
All right, down here now with Ecstatic, Salazar, Slytherin, the man himself. He is here. Now, you guys started the day. You went to overtime in your first map, 22-20, I think it was. Have you guys had time to relax and recover before this game?
Yeah, of course. We just went in the player lounge afterwards, and then we just had something to eat and we watched some games and just was chilling.
What do you think of the game that just happened before? That was crazy with the crowd.
Yeah, yeah. I'm a little fan for Asian teams, I must admit.
Yeah.
So I hope for Rare to win, but sadly it didn't happen.
That's okay. It absolutely happens. Now, of course, you guys have had an awesome run in this event so far. It's a big one for you guys. What would it mean to make the playoffs, let alone win an event for this, for you guys?
It would mean a lot. I would say our expectation wasn't to win this event. But we hoped for a playoff spot. But of course, it was some hard teams in the group and just in the tournament overall. So yeah, it would mean a lot.
Yeah, and you obviously beat one NA team this morning in EG Black. Do you think you've got what it takes to take another NA team in Complexity?
Yeah, of course. We just need to play our own game and just have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Well, I'll leave you to it, all right, man? Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Sounds like they feel up to the task, but you know, to be honest, I don't know if playing their own game is going to be the answer here. I think they've got to get a little weird with it.
Yeah, I mean, Manx is the person we're going to look towards, right? And IGL taking in kind of, it was a new role for him when he was the leader of this squad. They built around him, the ex-Masonic core coming through, and now also the new boy on the block for them, Nodios, as well. He's got pretty big shoes to fill. I thought Kabi was a very proficient rifler. He was very, very active, very good at taking space, making teams feel uncomfortable. So for Nodios, we need to see him be very proactive, get in their face, make complexity uncomfortable on Anubis.
I have one big fear going into Anubis, and that is Nodios and Kragan are the B players, and their synergy is fundamentally so important on that CD side. It might be one of the it probably is the hardest site in modern Counter-Strike to defend, and you have to be absolutely on the same page about, are you playing retake, are you playing in towards Glyphy, are you playing in towards Dark, and if there's any interplay that's wrong, you get ripped apart by the terrorist defaults, you get split every single round, and they'll keep hitting that bomb site. So he has played quite a few games despite only being on this lineup for a few weeks, but if there are any cracks, that could be ripped open. Even by a team like Complexity that has had their issues in other games, that is a big hole that has to be sealed over to clean this map up.
And I mean, I think we also need to set these expectations, right? I think because of how close that last game got, we're viewing this as being very similar situations. But when you look at the teams that Complexity have their record on against on Anubis, I mean, you're talking about the Outsiders, you're talking about ENCE, you're talking about Big, you're talking about MIBR. It's very tough competition. Yes, it hasn't reflected well for them, but this is a cut above what Ecstatic are used to playing against.
I mean, think about it as well. We're talking about using this event as the warm-up essentially for the major. If you're a team like Complexity, you're practicing a lot of Anubis. You're not mucking about in terms of thinking, you know, we're just going to go into this one and play our standard game. They're going to make a lot of changes. And for that reason, I might even favor them to win Anubis. I'm definitely taking Complexity to win this series, but Anubis is the key for Ecstatic Team to stand a chance.
Well, this gets us into it nicely. We might as well lean into our predictions because you've just put yours right out there on the table, Alan. And I have a suspicion none of us are going to be leaning against Neo. You going to be a contrarian?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Carl, right? I do think this might require 3 maps, though. I still am not really comfortable on Anubis right now. And I think, actually, Ecstatic, they play a pretty decent Anubis, in my opinion. So for me, I'm going to lean 3 maps.
Leaning 3 maps for it. I am very curious about Anubis. It's going to be telling for the temperature check going into the major, I think, for a Complexity team that's got to have some high expectations. But this is the first hurdle. Let's see if they can do it. I believe in them. I believe in the boys. Perhaps that was a little predictable, but shockingly, I'm going to predict the way of NACS, and I'm going to see Complexity taking this series through. Still, Ecstatic have impressed us. If there was a path to this victory here, we've highlighted the potential pitfalls as we head into the series. What are the potential success things here?
Yeah, I mean, for me, one of the big things, I need to see Zalazar step up a little bit for Ecstatic, right? That's the big one. I think he is a decent AWPer, and I think he has these kind of moments. He definitely was a diamond in the rough when he got picked up. He needs to now show. We know he's very good. It's just inconsistency, and that's what plagues him individually. As a team, though, they have the talent. Crown is unbelievable. As a rifler, he has been showing up as one of the consistent top-level players so far in this tournament, and now he needs to continue it, right? Against the top-level side. He did it earlier in the 16-14. He did it, I mean, earlier today, again, against EG Black, right? We need to see him perform today.
Manx needs to call an aggressive game, and that includes the CCCD side of a map like Anubis. So he can't be passive. He's got to put it all on the table, and that's the only way they're going to be Complexity.
Well, for one more time here, it's time to send it to the duo from down under. We got Elfish Sky and Jim hanging by for one more cast, one more match before we get ready for Championship Sunday. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Mike. Yes, of course, another match, Jim. And the question I have for you is this going to be our first 2-0 of the day, of the tournament? We've had 3 maps. We've had really long maps for the entirety, but maybe here is where the streak gets broken.
Well, maybe. I mean, I'm always for more Counter-Strike, so unfortunately, we may be in for 3 maps here, but if it goes the 2-0, I'm not going to be complaining. Either way, we're in for some tasty treats in terms of Counter-Strike, and I think Complexity might be here to serve that up.
Yeah, indeed. I think obviously Complexity, we looked at them in that matchup against Greyhound, and we were maybe a little bit surprised at how they performed. I think a lot of people looked at them as one of the favorites for this event. To see them get knocked down into the Saturday matches, obviously a little bit of a surprise, but now they're back here looking to reclaim a position in the Sunday games, and obviously with that, they could potentially set themselves up for a rematch against Greyhound in that grand final. Obviously, Greyhound versus Bad News Eagles, we've locked in that matchup. Winner of this will go on to play against Movistar Riders. I mean, there's a world definitely where Complexity and Greyhound both get through their games. Most people might be expecting, if that were to be the case, B&E Complexity in the grand final, but hometown advantage maybe. I'm back in Greyhound there. Obviously, a discussion for tomorrow, though, as we look towards Ecstatic and see what can they do? I didn't really know what to expect actually from them coming into this event, but as Adeska said, they've impressed us a little bit. Good win earlier on this morning.
Yeah, some young Danish talent, of course, always a tantalizing prospect here as we head on to Anubis.
Indeed, map 1 for the final series of the day, and Anubis is going to be where we will find our feet. Complexity on the T side. And Ecstatic to kick things off with Salazar in mid, USP in hand. He's helped out by Crown. It's a shooting gallery, and Grim has just absolutely clotheslined Crown.
Oh, and he's done the double as well, so this really opens up the map now, but I think they are on similar wavelengths here. They make their way slowly through up. Dark in the mid round now. It's a bit of a guessing game for Ecstatic.
Yeah, Queenix might be looking for a little bit of info there, but not really getting a whole lot, unfortunately, for the CT side, which will allow Fang and Grim into the A-bomb site quite cleanly. And they've actually opted to progress a little bit further forward. I don't mind this from Grim, right? He's got to find a way to get a bit of damage done early on in the round. He's got the HP. Might even almost consider this one a 1-on-2. Playing it like it. Spotted out, but Fang able to get that job done pretty comfortably with the Glock. And so Queenix, the last alive now for Ecstatic, has also been spotted pretty early on in this clutch, so he'll waste no time charging forward. Headshot onto Fang. How much more can he get? Nothing against Grim, who secures 4 for the pistol.
Great heads-up play from Grim upon taking the site to clear heaven, give them some space, give them some breathing room once that bomb plant goes down. Double steps along with Fang to just clear everything out. Tough position for Queenix to be in.
Yeah, investment coming through for Ecstatic. They've even managed to get a FAMAS together. So Crown has definitely played the money man role here.
We're in for a bit of a wild ride, I think, in this round.
Yeah, you'd think so, but lacking head armor on the CT side is a bit of a problem when there's MAC-10s around and Galils.
Yeah, Complexity opting for contact play over everything else at the moment. Just seeing if they can catch out some CT aggression.
Information gathering happening for Ecstatic. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. But ultimately, it's Complexity to try to pick the pace up a little bit. Molotov forces anyone away from Dark, and JT takes control of that area of the map.
Yeah, they've got some presence to deal with here at Long as well with Grim. If he can find an opening into this site, well, he makes the job of Complexity that much easier. He spots out one. Back of sight. All reset to very deep positions here in the site. They're going to have to dismantle this the hard way.
Rotation's coming across, though, from Ecstatic. And, well, now that the smoke fades, Complexity will make their way into the bomb site, and so far, no problems, really.
Okay.
Crown does have something to say, but ultimately, trades are good enough from Complexity. That's a nice shot. It's unfortunate for Ecstatic that the FAMAS didn't really get to come into play until the 3-on-1.
Fortunately, at the wrong side, so Queenix now repositions. Has to try and isolate 2 1v1s, and Floppy's got the info now.
Oh, but Floppy's dead. So it's a 1v1, and Fang stoically holding. Has got it done. That was a little bit close for comfort, I'd say, for Complexity. Should prompt the save round for the CT side here, though. So we've got a bit of time to chat, it seems like.
Yeah. Seems as though they're going to just head into a slight tech for the moment. So they want to get the chance to discuss it. But
yeah,
we will. I think the incentive's there potentially to buy it.
What are your thoughts on the whole discussion around Ecstatic and their long day, right? They had to play a massive series earlier this morning. Started at 10 a.m. It's now 7 o'clock. So they've been here all day long, and they've got a whole best of 3 ahead of them.
I think the question is, have they been here all day long?
Well, I believe based on what they said in the interview with Conky, the answer was yes. They went back to the player rooms and chilled, just much like what Complexity is doing right now.
It's definitely going to take a heavier toll than it would be on Complexity.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we saw obviously what can happen when you go back to the hotel and have a nap. Bad News Eagles were citing that as a bit of an issue for themselves yesterday.
Yeah, like I said, the bad snooze Eagles.
The bad snooze Eagles, indeed. But they still managed to make their way to Sunday. Complexity are hoping to join them.
Yeah, they've got this series ahead of them, though. And believe me, Ecstatic is certainly not a team that will roll over easily, as we saw in their previous matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, they fought very hard in that one. Very nearly went down to EG as well, but not the case. Still no investment from Ecstatic in this round, so should be relatively straightforward for Complexity. Moving their way through the map pretty quickly here. JT up canal into a dark.
Trying to give themselves a little bit of space. As I said, the incentive for investment was there from Static, but they've opted just to upgrade some pistols, see if they can do some damage. If they can pluck an AK or two away from Complexity, that's going to bode very well for them as they head into the gun rounds. But execution here onto this B site, it's going to be difficult for a Static to do too much.
That's a really nice smoke, isn't it? Just cuts off anyone that was thinking about looking into the bomb site. One piece of util and you've pretty much got the site.
Yeah, you can't play around that. So it's potentially just for exits. Although I'm looking at the line of CTs. It's a clear exit plan for Complexity, and I just don't think there's going to be too much here. They may stick around to try and let them die after the timer. They're going to try and keep them in this site.
Good shots coming through from the MAC-10, farming up a bit of cash. Brown, though, 5-7. Thought he might be able to get a bit more done there. Still a couple of kills in that round. Nice. These have been by no means clean from Complexity.
Yeah, the only positive there was the fact that the AKs that they had remained standing at the end of the round. So heading into the gun round now, of course, Salazar on that AWP is going to be a key difference maker for them. There is no direct competition for Complexity at the moment. They're opting for a faster and mobile setup. Who's going to try and take the jewel at mid?
Oh, not even that.
Oh, no.
It's the push out from Dark. Anodios has two. Crown was there to assist. The flash came in from Manx. And Ecstasy. Really for Ecstatic in that first gun round.
Definitely some blood in the water now. How do they reaggress here, Complexity? Oh, Crown not quite finding the timing on that, but was close to the target. They've got the luxury of just sitting back here at the moment.
Yeah, don't need to do too much, do they? Complexity are having a bit of a look in toward mid. And we are starting to see Salazar come across to ensure there's no funny business happening. With only 3 members left here from Complexity, without too much util to work with. Looks like their days are numbered in this round. Salazar will put another one in the bag. And he even legs Grim on the way through to the A-bomb site, so it should be pretty straightforward now for Ecstatic. And it is. 5 guns alive in the first gun round, Jim. Good start.
It's exactly what you want if you're a CT. And they can reinvest in everything that they wanted. Complexity, on the other hand, they have to make a few concessions. What's available, and they're already reduced to Galils. This aggression, straight out of dark into water. Heads up play from Ecstatic. Just gave them so much breathing space in that round. Wonder if Complexity are going to be once bitten, twice shy. Already, they're doing the same thing again.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, the same kind of success for Ecstatic right here. Very aggressive in through dark, aren't they? Complexity are going to have to start to adapt toward that, and they do, but Crown will line a couple up. Just not giving up that fight, are they?
Certainly not. And they're here to let Complexity know as well. What can Fang and JT do here to try and salvage something for Complexity? There has been an investment, so there must be a return. Going to try and progress their way into this A site. Fang needs to try and create some space on his own here because JT certainly doesn't have the HP to take a duel.
Ollie in Fang as well, banging the head off of Queenix. That's what Complexity needed. But they still don't have too much time to work with here, and the wrap coming through from Crown could be the difference maker. One, but not two. Fang's looking sharp on this map. He won't beat Salazar to B. And that is going to be a problem.
Yeah, bread and butter shot for him as well in the end. No utility to try and create any space. So Ecstatic off to a decent start. Nice reply as well. So they've managed to claw back two after Complexity's decent start. Complexity just going to go back to a pistol buy, I suspect here.
Yeah, money's not really very good on the T side at the moment. Ecstatic are going to start to flourish on this CT side, aren't they? They've looked really good so far. And with an opportunity to start to build more money. They're going to be feeling free, confident. Thanks in the position to receive the push. Flash does not connect, and so that'll be a problem for Complexity. Manx and Crown, in fact, getting themselves involved in this round early.
Didn't really have any support at the door, did he? Just flying solo dolo. JT. Just the P shooter to little effect. Wasn't really anything in that round for Complexity. A single Tech 9. It's not really a whole lot of volition there from Complexity. But let's just see what they bring to the table in this round.
A tactical pause for Complexity. It's pretty early on in the piece, but things have started to take a turn for the worse.
I want to try and mull this over.
Not a bad time to pull one out.
I mean, Ecstatic, on the other hand, they're getting aggressive in some of these areas of the map where Complexity are actually trying to take early control themselves. I mean, we've seen them take control of Dark straight into water, what, twice now? In succession, in successful attempts as well. It's really, really dictated the early round.
Off we go again into another gun round. What does Complexity have to offer us on this map? Want to get Fang involved early.
Yeah, they're a little bit more deeply set this time too, Complexity. They're waiting that push in the mid. It's not going to come. Not now. You can tell, though, there is an eagle eyes set firmly on Connector. I'm looking for some CT aggression here, actually, out toward long, so this could be a problem. Grim doesn't want to be isolated, but he has no choice. That's great proactive play from Ecstatic. They've taken control of B long. They have the opportunity now to clear that out. They are going to rotate back towards the middle of the map and towards A, but Floppy has to go. He's trying to create some space now.
He's doing a good job of that, but he needs more and can't quite find it. Queenix settles it toward the A bomb site. That is going to catch Salazar off guard. Queenix does not want to put a foot wrong here because he will be ripped to shreds with only 22 HP.
I mean, also had full commitment of CT rotation. That bomb has rerouted itself back through spawn.
Yeah, Complexity's working their way towards B. The right choice. Holzerk and Nodios. Bit of a timing, and Holzerk with the raw adjustment will get himself 1 and 2. And that more or less shuts the round down.
That's it in the bag.
Yeah, he gets away with a fair bit there, doesn't he?
Yeah, it was all on that heads-up play from Floppy, though. as soon as the aggression was taken on Grim knew he had commitment from 2 CTs out B long. That spurred Complexity into action toward A. And then they were able to double their way back through. So it's a good set of working conditions that Complexity have been able to fashion themselves. Queenix.
Yeah, this is going to be awkward now. That's out into the A-bomb site, but Holzerk is waiting.
What a round. What an instrumental round for them, because that puts CT Economy on, well, it's not on the rocks, but it's going to be asking questions down the line. It's going to put Salazar on that AWP to try and counter Holzerk. They've finally got the big green in his hands as well. But if he's fashioning rounds like that with the SIG, well, probably able to pick up anything. This is a bit of a faster take, though.
Yeah, AWP's out this time for Complexity. Holzerk very quickly posted on the line into the B bomb site, but Util's going to force Complexity back away. Ooh, and that is a shot and a half.
And heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Truer words never spoken. Complexity, though, not playing very quickly at all on their T side, are they? They are really exploring all that time. Even when they get their opening pick, they're not looking to accelerate anywhere.
They're set up for CT aggression, though, in mid. Going to break that boost silently, though. They don't want any CTs getting that info. They know that there's usually a player playing aggressive through water or connector. Out on a bit of an island here, Nodios.
Well, that is not going to be a very friendly local on the island.
Savage.
Indeed. And at this point, Ecstatic might be thinking about saving on the A bomb site. Bomb is headed toward B. So you'll take 3 guns through if you're the CT side here, but feels bad to give up another round.
Absolutely no interest.
And in fact, Complexity are starting to have a bit of a look. So let's not just count our guns before we get into the next round.
They're slowly being roped off, aren't they? It's closing time. Salazar, he might just start to give away some information shortly. He misses that shot. So now they're under a little bit of pressure to hold on to these weapons. Complexity aggressing from either side.
Yeah, they want them, don't they? Complexity not looking to throw guns away themselves. There's a good start. Fang gets Manx and Salazar. He does hit the shot, so that enables him to keep the AWP alive into the next round, but Complexity are up to 5.
I think the real cherry on the pie, though, for Complexity was the fact that they reduced them to 2 weapons saved and not 3. That really puts pressure on the economy.
Tactical timeout now from Static.
Yep, tools down for the moment.
Their first of the game. Complexity had to pull one out earlier, and it actually did result in a couple of rounds going their way. Maybe Ecstatic can have that same success.
There's not really too much they can put together around these 3 saved guns. I think they're, at this point, just going to allow Salazar to be the Pied Piper with that AWP. Yep, so no investment here from Ecstatic. This is just faith in the weapons that they have. So early aggression out of Complexity again towards Belong. They just want a presence shown there.
It definitely looks like Complexity have got some faith in their weapons as well, Jim.
Yep.
Always
Floppy,
looking to take these duels into B.
Yep, Floppy's also dealing with aggression out of Ecstatic, out of A as well. So A main was where they were trying to put pressure on him.
Well, Manx with the USP is not feeling too great about things. Neither is Nodios, but I spotted the info at least. JT, though, will shut him down. And, hey, Manx does get one. So I'll give him some credit there. For Salazar and Queenix, there's not a whole lot to say about the rest of this round. They'll be hoping to save their guns again, which is starting to become a bit too familiar territory for Ecstatic.
It's starting to feel a little bit like Save Simulator. Not sure what that was.
Are you serious? Did you not hear it?
No.
And they said Jame time.
By the round. Well, they save those two weapons again. That's what they wanted to take out of the round. Now they've got a few more options. They can make this CT economy try and start to work for them a little bit. They're going to need to. They don't want to let complexity start to put a fair bit of distance between them.
That distance is being built, but I mean, it is an Uber T side, you know, so I think Complexity will be happy to pretty much take as much as they can get right here. And Ecstatic safe in the knowledge as well that going on to T side, things might get a little easier for them. A lot of control around boat this time for Complexity, but nothing really much toward B main, for example, so we might see a push out there from Ecstatic. It appears that that will be the case, and that's a fair bit of info for them gathered.
Yeah, we've seen a few of these plays now from Ecstatic, just getting information, but again, it's just spurs Complexity into action towards A.
And Queenix can't do too much about it. Decent util usage coming through with that nade, but it doesn't actually end up doing much damage. And Fang, I mean, he really has been on a tear on this map. That'll continue in this round. Oh! Okay, no scope from Salazar.
I think that was just a blind reply through the smoke.
Yeah, that round just really had it all, didn't it?
He's like, I'm just going to take a shot here. It's a victimless crime.
Okay. Zerk drops an AWP. This should be retrieved by Complexity at some point, but these CTs are quite close by still, so some damage could be done, and there it is. JT down to the hands of Salazar. But Complexity want to continue to challenge, and so Nodios will go down as well.
Yeah, losing CT weapons is not favorable for them still. The loss bonus really not covering all of the losses, so Static trapped in this endless loop. Fire coming through is a little bit neither here nor there, but it's certainly workable for Ecstatic. They've got the weapons that they need. They've got that MP9 on Queenix, who's really going to have to try and close down the angles. Again, we're seeing a proactive CT push through. What's worked for them in the past, they're trying it again. However, Complexity, they're going to try and poke their noses into B. It's met with stiff opposition. They've been snuffed.
Yeah, great start from Ecstatic in this round. Has been kind of slow in the last few rounds from Ecstatic. They haven't really been able to get too much on the board, but this is their chance to get back into the map and start to rejoin that conversation. JT, he's got Queenix, and Manx is making noise, but JT caught with a nade in hand. Can't lock down the A bomb site. You could see the thought process. If he gets that smoke down, calls Complexity across, they can get the bomb on A and play out the post plant, but just needed the gun in the hand for the aggression or from the pick up at the pace.
Manx was hell-bent on getting that trade as well.
Indeed. Floppy and Zerk are slowly working their way through mid, though. Right into the crosshair of the AWP, which won't connect. Salazar now, he's going to have to reset himself because Complexity are on their way toward B. And there's a low HP Crown over there. Floppy could very easily wisp him aside.
Some very big angles to try and cover here, though. That back of sight's their primary concern.
Oh, well, there it is. Lost Floppy a lot of HP, but this actually does allow a bomb plant, you'd think. Maybe not anymore with that second kill coming through from Ecstatic.
No way.
He wants to show off a little bit here, but he doesn't know there's still a player near Ninja. And that is going to be the end of Hallzerk. Bomb plant does at least go down for Complexity, but that's that. 4 on the board for Ecstatic.
No Dios says no bueno. But they do get the bomb plant, though. That's going to keep things nice and healthy for them. As you can see, their money's starting to ball out of control. But this should bring things back just a little. Ecstatic really haven't been comfortable on this CT side so far. Complexity continually putting in a lot of effort around the map to try and make things very, very difficult.
And with that said, one round does not a half make for Ecstatic. They need to put a few on the trot together. Complexity, of course, able to buy back in. They've been so solid on this T side so far. They've built up the bank. They'll continue to pressure Ecstatic over toward B main early in the rounds. Hallzerk is walking into the sightlines of Salazar, and that's a mistake.
Salazar will take that every day of the week. Now they've got to try and work out what the alternatives are at the moment. They're just trying to get that boost going in mid. They can't. The smoke will remain. Manx with this off angle at doors is going to try and play a high stakes game of ring around the rosy.
Very nice from Manx. It's the double AWP that Complexity were not ready for. And it's worked out. It's gone peachly. 1v5 for Grim. Not much to play for in this round.
Situation explains itself. So, 40 seconds left. His primary concern, I would have thought, would be potentially be doing some damage here to the city economy, but if you actually start to look at Complexity, they've whittled down their own loss bonus quite a bit. So
yeah, they're only on the second round loss bonus, and it's not really going to be enough to get a full buy across if the gun's not saved.
Yeah, so they're in a pretty precarious position. They're going to have to mull over what they want to do with it.
What have they got? 4.9 for Grim and for Floppy. 3.8 for Fang, 3K for JT, and 1.9 for Hallzerk. So
not a lot of options.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think you see the buy through here from Complexity. Maybe you can throw in an AK from Floppy or from Grim, but
well, I mean, they're going into it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I expect a half buy here, if nothing else, from Complexity, but they have actually opted to fully invest.
Draining the tanks in doing so. So 3 AKs, Tech 9 and a Deagle. They're going to need to deal with this heads-up CT aggression, though. That's what they've struggled with a little bit. How they've tried to answer it is with aggression at the other side.
Well, faster play in the direction of A.
That's a great grenade, just fraction too early. And that'd have been half a second later. May have collected far more damage. But look at this, they're aggressing through. Manx has got a lot of confidence.
Yeah. Does spot the first one and just gets out in time as well. Phoenix here with an MP9 is maybe not so perfectly poised to make a difference, but we'll see if he gets the timing right. That's going to be the big difference maker. Double kill from Queenix. And Manx is there as well to grab one. So Complexity, they're not clean into the site, but they are in the site.
And now they need to get this bomb plant down. So Ecstatic are going to reroute themselves a little bit here. Oh, that's not going to help though.
That's a nasty frag from JT. And Fang's the other player alive, who's been leading from the front for Complexity. This is a very winnable 2-on-2. And a round that could really pay dividends later on in the map if it goes the way of Complexity. Ecstatic do not want to let that happen, and now it's on to JT. His position now known, but at the cost of a life, it won't matter. As Salazar locks it. And Ecstatic will get their 6th. They're working nicely through this CT side now.
Even though they took heavy losses in that win, their economy's relatively decent still, Ecstatic. And they're happy for the rounds at this stage. That's what they came for. That's what they want. So you're going to see them start to contest a lot of these late round scenarios. Complexity, well, I mean, they're going to have to put their thinking caps on. It's back to pistols for this round. It's actually been a quite healthy CT side from Static so far. May just yet get healthier. That's a great piece of utility.
Yeah. Momentum has certainly shifted in the favor of Ecstatic, hasn't it? Complexity can still right the tail end of this story in the half. Bangs opened it up. Nodio splashed fully. But there's just madness happening in mid and in dark as well. And that is just an absolute mess of a round. But Ecstatic do come out with a bit of an advantage after the flurry of frags. Floppy is not slowing down. So now it's on to Grim solo. He's been spotted, tries to plant the bomb. Will get away with it. Queenix is a stray gust of wind away from death. This could be big. Crown needs to win this duel and can't. Oh no. It's on to Queenix, who's only got 2 HP to work with, but he's got the timing and the positioning.
He's found the angle, he's found the AWP, and managed to avoid the stiff breeze. 7-7
apiece. Equalizing scoreline. Ecstatic have been stoic in this first half.
Well, everything goes into this round. Some of these fights on the sides are actually quite scrappy. A lot of broken play at the moment, but Complexity, they were thriving in those scenarios, but I think Static have started to work them out a little bit. They've actually gone aggressive again, straight up the gut.
Oh, first couple of exchanges do go the way of Complexity. They've got the man advantage for the first time in a while. Push out from B main for Crown. The timing is perfect. He wasn't spotted, and he's going to continue forward. Ecstatic are looking for info in multiple directions, but Fang will have a freebie onto Queenix, and that drives the nail a little bit deeper in the coffin of this round.
Yeah, I would have thought the CT repositioning could have caught Complexity off guard, but that does not help their cause whatsoever. In fact, Crown nearly gets caught out.
Yeah, but he's done actually pretty well. Pretty well indeed. He's found 2 out of absolutely nowhere. Put it into a winnable spot for Ecstatic again. And with Crown coming through from main, Salazar through from CT. The 2-pronged approach for Complexity. They have multiple directions to watch, not to mention canals as well. So it's a little bit awkward, but they've doubled up in dark. And Ecstatic are burning that time down. Smoke is available to toss onto the bomb. Maybe Ecstatic can look for the smoke defuse. At this point, though, it seems like wishful thinking. Salazar, smoke into dark. He's trying to draw the peek through. There's a flash and a swing, but still 1 member to deal with, and so Salazar has to sit. He doesn't have time for the defuse. 2 nice shots, but he won't win the round, and 8-7 at the end of the half is the scoreline, favoring Complexity.
I'm psychosexologist Chantal Otten, and for the first time ever, I'm bringing you into my private sex therapy sessions. Listen to Sex Therapy, Sessions with Chantal Otten, only on Audible.
Whatever they say today, ignore it.
Harassment, bullying and prejudice have no place in the workplace. For information and advice, search apprenticeships info or call 1800 210 210. Call it out and act. Let's protect respect.
Let's race!
This is the end of the road, Dom.
That was awesome!
Fast 10.
Sickness and in health.
Wait, does this mean I have to get HBF couples cover? I don't have to share my extras limits, do I?
No, at HBF, you get your own extras limits.
Oh, phew.
Share your life, not your extras limit. That's healthier insurance.
HBF.
The scoreline is as close as it could be at the halftime break. Complexity leading 8-7 over Ecstatic here. First map of the final game of the day here at ESL Challenger. DreamHack Melbourne. One of these teams says goodbye tonight. The other progresses forward tomorrow. It's playing its Movistar Riders in the second semi-final. It'll be a big day tomorrow. But first, we've got to get there. The question is, Jim, who is going to get there?
Well, that'll be decided in more than just this map, but it will get one of these teams off to a fantastic start. Already, that drop into water has been eliminated, and it's actually opened up a timing for compression onto B.
Yeah, good shots in from the players in dark there for the CT side, but not enough to stop Ecstatic from getting the plant, getting control of the bomb site. Salazar is now waiting with a USP. He's spotted out Fang. Two players, though, on the swing means a trade for Hulzerk. And Grim looking to have his own impact. Will take the duel against one more. Crown is spinning all over the place, trying to figure out where he needs to look, and it's up to Nodios now solo. Time is of the essence, actually, and Ecstatic might still find a way to win this round. Defuse is on. Nodios was not expecting Hulzerk. Close. And so Complexity get around, and Grim gets to have a good time.
They weren't expecting Hulzerk to close the angle. But that he did. They do get the bomb plant, so they've got some options here, and they're going to go for it with the Mac 10s. 3 Mac 10s. That good little.
Yeah, well.
4 Mac 10s. Even better.
2 players lacking head armor for Complexity. Might be a factor.
Seeing similar play coming out of Complexity now as we saw with Ecstatic. However, that Molotov is going to be a real pain. Max has opened up, and now, Grim. It's back and forth for the moment. They're trying to press their way into this B site.
Grim needs help. He really needs help, and he really needs it badly. Does still well to get himself another one. 3 is almost heroic from that position. And it keeps Complexity in this round where otherwise it looked like they should have just been absolutely battered out of it. Bang pushed away by the molly.
I think the fact that they had only Mac 10s to enter into that side allowed Grim to do some handiwork with that M4, but the timer starts to tick down now.
Floppy's got a smoke, and that's going to be nice. Tossed into main.
I have to get on it quickly.
Yeah, no defuse kit. They've got to do it. They've got to get some work done here quickly, and unfortunately, they're not really drawing out the T-side players just yet. Manx can't hold on for the double, but he does enough to win the round, and so Complexity will be sent packing in round 2.
Well, they just close the gap further here, Ecstatic. And they're looking good on their T side. They need to start to put rounds together, though, because that's really going to put Complexity on the back foot. And they've got a chance to start doing that now with the economy not necessarily the best it can be. M4, Scout, MP9, Deagle, and a 5.7 to complete the bingo card.
Yeah. Well, Complexity have got numbers over toward B, but Ecstatic, very default setup from them. Player watching B main, player watching mid, couple in canals, watching dark, and then one watching A as well. Just kind of trying to suss out what Complexity is going to bring to the table in this round.
Oh, how's that?
It was close to pretty good timing.
Yeah. He waited. He was patient. The timing didn't deliver, though.
And JT, though, is creeping his way forward and getting info into Canal. So this could start to become a cause for concern for Ecstatic. Damage done onto Salazar. Lots of noise being made mid. Complexity on the rotate. They're completely giving up B. But that'll mean they're faster to A. No entry frags going the way of Complexity, though. Both of them for Ecstatic. And even though Grim gets a pretty quick 1 or 2, the round still looks difficult for Complexity. Grim's hanging around for more. Desperate to find an angle with that Galil. Has he bitten off more than he can chew? Bailed out of trouble a little by Fang, but in the end, it ends up being another round for Ecstatic.
He didn't have the bullets. And unfortunately, he couldn't isolate any angles either, so that was a very difficult round. Ecstatic. They've drawn level now. And Complexity are feeling the pinch on the CT side. The money's not going to allow them too many options in the round. P250, a single P250. And a flash on JT. I'm expecting something explosive on the CT side here. There'll be a pop flash into the water. It's a bit of a yin and yang effect, though, because Ecstatic have no interest.
Yeah, Complexity all over the place on the A bomb site, but Ecstatic have gone B. So this should be another free round for the T side. Crown's going to get the smoke down, which will debilitate the push for Complexity back into B. And Nodios, here comes a bit of stat padding for him. Very nicely done.
You take those. Now, Grim. The only real investment from Complexity in this round also gets put to rest. So Static, they've worked themselves into a leading position now. Complexity finally have some money in the tank. They've been able to put Halzerk on that AWP. There's a pocket of NA fans in the crowd.
The irony is I'm pretty sure they're not from North America.
They're just nice people.
Well, at least Complexity has some fans today, because they certainly didn't have any yesterday against Greyhound.
There they are.
You guys can hold on to that one for tomorrow. We'll get to see Greyhound first thing in the morning. Hope to see you all here at 10 a.m.
I think it's 9, Jordan.
It does start at 9, but I don't know if everyone's allowed in at 9. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, Crown's going to try and put some pressure on this beast side. Allowed a little bit of a gap now. And, well, Halzerk's got some work to do, hasn't he?
He does indeed. Doesn't have to really worry too much about Dark just yet. That main push is premium. But Halzerk shuts it down. Now USP in hand. He's getting a help from Floppy, who's controlling Dark. And that will at least allow the rotation in from Fang as well. But Molly at Dark will end up meaning there's nothing for Floppy to do. Salazar with a crisp shot leaves Fang solo to make this retake happen, and it's starting to get a bit problematic now for Complexity. CT side not quite coming together. Can Fang produce anything? No, of course, is the answer. So 11 for Ecstatic. Their T side has started to ramp up a little bit here, and it's leaving Complexity wondering.
Yeah, they definitely do have some searching to do. Maybe not soul searching just yet, but what they are searching for are some rounds, some economy, some stabilization. Static are not affording that whatsoever. You can see even that Molotov there to try and stem CT aggression. Just reduce the pistols though, Complexity. So really hoping that they can dismantle Static if they do try and contact play into B.
Phoenix all over it on the entry. Shots coming in the back of his head, though, are going to say goodbye to at least one Ecstatic member.
That's enough to call the cancel. Party's over.
Yeah, it's a good rotation into A if Ecstatic is opting to go in that direction. Only Floppy there at the moment. Fang spotting mid. P250 could do damage. Crown in particular down low, and Manx is actually caught by JT. That's the retrieved AK coming into play, and this might be the round that Complexity have been looking for.
They can pick up a few more weapons for free. That's even better. And it looks as though the gamble they're going to take might be the right one.
Oh, look at this inside the smoke. Complexity. Oh, they make it happen. A 2 for 2, that's good enough. And Crown was too low. He couldn't get anything done. Big one to pick up for Complexity.
A massive, massive round for them. It puts them back on the map. They're allowed to pick up a few more weapons. It's a bit different, though. I actually don't think Ecstatic are going to be ready for this, and I don't think many of us are either. They're going to go into that double AWP setup now. So Complexity are going to try and accompany Halzerk with that secondary AWP now on Fang. This could be a real spanner in the works for Ecstatic, who have been relying on some slower methods.
Yeah, Fang not showing his presence just yet. But he's creeping forward, and Salazar is watching. Salazar's been dangerous, but Fang is stronger. That's a nasty shot. And Salazar will be kicking himself. He's been 16 and 9. He's been doing really well on this map.
He was posted up first.
Yeah, exactly. But can't make it happen here for Ecstatic. And what is it about this event and close maps? Have we seen a single map end in single digits?
Do not believe so. I think it may have been a 16-9.
Maybe, yeah. Every best of 3 has gone to 3 maps as well.
Oh, okay. Manx has the recycled AWP. He's done one better than his opposite number. Floppy, he's going to also recycle. Actually didn't pick up the AWP in the end.
Oh, good shot.
Grim has found an opening.
Yeah, Grim's looked dangerous with the rifle in hand.
He's just pressuring Ecstatic. They're sort of torn, aren't they? Which way do they need to look? They're not expecting CT re-aggression.
ODS is going to try and go through this smoke. Time not really looking too fantastic. That is a very nicely timed smoke from Ecstatic. Almost baited Complexity, but in the end, the shots connect anyway. And Complexity will equalize again.
They're really dragging themselves back into the contest here, aren't they? And a momentary reprieve for them as well. They've earned themselves this. They've actually pushed Ecstatic's economy almost back to starting point. So, and looking very solid, aren't they? There's nothing necessarily particularly fancy or teamwork oriented about the way that they're holding the site, but they're just rolling off one another. Phoenix looking for the off angle to maybe try and decapitate Fang. Fang's not hanging around.
Not sure that he's going to be able to find too much there, unfortunately, but it's a nice thought. Well, Complexity are happy to just sit back in their sights here, really. The only information gathering happening is JT taking a look into canals. Not able to draw out a peek with those shots either. And eventually his patience is rewarded by lots of info and a few potential frags here as well. He's got a teammate to help him out who maybe is just trying to steal all the eco frags away.
Wow.
Grim gets it done.
Grim with this M4 has been squeaky clean, hasn't he? He's been the real cleanup crew for Complexity. Mop it, bucket, you name it.
Mop it, bucket.
Yep.
That's some of your finest work, Jim.
Look, I'm on Mac levels of fine work. Bit of early pressure towards B. The contest for mid rages on. Complexity.
Is that a push in mid?
Yeah, this
Fang?
is very aggressive.
He's got the MP9. He wants to make it work. They're going to hear all that. They're right underneath Complexity. But Crown has perhaps not got the memo. Manx at least will catch Grim, and that's actually a big opener. It's going to allow the B site for Ecstatic.
Yeah, Complexity have got their work cut out for them now. They've got the utility to do it.
Manx. Oh, nice shot onto JT. Floppy responds. But of course, across the board, Ecstatic have got a really strong post plant. And so Fang, we might have a crack at this one. Ooh. Needed a clean shot onto Salazar as well. Won't get it. Ecstatic keeping this one tight. Am I sensing OT?
Oh, don't you dare.
Ecstatic have already played an OT this morning.
That they have, and I think, you know, as they said on the desk, is fatigue going to be a factor?
Tell you what, fatigue's a factor for me, and I wasn't even in as early as Ecstatic was, so... See how we go.
I mean, you would suspect the longer this series goes, the less Ecstatic have in terms of energy in the bank. Oh. JT and Floppy, they aggress through. Don't quite find what they're after. They don't stick around for too much longer either. But we're seeing this heads-up play from Complexity, trying to create some space early on, but have they left the door open?
Oh, Manx. Again, a nice clean entry, 23 and 18. He's quietly putting together a good map. Utility to respond from Complexity, but it doesn't do enough to get any kills. Just some chip damage, really. Ecstatic are again into the bomb site, and Complexity seriously have to think about saving. He can't be retaking here with a double AWP.
No, it's just not going to work. The angles that you have to try and dismantle in this site, it's never going to work for them. So they need to be competitive in the critical rounds of this game, and those rounds are the ones to follow. So let's just see what they're able to produce in the next round. But a double AWP setup. Static is starting to work things out. They've managed to negate the fact that they are running double AWP setup. These faster, aggressive plays are actually catching Complexity off guard. So you saw the aggression through connector into water. Manx realizes that there's a timing opportunity there, and he's essentially the pincer on that B bomb site. Grim, he was left on his lonesome. There was a lot of work to do for him. He's been fantastic, but there's only one position for him to play.
Another tag timeout for Complexity. Still a bit of time left in this map. still hanging in the balance. But Complexity running out of options. Got to make it happen in the next round or two. Otherwise, Ecstatic will secure their map choice of Anubis.
That would prove bountiful for them in this series.
$2.4K loss bonus Complexity. Don't have too much money in the back pocket if they lose here. We're looking at 15 for Ecstatic. And they would be very happy about that. Salazar wants to get aggressive with that AWP. Holzerk. No, it's Fang even with a second AWP. Putting it together right now on the A bomb site. And Manx and Crown into B. Get that bomb plant down. They've lost numbers, but Manx is just stepping up. Something fantastic for Ecstatic right now. Holzerk, awkward position to play from. Rift the AWP, forced away by the Molotov, and Complexity are really struggling now.
Well, he's got the money situation of his teammates in the back of his mind, but that round was won and lost on the back of AWPs.
Indeed. 3 kills for Fang, rather, with the AWP.
Manx has done a fantastic job of recycling that once it goes down.
Yeah, and Manx picks up, I believe, 2. So, Ecstatic to 14, but looking at the money here for Complexity, maybe they'll get 15.
No, Crown doesn't try and press too much further for that. So it's back to the drawing board here for Complexity. As you said, that loss bonus is not anywhere near substantial enough for them to have options in this round. I feel like Manx is just in the zone this map.
He is. He's been a nut on the T side.
Absolute menace.
He's going to go again. He's keen, he's confident, and ready to get those entries into the B-bomb site. Manx only the 1-for-1 this time. But gives Ecstatic a bit of space, and they're going to try to work that. All the util getting tossed in again from the T side. JT behind the smoke. But it's Floppy this time to strike. The Deagles coming together for Complexity. Hasn't quite done enough to get exciting.
Fang's just not quite there in time.
He's found the timing onto Nodios, but hasn't landed the shots. Oh dear. Well, 15 up for Ecstatic. We talked about it. It was going to be a tough round for Complexity to get through. Now they have to win 3 on the trot to secure OT. Ecstatic having flashbacks of their earlier overtimes. They just want to get it done here and now, and then focus on overpass.
Yeah, they don't want to fall victim to, I guess, perhaps a compromised mental position. But let's just see. They've got all the tools at their disposal. Complexity, they're the ones that have got to search for answers, and they're going to try and find those answers on the back of the double AWP once again. There's only one kit. Floppy is going to be critical. So keep an eye on that as this round plays out.
Where's Fang going? That's my question. He has been a difficult player to get past for Ecstatic when he's had that secondary AWP. Currently in mid. Bit of info being gathered there by Complexity on B main.
Key pieces of utility already paying dividends here. That's a great flash. That's opening up.
Nodios and Manx looking to scale their way into Dark, and Crown's there as well to assist. So Ecstatic have made their inroads into the B-bomb site. Plant to go down.
The double AWP retake. That kit is down in the dark. Keep that in mind.
Double AWP retake, guys. I'm not so sure about this one. They're going to have to go for it. But they don't have a lot of time left to work with. You talked about Floppy having the kit. That'll be somewhere around the site. But Maybe it doesn't even get you. Salazar finds Hallzerk. Fang, the last alive, and Ecstatic. It looks like it's a sure thing now to make their way through with map 1 in the back pocket. Fang cannot do anything, and 16 is secured. Ecstatic take Anubis, and Complexity will have to default back to Overpass then to win this series.
Yeah, unfortunately for Complexity, they were out of options there. Double AWP retake on that site is almost impossible. The only way in was with that kit, and they were unfortunately met with far too much utility in the post plant to be able to deal with that. So out of options, out of time.
Yeah, indeed, but not out of maps just yet. It is a best of 3, Jim, so Ecstatic have got the lead. But we've seen that that doesn't necessarily mean a series victory. Our earlier match where Adam able to start things off well early, but got reverse swept. Can Complexity do the same thing here?
Well, quite the showing there for Ecstatic. There were some questions about how they would fare up against Complexity again. This time they take it a step further. They close things out. They look phenomenal, and they bring in the big performance that they needed to stymie Cole and make this a series.
Yeah, and we said as well that when you look at this map, it is a bit of a punish pick over towards Complexity. It's not exactly one of their more favored maps. This now means it's 5 on the trot that they've lost. But granted, we kind of thought the caliber of opponents that Complexity have played recently might alleviate that discussion. It wasn't the case. Ecstatic played some really good Counter-Strike. So credit to them. And, I mean, Complexity, they're looking for a 3-mapper now.
I think on the half swap is looking very good for Complexity. It just tends to be the truth on a map like Anubis. If you're going to have issues, and especially with inexperience, it is on that CD side. A few issues are slipping in the mix, and Ecstatic, Manx called a monster T side. That was aggressive, that was fast, that was punchy, and they found so many holes in the defense. I am incredibly impressed by Ecstatic's offensive play.
And he wasn't just calling it, right? Leading from the front.
He was doing it.
28 kills. He was doing it all himself. I mean, he looked like the stronger opera at times, right? Picking up that secondary, doing just about everything for the squad.
Yeah, he seems to be, a jack of all trades. He's always that pack player, of course, in-game leader, but he has kind of Karrigan vibes where if he feels like he wants to take the space himself, he will. He get in there aggressive. He loves to play, he's calling around himself in terms of where they want to go on the map, and Manx was sensational on that T side. He's clearly very comfortable going through the angles, and every time Complexity presented a gap, Manx was in the middle of it and giving them a very big problem.
Yeah, he was indeed. Massive problems coming through there all over the place. But there was a little bit of a silver lining, shall we say, for Complexity. One of the players that we highlighted that we needed to see the performance out from was Fang, and he delivered. He certainly held up his end of the bargain. He was a difference maker for Cole.
Yeah, we say as well for Fang, because he plays a lot of those contact positions. He's always in the thick of it. He needs to step up and actually deliver. And at times, he's been inconsistent. And at times, we just haven't seen quite enough of him. But, I mean, credit to him. Delivered today when it mattered most. He stepped up, and he made it a competitive game where, if Fang's having a performance which is a little bit lackluster, which has been a common of late, right, then that game is a complete blowout. He made a lot of these situations at least competitive and kind of comparable over towards that Complexity side. But unfortunately, as a team, no one really has kind of stepped up around him and supported him the way we would have hoped. And for me, I'm looking at a side like Hallzerk, right? I need to see a little bit more out of him. He really got under pressure a lot. And I think Fang just got left alone too much.
I think I really enjoyed actually on that T side is Fang plays mid, and whilst it's kind of an entry area, it's also very often a lurking position. When you get into there, then you stop, and then the team goes elsewhere onto a site instead. And I thought Fang was great, and the funny thing is, well, not the funny thing, but the interesting thing, I guess, is Overpass T side is basically the same. He's the AD defaulter. It is an entry spot at the start of the round, but very often you're left alone, you're going to work around, you're going to let the B players make a bit of pressure and slip in. So if Fang can play a similar brand of Counter-Strike, it could be a brilliant T side from Complexity on Overpass.
So still some promising signs, still expecting this to be a 3-map series here, guys?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think Cole, in many ways, actually played a better Anubis than I expected. CT was a little bit lackluster, but that's when they were always going to have issues. They just need more experience playing through some of these new setups and new ideas. Overpass, completely different story. They are experienced. They beat elite level teams in that map, and if Fang's playing anything like this, then they have very few gaps in their play.
So we're expecting it to go well. If we're going to see it end in a 2-map series, though, Neo, I want you to paint me a story. How does Ecstatic take this?
I mean, again, you have to. I feel like we overuse it, but you kind of have to say it. It comes out to Crown, right? I mean, he has to be the one who steps up. And again, he still had a really good map number 1 there. Solid stuff for him. Even though Manx, of course, was the kind of the shining light, Crown was still putting out some decent numbers. I think he ended on 23, 24 kills. So a decent performance from him individually. And again, coming in towards his T side especially, we need to see him lead from the front, right? He's very good when it comes to being a proactive rifer. He doesn't require as much support as some of the others on towards the team. I think Nodios, for example, because he plays in that pack at times, he needs some support coming through, needs someone to help him out in the kind of high-pressure situations. Crown, he's self-sufficient. He can do his own thing. We need to see him find a lot of early information and really kind of find those gaps in the Complexity defense.
Pressure's on Manx. I think pressure's on Manx in this game. I think the way Complexity plays sometimes can be telegraphed. I think JT likes set rounds more than defaults into mid-rounding. So if Manx can read him well, stack the right side and the CD side, pull off the right aggressions, I think they need to strategically outplay Complexity in this game, because I think individually Complexity are better, and in the mid-round they are better. So they have to find, from the off in the rounds, they have to find advantages to put themselves in good positions and then convert them.
Well, that's easier said than done for sure. Tactically outplaying Complexity, a bit of a tough task as we head into their map pick of Overpass. We'll see if Ecstatic's up to the task when we come back from the break.
I'm psychosexologist Chantel Otten, and for the first time ever, I'm bringing you into my private sex therapy sessions. Have you lost your sexual spark? Talk to me about pleasure. How do you feel about your sexual identity? Listen to Sex Therapy, Sessions with Chantel Otten, only on Audible.
It must be because you were really smart in high school. No, almost failed. It must be because you came from an affluent family. No, single parent household, mum is a cleaner. I've done all these amazing things, gotten all these amazing opportunities. I don't gatekeep how I got here. Choosing to maintain this success narrative in a really open way is one of the biggest gifts that I can give. What sense does it make for my peers to not come along with me? The whole crew gotta come.
Whatever they say today, ignore it.
Harassment, bullying and prejudice have no place in the workplace. For information and advice, search apprenticeships info or call 1-800-210-210. Call it out and act. Let's protect respect.
Sickness and in health.
Wait, does this mean I have to get HBF couples cover? I don't have to share my extras limits, do I?
No, at HBF, you get your own extras limits.
Oh, phew.
Share your life, not your extras limit. That's healthier insurance.
HBF.
I'm a wall of danger. I'm addicted to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie. I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me.
ESL Challenger is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet.
Back and ready for Complexity and Ecstatic Map 2 here at ESL Challenger Melbourne. It is Complexity down and Ecstatic feeling good after Anubis. They're both pretty good teams on this map, so it should be a bit of a banger, Jim. Must win for Complexity if they want to stay alive, if they don't want to have a day off tomorrow, which sounds a bit counterintuitive, but I'm sure they'd rather be here playing than sleeping it up at the hotel.
Yeah, look, Championship Sunday is not the day you want off.
That's right.
At this level of competition. So, one of these two teams, that is going to unfortunately be a reality. And obviously for the winner, they progress on through and keep their hopes alive of an ESL Challenger Melbourne crown.
Yep. Ecstatic also looking to try to get their revenge for what occurred on day one. Complexity and Ecstatic did play against each other. And it was Complexity that won 16-14 yesterday. So in a sense, they have managed to get their revenge, but the revenge is not complete. That storyline is not over just yet. We have to head into Overpass to find out how that's going to play out and whether or not Complexity will give themselves another chance heading into the third map, or if we're done in two for the first time at this event.
All these games have gone the distance so far. Is this going to be the one to buck the trend? We'll be finding out at the end of this map, but there's plenty of action to unfold just yet. Complexity off to a ripping start. They're going to head on straight to this B side.
Oh, Manx just gets run over by Complexity as well, doesn't he? He was the standout on the last map for Ecstatic, so a big loss. Not only that player, but also the B bomb site. Ecstatic have to secure a 4-on-5 retake, and you just don't expect that. Especially not when there's no kit involved.
Yeah, they're going to get a wriggle on, haven't they, Ecstatic?
Got to move through that monster tunnel. JT locking that one down for one. 1 for 1's not too bad given them the circumstances. Salazar starts to creep his way forward, but this is starting to get a little bit interesting. Crown popping off. The problem is going to be that defuse for Salazar is just almost impossible. Holzerk shouldering the corner, and that's the round done. Pistol will go the way of Complexity. Salazar's aware of it. Holzerk's aware of it. 1-0 the scoreline, favouring the T side.
Yeah, that armor is probably the only valuable thing out of this round that they will be able to take. Of course, they wanted that round win, but that open plant just foiled all plans. And so, Complexity, fast start to this game, rewarded. Just punched a hole through that B-side defense. So, straight on into it, you've got Ecstatic actually investing in Famis, the Eagle 5.7s, and an MP9. That's trying to match some firepower here that Complexity have in their possession.
Oh, Crown's going to have to get that gun in hand. Forced away by the molly. He's got multiple angles to watch. He's concerned about Party as well.
Oh.
But he might just find the timing here onto JT. Never mind. Sharp as nails is JT. And puts that Khalil to work, but Manx has already spotted the info. Floppy will lose his head.
That's not what you want. You don't want Manx.
It's a quick rotation up to the A bomb site from Ecstatic, but I don't think they're going to get there in time.
Manx has woken up. This could be troublesome, but they've got a little bit of space, haven't they? The smoke's provided that.
Yep.
And I don't know if the retake prospects are that healthy.
Well, Manx has got himself a flash. He's tossed the Galil over to Queen X, and so I think they're going to go for it. Flashes do go over the top, not really connecting too much, but JT certainly is. This is a big round from him. 3 kills in it to pretty much secure that victory for Complexity. Queenix will do a little bit more damage on his way out, but no gun save for Ecstatic is a win as far as Complexity is concerned.
They contested that round, Ecstatic. They tried to put all their pennies into one, get themselves something competitive in that round. They managed to bring it to a retake scenario, but honestly, it looked as though Complexity had control. That smoke going on towards Bank was probably the worst timing possible for Ecstatic's retake prospects, but now just some pistols coming into the next. So Complexity trying to buy themselves a little bit more breathing space here. 10 on JT. Expect him to be on a fact-finding mission. Oh, that's not going to help.
The facts are going straight into his brain, Jim. He's getting a lot of info from them.
Straight to the top of the dome.
But sometimes it hurts. Knowledge is pain.
Knowledge is pain and not power.
That's right. Ignorance is bliss, right? So therefore knowledge is pain.
Everything is pain, to be honest. Oh, that's pain being handed out by Crown.
Yeah. Taking his crown off of Holzerk, that's for sure. And he's looking for a little bit more there. Does spot a player out on long. Knows he's in a bit of a pressure situation here in the bathrooms. But Complexity haven't really pushed the issue, and so Crown's going to go searching again. So not only does he get that numbers advantage, he also starts to get the informational advantage as well for Ecstatic.
Look at that adjustment. Look at that rotation over towards this B site. They are prepping themselves. They are ready. And if you're Complexity heading into this site, it's going to be whack-a-mole.
Absolutely. 4 CTs on this side of the map. Phoenix, P250 in hand. And Crown's been taken down. Fang, actually 2-for-1 deal in short order. And that is a round over in short order. 3-0.
They deal with that quite well, don't they? They were grouped up nicely. That smoke into the middle of the site really did put a pin in any plans that Ecstatic had.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity have looked like a different team soon as we've gotten onto overpass, but that's been off the back of the pistol. Now we get to see the first gun round, and we get to see what Ecstatic will have to show us.
We'll get to see whether or not it's a real comfort pick for Complexity, that's for sure.
What kind of aggression are we going to get? There it is. Salazar straight into connector. Pops JT out of the round.
That's bold, but it's beautiful. Sort of pushes Complexity back, doesn't it, to square one. They've got no control of connector, and nor are they interested in it.
Ooh. Manx. He was a danger man for Ecstatic in the last map, and here we go again. Let's see what he can do. Just the one. But still Ecstatic have the advantage. Starting to see those CTs pushed away a little bit, and Fang trying to work this smoke into the bomb site. Nodios, head removed by Halzerk. And we're back to the 3-on-3, but Queenix going to try from the same position, get some luck. Salazar as well. And it's just Halzerk now, who does a bit more damage on his way out, but that is the first round on the board for Ecstatic.
I would agree. It's about time.
Well, that's 4 rounds. You guys are harsh.
Hard to argue.
Oh, yeah?
Salazar's going to try and run that gauntlet again. No early opener for him this time.
Oh, Crown's down. Where's that happened? Up in Fountain into bathrooms. And Queenix, playing a dangerous game, but we'll get away with it. Ecstatic are reeling a little bit in this round.
Yeah, they're looking to try and take an aggressive route, trying to take back some information. Obviously, took that early opening loss. So as far as they're concerned now, they're just going to sit back in the sights. They're not necessarily going to try and push for more info. That gives Complexity quite a few options in the round. Now, they don't really have any utility to work with, so they're going to pass this AK around to Fang.
There's the pop flash from Manx to try to take some control of short, and he's done a good job of it. Floppy down. Fang's still got that AK in hand and needs to find a way to activate, but isn't being given anything by Ecstatic right now. He's boosted up. Now Queenix from behind executes Grim. He's got the info as well, I think, there that Fang is boosted up, but can't survive still. It's info for Ecstatic. And Complexity are going to try their hand at going A. This is a ballsy choice with 10 seconds left on the clock. Nodios, all he really has to do here is get one, and that'll be the round over. Halzerk had to just full send it onto the site. And of course, that's not going to work. So, second round on the board for Ecstatic. They save 2 guns through.
That's the worst possible position for Complexity. Had to lick that stamp and send it, didn't he? So Complexity, okay. Halzerk, ironically, is the one ending out haircuts. They look good, though. That's the thing, Complexity. They just took far too much time in that mid to late round getting anywhere.
Halzerk again with the SG in hand. Bit of a demon with it on Anubis when we saw it. See what he can do here on overpass. Ecstatic are trying something that may not work out. JT full flash still actually gets a frag. But Manx got past. Nobody spotted him. So he'll try to find a trade, and unfortunately that's not going to go very well for him. Wasn't looking in the right direction at all.
Manx has been absolutely hoodwinked there. He had no idea. He thought potentially they'd moved past into short, but that was not the case.
No.
So now 3v5. This is a lot of breathing space for Complexity. They've got a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, Ecstatic have fully given up A. We see teams do this fairly often now.
Yeah.
Give up one side of the map, you just full stack one.
Take the gamble.
And if they come to your side, then yeah, you fight for the round. If not, you save your guns.
You'd argue it makes the save a little bit easier, but that's not good. Floppy. Caught Nerdios out in the timing.
Well,
they split and go for this though, so
yeah.
I don't know if they subscribe to that school of thought.
I don't think they did. I don't think they did, but obviously they lose all their guns. Four on the board for Complexity. Looking pretty calm on their side of the stage. But still a fair way to go at the moment. Early days. I mean, that said, Ecstatic are looking a bit awkward on this CT side, economically speaking. Back down to the Pistols this round, down 4-2. So T side's going to start to blow out a little bit here, and Fang well positioned to deal with this push. Just got to make sure he keeps the gun in hand. Will lose the AK, but gain the info for Complexity that B is fully open.
That's an invitation to plant. Grim lurking at the back of connector. Doesn't pick up Crown. Crown decides he's going to take another route. Nothing really on offer here for Ecstatic either. No opportunity for exits. Just Salazar that's got that AK. That'll be a difference maker for them. If they can pick up a second, hell, even a third, that would have been fantastic. And they're going to just try and keep as many Complexity in the start here as possible as the time starts to tick.
Well,
they get mowed down pretty quickly, don't they?
Wasn't very successful in the end from Ecstatic, but at least they take the AK through. (5-2). Complexity really just feel like they're putting one foot in front of the other in this map and not being contested too hard for it. Coming together nicely. Hopefully he didn't give you a thumbs up.
That early battle for position. Brown looking to apply a little bit of pressure with that util. Doesn't opt to stick around though. Neither team having really made progress. He's got Fang on his lonesome there. He's the first one to arrive at the party.
Ooh.
That's a good opener though.
Well,
actually gives
again,
them a lot of space.
Yeah, Complexity are really putting the pain onto Ecstatic in this map. Couple monster smoke from Ecstatic, but JT's already well past that, so Queenix might get caught off guard, not expecting someone to be this progressed. JT hasn't really skipped a beat on this map so far, and nor has Complexity by rights. Manx and Nodios will try to save, but at this point, if I'm Complexity, I'm hunting. And they already are. I mean, you've got Fang on the other side of the map. He's ready to go as soon as that bomb plant is going down. Complexity are going to look for these remaining CT guns. They can afford to lose a few of their own.
Oh, okay, that's the poison chalice. Bang, not entirely toothless just yet.
I don't get it, Jim. Can you explain the joke?
May have bitten off more than I could chew there.
The people want to know, Jim. Why was it funny?
It's too lowbrow. You'll rewatch the VOD. Just rewatch the VOD.
Guys, the joke was he said Fang is toothless.
Not quite toothless. That's the reaction I felt it deserved. Thank you.
That's the kind of standing ovation we want to get.
I didn't even get a golf clap.
Definitely.
I need to hear a few more knees slapped if that's the case.
Jesus.
I rate that. It's thinking time. Salazar's got this Pied Piper Orb situation unfolding. Just some pistols to boot for Ecstatic. And they're not overly enthused about this situation either.
Well, I mean, Salazar had so much impact on that last map with the Orb, and even though he's 7-4 right now, it doesn't really feel like that has been the case on Overpass so far. And, you know, Overpass on the CT side can be very heavily dictated by the AWPer. So this is an opportunity maybe for Salazar to start to find some inroads. It's a good shot to grab, but Fang on the off angle is going to equalize that and also take the AWP out of the hands of Ecstatic. Doubling down, looking for more. Crown quick on the flank, though. Might be able to catch Fang off guard. Has got a deagle in hand, and everyone's keen for it. So is Crown. The issue is, though, over on B, Complexity have just walked their way in there, so Crown might be able to save the AWP through to the next round, but still no success for Ecstatic.
Still 35 seconds at least to wait out. Not really pressing for this either, Complexity.
Yeah, which is a little surprising. They've got oodles of cash. Having a bit of a look, aren't they? But really only sending a couple of members forward. And it doesn't look like they're super duper committed to it. But in the end, look, I think Crown will get away with the AWP here. Not sure how much that's really going to worry Complexity.
Okay. JT's around.
Oh, no way. There's no way. Last second. They have actually found him. And the Ecstatic fans in the crowd are distraught. I don't even know what's happening in the crowd anymore. People are just yelling at each other.
I think it's like the seagulls from Finding Nemo. Mike. That's all I can hear. In the meantime, Complexity, they've taken a few liberties here. Put Floppy in a position.
Yeah, slow and steady. Complexity working their way through the map. Floppy's even gotten himself all the way up onto short. Gets the timing wrong, though. And Maxwell dropping, ensuring it's a 4-on-4. Static just haven't really been able to take too much map control on this CT side at all, and every time they tried to do that, they're shot in the face by JT.
Quite a bit of time to play with, though. Crown retaining his position at long could be a problem for them if they choose to go A. With 35 seconds left, they do have controller connected. They can try and make some noise here and go back if it doesn't quite go their way, but Salazar takes contact.
Everything's turning to gold for Complexity at the moment, but Crown, they say crowns are made of gold, Jim. Let's see what he can do. Timing could be huge, but that's just not fair. Just not fair. It looks like one thing might go the way of Ecstatic, but then Grim's there like, nah.
And JT finds the timing onto Nodios. They are well and truly in the ascendancy here, Complexity. JT fans in the crowd
Mac's not even here, dude. You're gonna have to come back tomorrow. Or go to the League of Legends stage.
If Mac hasn't kissed you, who has? Where did those kisses come from on the shirt?
What did you say about League of Legends? Yes, yes.
Yes. Now say it so they can hear you on the other side.
Let them know.
That definitely came through on their microphones.
Yes, I hope so. Well done, everybody. Keep up the great work. Complexity looking to keep up their great work in this map as well. 8-2 the scoreline. They are just flowing through overpass. No problems at all.
Oh, Manx tries to take a duel there. Falls. Monster control. Giving away to Complexity. I actually like the way that they were distributing utility over towards B. I don't know if you caught that. But they're literally throwing smokes over the hedge rather than trying to toss them through on spawn.
This is a nice spot to be in for Hallzerk. Does just get the leg shot onto Queenix, but that's compounding the issues for Ecstatic, really. P250 comes through for the finish up. This is looking all too easy for Complexity.
Chalk and cheese, isn't it, between now and Anubis? Definitely more of a comfort pick for them, Complexity, as Fang puts the finishing touches on the round. 9-2. They might need to call a tactical pause. Tools down.
I think I saw that guy setting up the arena the other day. All right, well, sounds like we're back into the round. Lots of util getting tossed out early on in the piece. Nodios pushed away by the Molotov at top of con. I mean, Ecstatic, they're trying, aren't they? They're trying to take map control.
Yeah.
But they're just meeting a brick wall every time.
Complexity have everything. Everything covered. They're taking territory, providing absolutely no space for Ecstatic to take. Even now, just poking and prodding these bomb sites. Floppy, how many times has he got up over his opposite number there at the B site? Now Queenix has got work to do. Floppy, he's going to be able to continue his reign of terror.
Yeah, again, Ecstatic are back up towards the A bomb site with really not a whole lot to be able to do about this round. It's painful to watch at the moment, Jim. Every single round, it just feels like Complexity are getting into one of the sites easily. Ecstatic are trying to save guns, and then Complexity chase them down, take a couple more guns away, and continue to basically pile drive Ecstatic out of overpass.
There's no options here for Ecstatic, is there? It's just save simulator for them.
Save simulator indeed. Feels like we're playing over Inferno a little.
Definitely felt that way in a few rounds for Anubis as well. Ecstatic don't take too many risks with their economy, do they? That mentality is extended here onto overpass, but it has not birthed them any success.
I mean, at this point, we're just cheering about anything, I think, because there's not much happening in the game, is there? Complexity are just working their way through.
Cheer about anything.
Cheer about anything. That's the one we want to be hearing. Can we hear Ecstatic, though? I don't think so at this point. They're just kind of getting rolled over on the bomb sites.
Oh, Queenix has got a job ahead of him. He's not going to be able to slay too much more. So, Salazar and Nodios, they're looking for remnants here in this round.
Big. If he actually finds the timing here, and he will, does get himself one, but needs more than that.
Oh.
Nodios can't do enough. Salazar will be tasked with the clutch 1-on-2, and there's just no chance right now. Fang is unstoppable.
Very proactive with that flash.
Well, I really hope they can hear that on their stage.
I think they can. Ecstatic. They're looking for some inspiration here in the final 2 rounds as Manx gets aggressive, finds the opener, Floppy. He's had a lot of success opening at B, but he won't play any further part in this round.
This is like the first time that Ecstatic have actually had the opening frag this half, it feels like. It's been few and far between.
It's been 84 years.
But Complexity, you still get the sense that they're feeling confident. I mean, just look at how quickly Fang is charging up long. Does eventually get spotted out by the jumping Salazar, but JT finds the timing into B.
Wow.
Complexity can do no wrong.
JT's just looking to see if he can maybe salvage something here as the rest of Complexity is set to join him. Fang just wants to provide some space for his teammates in mid, and that's going to go one better.
I can't believe it, Chip. I can't believe it. Ecstatic just can't find a round anywhere, it seems like. JT.
Oh, Manx is not even looking.
He's going to get another freebie, isn't he? The flash in. JT gets the better of Manx, and now Queenix also traded. There is just nothing of value to say for Ecstatic. Every single round they're getting banged out. This might be it. We're looking for map 3, certainly at this point.
I don't know if that's reason for Mac to come back. Static. Not too enthused with this half, that's for sure. Complexity, though, we've seen some really healthy signs out of them. They've been putting Floppy and Fang. Some pretty prime positioning. Fang certainly stepped things up. And again, already, they're just putting pressure on this B bomb site. It's had so much success for them. Why would they stop?
All right. Well, maybe it's starting to come together for Ecstatic right at the end of the half. They've been toiling away and for no success. But Floppy and Hallzerk, what do they have to say about it? They've still got a bit of time, and Floppy kind of has control of B. Rotation is coming through from Ecstatic. It'll be really tough to get a bomb plant here, and Queenix timing will favor Hallzerk. Hang on a minute. If he posts up on that short line, there could be some words to be said for Complexity. Flash, though, is excellent. Lands in front of his head. Now it's Floppy to try to finally drive that nail into Ecstatic, but he cannot do it. 12-3. At the end of the half, Complexity have put on a stellar first half on Overpass.
I've done all these amazing things, gotten all these amazing opportunities. I don't gatekeep how I got here. Choosing to maintain this success narrative in a really open way is one of the biggest gifts that I can give.
I will be more than El Presidente de Ara. Yard will be the paradise we have dreamed of.
Far Cry, Rise of the Revolution.
With my Suncorp Bank Everyday Options account, I can open up to 9 sub-accounts to help organise my money, which means I can separate money for bills, food and soccer. Now I can properly rep my team. That's banking you can feel good about.
Whatever they say today, ignore it. Stronger than this.
Harassment, bullying and prejudice have no place in the workplace. For information and advice, search apprenticeships info or call 1800 210 210. Call it out and act. Let's protect respect.
Sickness and in health.
Wait, does this mean I have to get HBF couples cover? I don't have to share my extras limits, do I?
No, at HBF, you get your own extras limits.
Oh, phew.
Share your life, not your extras limit. That's healthier insurance.
HBF.
Welcome back to beautiful Melbourne, where we dive into another half of Counter-Strike. This one might not last that long, Jim. You'd have to expect at this point, Complexity, they're going to run through this map. They had such a stellar first half. Ecstatic are looking beaten, battered, bruised, whatever other word you can conjure. 12-3. Complexity moving on to the CT side as well. This has been a demolition.
Certainly going to be needing to be put in the recovery position if they do not get this pistol.
Yep.
And, well, CT aggression sort of runs through water, doesn't it? They're really trying to take initiative here, Complexity. Static, though, they're looking for this timing into B. Smoke to heaven, all to playful.
Well, Grim, Floppy, both set up on short. If they can deal with Manx, then that'll be a start, but hasn't happened, and that's left Floppy high and dry.
Oh,
much better from Ecstatic. Floppy's going to be able to get one, and he needs another. He definitely needs that kill onto Manx to make it doable. Maybe that kill gives them a sliver of a chance in the round. It's onto Floppy solo now, though. And Ecstatic is giving him nothing at all. So Ecstatic pick up an important pistol.
That was looking very good from the get-go for Ecstatic. Complexity have got themselves a cheeky little bite. That Scout is going to be looking to do a lot of damage. That Molotov is going to cause a moment of confusion. And one second of insanity has cost them Crown.
Yeah, indeed, that'll be the end of Crown, but Queenix has popped off. Nice little double, spinning 180 on a dime. Keeps it alive for Ecstatic. Queenix wants to do a little bit more work as well in this round and starts to work his way up short in toward the B site. Do have Nodios working along as well for Ecstatic, so they've got options. They don't necessarily need to go B here.
Nothing to work with Complexity in terms of cues. They're just going to make this contact play Ecstatic. They got the numbers.
Oh, Grim's in a nice spot to finish this one off. Double kill. MP9.
3.
He's done it himself. And Ecstatic, if they weren't getting knocked out of this map after the first half, I think that is going to put them down a peg. Pistol built them up a little bit, gave them some hope. But this round is going to rip all of that away.
That's insane. Absolutely insane. There's nothing special about that off angle he's playing. There was no trades from Ecstatic. And that has cost them dearly. The Complexity of clawing their way into this. And this might be enough to put another nail in the coffin. At least for overpass.
Very nice from Grim. Very nice indeed.
If there's someone that can make that MP9 sing, it's him. How Zerkis?
Nate! The Nate!
He's robbed a nest.
That's a huge chunk of damage from the two nades that Complexity have put into this round, and they just want to get this map over and done with.
I just can't believe he's gotten away with that. He's just stepped up with the scout and fade away P250.
Easy.
Is there anything more disrespectful?
Fang is getting a bit frisky around the bathrooms right now.
He's got a few squishy targets heading his way.
Yep. Might be able to do a bit of stat padding here. There goes another one. And Fang locks it down for 3. Nodios miles away, can't even look for the trade. So Complexity almost assured 14 now. And there it is. Feels like a matter of time before we're headed on to map 3.
They're getting on about it, aren't they, Complexity? Not messing around.
Complexity are just giving the people what they want.
Map 3.
The people want Ancient.
Still no opportunity for Ecstatic to buy in here. Crown might be able to get himself a better position here, but I think he is just going to be fodder.
Well, very quickly into the B bomb site is what he's going to attempt to do. No fodder just yet from Crown, but eventually drops to JT. That's a very one-sided round. 15 on the board for Complexity. We've known exactly where we've been headed since the first half.
JT certainly got some support. So what can Ecstatic do here now? This is backs to the wall. Oh, that's the great opener. Manx, he's been quiet.
It's a good trade, though. It's a good trade. It doesn't really bail Ecstatic out of trouble just yet.
And
there
that's
you go.
a little bit better. I was going to say Manx has been quite quiet compared to Anubis. But it might be too little too late here. Crown's found some timing here into B. This could be problematic.
Yeah, indeed. Floppy's got no idea at all, but Fang and Hallzerk have just activated at the same time.
The bomb's not even going to make it in just yet.
Oh!
No.
Okay. Good win for Salazar.
That could have been problematic.
Well, this could still be problematic. Hallzerk could definitely get this one done. He's in the right place. He's gone down to B. Bomb plant is there. Can he deny the player exiting the site? That's a big start. Brings it down to the 1v1. He's got a smoke as well. If he gets that one onto the bomb, can start to play around with the defuse and maybe draw out the peak, but he's got absolutely no idea where Crown is coming from. So it might end up coming down to a smoke defuse. Opts for an exchange of weaponry. And now spots out Crown, but he's taken so much damage that you'd think this nade might be enough. He don't get away from it. But Crown hits the shot. And
they survive for now, Ecstatic. The rebuy coming through is not particularly strong, though. They've had to forego the AKs, 4 Galils. And on the flip side of the coin, you've got Complexity, who's coming through with a pretty strong buy themselves. Sure, they've had to forego some utility, but they've got the full complement. Would be a problem for them, though, as no kits.
Bang. Oh, how does he get out of there alive? By the skin of his teeth. Get it, Jim?
I see what you did there.
Thought you'd like that one.
More bark than bite. It's not been the case this map, though. He's absolutely led from the front.
Starting to run out of util on that CT side. Grim with just an incendiary and a flash. There's nothing else for Complexity to delay Ecstatic from getting into a bomb site. And of course, Ecstatic still have a lot of time to work with here, so this round is leaning in their direction. Holzerk, though, creeping onto the line could be a big difference maker here. They're going to walk right into his angle. Holzerk, he hits these. Manx, you're going to be in trouble, son.
Setting up for the flash, though. That's the problem.
Waiting, but even then, Holzerk, he's still going to shoot. And he does get out alive as well. Helped out by Floppy. Crown down as well. It's coming together for Complexity. And that pretty much is going to be that. Ecstatic. They've tried on this T side, but they have failed.
It was an elaborate trap from Complexity.
Nodios 1 on 4. You won't give him the chance here. Holzerk gets it done for Complexity and secures map 3.
Chalk and cheese performance, Jordan. Chalk and cheese performance. Complexity, entirely different performance. They didn't look so polished on Anubis, but Overpass was their map,
well,
start to finish.
Map 3 is what awaits us. Let's see what the analyst desk thinks about that one.
Pandering to the fans there, a little bit of cheers out for the boys, and it does seem like the crowd's on their side. Complexity taking care of business in map 2. That was in control from start to finish.
It was boys versus men, right? Let's not beat around the bush out there. Complexity in control from the get-go, and we never really saw Ecstatic even scratch the surface. That was just a complete disparity in level.
10-5 in opening kills for that T side. You don't normally see that on the offensive side. It's the way CS should play is the CT gets the first kill, then he gets traded, but that was never a position that the Ecstatic guys could get into. They had no rhyme or rhythm to that CD side. Manx did his best. He tried to call into different setups, but too many gaps exploited time and time again. And Complexity riding a lot of the wrongs of Anubis.
Absolutely, taking care of business here. I mean, even in Anubis, right, in that first half, we saw a couple of rounds where it seemed like Complexity maybe had the advantage and things get away from them. Here, you take the advantage in the beginning, you seize every round by the throat, and there's just never really any room to breathe if you're Ecstatic. So, very concerning for the Danish squad, right? We're headed to neutral territory here, we're headed to the decider, and we saw very little to provide promise here.
I think Ecstatic are a better team on the T side. I think it suits them more, and I think the transition to top level play on CT is troublesome for them, where they don't have a good feel of when to get aggressive. CT side Overpass is a lot about being reactive and making good moves and seeing how they're defaulting and playing off it, and I didn't always see that kind of really thoughtful play from them in this game, and that concerns me going into Ancient, because that's another map where you need to be really on the ball with reading what your opponents are doing and making the right decisions.
Now, one of the things that caused the biggest headache, especially for that CT side, was just the absolute abuse of the B site in the form of two fellas named JT and one Ricky Floppy Kemery.
Yeah, we were kind of saying as well, for Floppy, he's individually an unbelievable player. And for the most part, Ecstatic just never knew what to do. They could never find these gaps in the two. The synergy, the cohesion, immaculate. And time again, when we talked about the T side of Ecstatic being lackluster, unable to find these gaps in the armor, it's a prime example. You've got to have a pretty solid B here if you want to be putting up anything on the T side. And it just never came to fruition. And the credit has to come down to these two. They absolutely locked it down.
Yeah, of course, Floppy is the BD forward. And in this game, I was amazed how willing he was to just consistently take Jules up short And the amount of times he was picking those players, I mean, Manx and Nodios and Queenix, they were just having an absolute nightmare, just holding off the onslaught. And as soon as JT slowed up the pairing of them, it was like whack-a-mole on that B bomb site. Every single time, head removed immediately, and they just could not find a way to hold that bomb site for the life of them.
Now, we highlighted in the previous match break, but it's true here as well. One guy who we've had a lot of a spotlight on, he continues to shine in this matchup. It's Fang. He's been phenomenal through the last 2 maps. He's been probably their most consistent, their best player so far today, and that's something that's very encouraging, really popping off in map 2 apparently there.
Yeah, and you can already see, I mean, how much of a confidence player he is, right? When he gets into the rhythm, he starts to really find a lot of that form. A super solid rifler, having a lot of control now of the game. And Ecstatic, again, they just don't really seem to have an idea about where his weakness is. He's very adaptable, very easy to kind of work with on the fly, and this is what's making him pretty scary. Going into towards Ancient, if he's given a little bit of free reign, if he's given this ability just to be a bit loosey-goosey, we can see this side really struggle to take him down again.
Superhuman, some might say, based on what I've just seen. But yeah,
More kills around.
Fang has been brilliant. I think the word Maui Snake likes to use is noob stomper for this sort of environment. And it's definitely true, sorry to say for a team like Ecstatic, that when Fang, an aggressive rifler, is playing a team that has weaker protocols, weaker fundamentals, it's a lot easier to just get up in the face and not be punished. And Fang, I mean, he's been a monster so far, and I don't know what his opponents in Ecstatic need to do, but they have to change something, or Fang is just going to keep feasting.
He is indeed, and I mean, at least in that map, there was no concern, frankly. We're going to be headed to Ancient, so we're looking to the future. We're looking into Ancient. How are we feeling about this map? What's the temperature check for our 2 rosters here now?
There's positives over towards Ecstatic. This is a map which they're actually relatively comfortable on. They play it a fairly decent amount within the Tier 2 online circuit. It's just a case of the caliber of opponents that they're coming against in comparison to that complexity are just, you know, it's chalk and cheese, completely different sort of levels here. And this is the thing that really worries me. We've already seen fundamentally how this team can really be a little bit lackluster, just on a little bit more grandiose scale. The macro sense of the game, the control that Ecstatic like to try and persistently can have, it doesn't really have any effect over towards complexity. This worries me. Coming in towards Ancient, it's a map in which you need your individuals online. You need to have some sort of game plan, and I just think complexity have a better fundamental idea.
Of course, we've already seen it once today. They did beat EG, but it was EG's second game ever on the map. And first half was good. T-side looked nice. But as I'm saying, I think CT is where this team struggles, especially against a team like Complexity that has more options, that has more depth to their T-side, that can push and pull them around the map. So if they play like they did against EG yesterday, it's going to be a bloodbath. They have to, not yesterday, earlier on. It's going to be a bloodbath. They have to have made changes, and they have not had long between these series to watch that reflect and eat and rest and get ready to go again.
Yeah, I think reflection may have gone by the wayside, but, you know, hopefully they've taken some lessons, some confidence, some energy perhaps, because they need to bring all of those to bear as we head into our decider. One more map in the day, one more team to send through to the playoffs. Which of these squads is it going to be? Find out after this break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you only believe in me, don't you be like that? I will love you forever. If you only believe in me, yeah. Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly.
take back Redfall.
You know my brother Hugo, he was actually the one that helped me blow up. He posted a video of me doing a freestyle, and the feedback just made me think I could do it. We're gonna keep getting bigger, showing people what's possible.
Show me love, take pure heart of mine. High above, high above. We go off in the night. We leave in the red lights. Man, let 'em need. You can see right, see right. We go show me love, show me love. Taking this pure heart of mine. High above, high above. We go off in the night. We leave in the red lights. No, man, I need. You can see right, see right. But we go
ESL Challenger is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet.
Fire up, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the final map of the day. Complexity taking on Ecstatic. And for one of these two teams will also be the final map they play in ESL Challenger Melbourne. We go on to Ancient Gym. Ecstatic, they've already played an OT on this map today. Do you reckon we see it again?
Well, I mean, history can repeat itself, but do we learn from the mistakes of the past? Maybe that's a little bit deeper than it needed to be. However, both of these two teams want that deep run into the tournament, don't they?
Yep. I think particularly in the case of Complexity, they would have considered themselves at minimum a grand finalist team at this event, if not even the first place team. Granted, they have already got the ESL Pro League spot, so they're not necessarily as concerned about that, but I mean, there's money on the line as well, and you don't fly all the way to Australia just to come third or fourth or even get knocked out before that.
Surely they want more than just a trip to the zoo. But it's a bit of a menagerie in here, and I rate it.
Indeed, we're getting rowdy, even though it's getting late in Melbourne. But it's time for Ancient. We all asked for it, we all hoped for it, and once again, we get a three-mapper to close the day out. Complexity will start on the CT side, and Fang, he was so sharp on overpass, but the shots right now are not connecting.
He's under a bit of duress as well as Manx. Well, these Julies are going to work, aren't they? And they've certainly stemmed the flow of T's into the site, but they're going to get that plant.
Well, they've still got to clear out Donut first, and JT does a pretty good job of that. Grim!
Oh, dear.
Dooley's on Dooley's action. He gets the better of Nadios, and now it's just Queen X up against Grim, who swings. Dooley's in hand. Of course he'll win it. And Complexity start with the pistol.
What a confident round from him, picking up 3. And they know that the crowd's a factor here for them too, so that's a perfect start for Complexity. Ecstatic. They did get the bomb plant, so they have some options. Are they going to take what's afforded to them? Looks like they'll be coming in with some Galils now, but Julies really get the work done, don't they?
So, investment from Ecstatic. 5 Galils, a smoke and a flash. That's all that they've got. It's not really a whole lot to get too excited about. They're just going to have to hit their shots, aren't they? And Adios might actually be given the chance to do that.
Okay.
Complexity exploring down the ramp, and all they're going to find is a headshot. Grim also just about getting time there in Donut, but he does well.
He's looked so confident with that M4. The amount of multi-kill rounds he's picked up.
Yeah. And he picks up that pistol for Complexity as well. So 6-0 for Grim so far on the map. Bang here with the MP9. Doesn't quite manage to win the duel against Nerdios, but gets info, gets damage, and Floppy's going to swing through for the finish. 2-0 for Complexity.
They're off to a very strong and solid start. I actually thought they may have exposed themselves with that B push. There's certainly an opportunity for timing to not work out in their favour, but they managed to recover quite nicely. So proactive CT play certainly yielding the rewards they want. They've got Ecstatic now back to pistols.
Oh, that's a really nicely timed incendiary as well from Ecstatic, which will just, or from Complexity rather, which will keep Ecstatic at bay. Not sure they wanted to go fast anyway. Did just pop up on that boost, and now they're starting to have a bit of a look as the contact is made. JT, he gets 3 before he goes down, and this should be pretty straightforward for Floppy. Good damage in, but the eagle headshot. And Nerdios could, he could get the bomb plant, but he's chosen the wrong side of the pillar. And so he'll go down to Hallzerk. Another fairly strong round from Complexity. First buy, though, going to come through here for Ecstatic.
One of these gentlemen is waiting patiently for Mac.
Oh, hang on.
Hang on.
It's a knife. It's going to be a knife, guys. That's disappointing. Like, come on, if you're going to unbox on stream, at least get something better than that.
Worse than my inventory. Full AK buy coming out from Ecstatic, though, and they're not messing around. They're straight into mid. Well, Hallzerk's wasted no time. He's taken a very, very aggressive roll with that AWP through A Halls, and he's locked it down and will continue to hold it.
Guys, you're making me feel bad. 5-on-3 right now. Complexity off to a good start in this round as well. And Manx will try to work his way into Cheetah. So starting to try to take some map control here for Ecstatic. They've got a member in mid who I think is maybe going to be under a bit of duress in just a second. Crown gets spotted by Fang, traded down by Grim. And now it's Ecstatic trying to work their way into B, but they're just not having any success or anywhere on the map. Nerdios has one.
Got a lot of work to do with that bomb. Nowhere near him. And Grim reaping the reward. Looking super solid early on in this. What, 9-0? It's off to the perfect start on Ancient. And that's exactly the kind of form Complexity want him to be in. Tech 9s for Ecstatic.
I mean, is this an all too familiar scenario for Ecstatic? I mean, they struggled on the CT side of Overpass. That's where Complexity was really sort of pushing them into the dirt. But now the same thing is happening on Ancient, even though the sides are reversed. It's still kind of feeling like Ecstatic are not getting anything done at the moment. So a sense of deja vu maybe for them at the start of the map, and it's not the way they would have foreseen this going.
Well, I mean, one Molotov here has just put a halt to their plans on B. They do have a smoke in tow, though, so they do have an option to maybe put second wave of pressure on, but Floppy is going to clear that out.
Yeah, JT spots a couple of members, tells Floppy what's happening, says, "You have those, mate."
Have all 5, in fact.
Yeah, give him the ace. What a nice guy. Baited by the cameraman. Sorry, we'll come back to it. It's important. But right now, the counter-strike is also important. And it's kind of important that Ecstatic gets something done pretty quick fast here, Jim. I'm starting to get worried we might have another very quick map. Nobody wants that.
Well, they're going to contest the mid here. Complexity have already got themselves 2 into Donut. That's just going to clip Grim ever so slightly.
It's kind of the first time we do actually see that contest into mid. Ecstatic have been a little more interested in trying to control lane.
Yeah, what will Complexity do though? They have got the double. They've aggressed on that.
Looking too easy for Complexity at the moment, isn't it? Ecstatic really not posing much of a threat at all. Nodius is the only one really fragging right now, and a lot of his frags have been late in the round, non-impactful frags. And Complexity are just steamrolling through this half at the moment.
That's it. He accidentally the whole thing. So Ecstatic have taken some time to talk this over. Not a lot of options available to them.
You know you're down bad when you're doing that. Oh,
have you seen Wander's Twitter feed?
Yeah, I have, unfortunately. All right, off to the races again for Ecstatic. Hasn't been a good day for them just yet. Maybe things will turn around. Gambler's fallacy, Jim.
Things surely get better from here, right? Well, maybe not. You're running straight into this site here. Floppy's been ever so dependable.
Nice little double from Floppy, making it look easy. Aim's on point today. Eventually does get taken down by Queenix, but of course, there's more CTs defending the bomb site. So, Ecstatic, they really need someone to step up. Maybe it's Nodios. Maybe a 1v4 with the Deagle would get them going. He has an AK now as well. And he has the bomb to play with, time as well. Gonna try and isolate some 1v1s, Jim. He needs to make this happen. Honestly, Ecstatic, they've been flat. But maybe, just maybe, Nodios can give them a glimmer of hope.
Bang. He's just held position. Waiting for Grim. Trying to work off what little information they have.
Okay, Smokey the Cheetah draws the peak from Fang, and that makes it doable. This could be massive. He'll be able to get the bomb plant down on A. Turn this into a 1v1, of course. Post plant should favor him. And it's a long rotate from Grim as well. I think Grim might lose this round. I think he might get the 1v4 done and dusted here, Nodios. I mean, that time that it's going to take him to get into Donut, clear that out. He's just going to have to charge onto the bomb site. He does have a smoke to defuse in, but Nodios is going to be all over that. Time a factor now. His position given away. And Nodios! He gets it done just when Ecstatic needed it.
It's a huge round. That's one that they needed desperately. They had to put a stop to this roll of rounds Complexity we're amassing. It started so well for them as well. They ran into a big wall of defense, but Nodios with that Deagle manages to fashion around, 4v1 in the end. Ridiculous.
Oh, and he doesn't even react, does he? It's not a big deal.
Just another day at the office.
1v4, not a big deal, by the way. Do that every day.
Catch him in high vis.
But Ecstatic are going to need to run it back. And to be quite honest, they're not going to be able to rely on rounds like that. So, you're going to need to see someone else lifting. I mean, Nodios is 10 and 6, but between the rest of the players, they've got 6 frags, Jim.
Yeah, the big problem for them is Salazar with that big investment for little return so far, 0 and 7.
See what Ecstatic are going to opt for this time. A bit of presence in toward middle, but kept at bay by the early util from Complexity.
That's not a contest they've been winning either. They've been bullied and battered out of mid. Looks to be much that way early on. Complexity aren't too interested in holding it though.
Oh, JT's on the push. And that's the danger man out of the picture for Ecstatic. So they're going to have to rely on someone else to step up now.
The big information queue as well. They've cleared out laneway. And so you can already see...
Yep. Bit of a trend toward A.
Precisely. They have the option to try and double back through mid if they really wanted to.
JT's going to try to clear lane and mid again. Spots Salazar, who's now down to 32 HP. Crown and Fang have been going at each other in Red Room. But it's going to be over toward ramp, really, where the difference needs to be made for Ecstatic. Would be nice for Crown to get the better of Fang.
Oh, Fang's found the timing there. However, Max, he's opened up towards B. That's problematic for Complexity. But that Molotov's even more complex. More of a problem, sorry, because he's on 9 HP. Didn't want to take that risk of planting in it.
Oh, well, this is the best looking round so far for Ecstatic. They've got a bit of wind in their sails now.
Not a one-man effort either.
And Fang with the 1v3. Can he do what Nodios was able to do earlier on? Clears out one from Cave, not expecting a second. So it will be 2 for Ecstatic.
Nobody suspects the butterfly.
That'll be $10, thanks. Oh! Yeah, no littering, please.
Do the right thing. Slight tactical pause for reflection here for Complexity. They've had a good start to the half so far. Got to take care of this planet.
That's right, Jim. That's what we're all about here at DreamHack Melbourne. We're all about Counter-Strike as well. And at least Ecstatic are giving us some hope that we might get something in this third map.
Utility into mid for Ecstatic. They want to try and rope off Complexity. Mask that vision as they make their way through. They could progress into Donut, put pincer pressure on A. But you get the feeling Complexity aren't quite happy to let them have it.
Yeah, this is the first time that Ecstatic have been able to actually take mid control, though. Oh, Nodios might well get caught on the timing here. Drops down. There should be the double swing through, but Complexity let them pass, and that might end up being a Galaxy Brain strategy. Nodios will forego mid control. Fang and Grim, the ones to strike. And Ecstatic, well, they've still been given a bit of a sliver of hope from Crown.
Plenty of time to play with, though, for Crown. And, well, the problem he has is whether or not he overthinks this.
Well, at least the benefit for him is that the CTs are isolated from one another, so he could convert this into 2 1v1s, very similar to what Nodios was able to do. Gonna just split the bomb sites one apiece. I don't know what you guys are on about. The sound's fine.
That doesn't make it better.
And Crown, he's actually going to find himself a freebie onto Hallsberg, so this is now entirely doable. Just got to make sure he plants that bomb in time. It was a little bit close.
That was hairy. And I'm not talking McClary from Donaldson's Dairy.
So once again, can Ecstatic give themselves a round off the back of an individual clutch? Crown set up nicely on ramp. Just going to watch one angle, wait for Floppy to push his way through. Famas versus an AK. You back the AK every day of the week.
What a jewel of a round from Crown.
And Ecstatic do it again.
They've done enough. They've broken the economy.
I said that they wouldn't be able to rely on rounds like that, but apparently I was wrong. Tactical timeout from Ecstatic. 3 out of 4 used. Yes, guys, that is the camera.
Spotted.
Very proud of you. I mean, three out of 4 tack timeouts used in 9 rounds, Jim. That's a lot of tack pauses early.
That is. That is a lot of pause for thought. This round was big, though. Grim had to pivot on a dime there.
Very happy to play up the crowd as well.
Fantastic round. It's put complexity just on pistols.
Big push coming through from Grim at the moment on A long. That's been dealt with by Queenix. He's lucky to be alive on 2 HP there. But it seems the round might be going the way of Ecstatic. Nodios working up ramp. Will get double swung. But it's the A bomb site that's really going to be problematic here for complexity. So plant down. Ecstatic happy nonetheless.
Floppy will be happy with that free AK. Get the sense they want just a little bit more, though.
Oh, Fang's making a lot of noise here. This should be pretty routine for Queenix. Another one for Ecstatic. It looked like it was all the way of complexity, and then it came down to just one little clutch from Nodios, and how much that has changed the course of this map.
Certainly set them on a course for success. Looks like individual skill can get you at least back into the match. Will it get you across the line, though? That's the true measure. A lot on the line here. Elimination for one of these teams.
You know what I'd love to see, though, Jim, is Ecstatic get around by committee. They've had 2 big clutches, but clutches aren't going to be enough to win you this game. They need to be securing rounds a little bit more standard. Complexity have the guns in their hands, so they're going to make it a bit more difficult this time around. Salazar has a good shot at it. Util's getting tossed on through. Spam out from both sides. Complexity do lose that exchange. HP deficit for them now. And Ecstatic want to push the pace through the smoke. It's worked out. Salazar and Manx open the account, but JT still on the bomb site. Could make a difference. Of their own kind, Manx.
He's awake.
There we go. That's a little bit more like it.
He's awake once again. You drop this. Ecstatic. That is around almost by committee.
Yeah, I like that one a bit more. Gives me a bit more confidence.
Not good prospects here for complexity, though. Fang really wants to hold on to this, and, well, he's been spotted out now. The hunt begins.
Ooh, doesn't even take a lick of damage there, so the job will actually get a little bit difficult for Crown to actually finish this one off. Flash pops through. Never mind, it's a nade either way. Oh, Fang survives. That's well done. And so he'll be able to drop the gun, rebuy.
I was going to say, earns a little bit of cash for his hard-earned efforts.
Indeed.
We're about to find out what happens after dark.
Ooh.
It's dark and moody in here. At this point, they're just being toyed with.
12th round of the half. Ecstatic have really come back into the swing of things, but haven't been able to equalize just yet. This will be the round, though, and it's not a great buy from Complexity, who try to get aggressive in mid. And they do manage to take mid control. Well, what are they going to do with it, Jim? They've lost lane control. They've really got nothing except mid, actually, Complexity. JT's been kind of left high and dry here toward B. Smoke in hand for ramp, but it's not really going to delay Ecstatic, I don't think. They've shown that they're more than happy to push through the smokes.
Brown just placing some utility in mid. He wants the attention of Complexity. Trying to buy a window of opportunity here towards B. So they're just going to inch their way in, Ecstatic. Manx and Queenix opening things up towards B. Complexity well. That's the rifle down. That's not good. So insta-call on the save after that. All prospects gone.
All right, well, that was a round.
That was indeed a round.
Jim, could you explain that chant for me? I don't get it.
I think they want him to stand up.
I see. Well, 6 apiece. I mean, this has been a wonderful comeback from Ecstatic. They honestly just looked like they were completely out of this. Massive demolition on overpass. We go into Ancient, down 0 and 6. You think at that point, all right, well, maybe they're done. But they've still got the fire left.
I don't know what's happening.
Well, I do. Ecstatic are coming back into this map, Jim, and they don't want to go home.
Yeah, this is a big exchange of utility early on in the fray. Complexity. They're looking to push Ecstatic out of lane weight, take control, gain a lot of info from that. Mid still largely uncontested. But look at the precedence Complexity was placing on control of laneway. They had 3 there. Ready to go.
Little pop in there from Bang, but he opts not to go through the smoke. Static still maintaining mid-control. Nodios as well, able to knock Grim over in Donut. What has happened to Complexity in the last 7 rounds? It just seems like they've lost all momentum and they cannot get it back.
Soft locked out of this site for now. Floppy needs to make sure that his angles are cleared right now.
Will do so, at the very least, but time of the essence for Complexity. They've got to make this retake work. Things are starting to get out of hand now, and Ecstatic, they're doing it again. 7 on the board. 7 in a row.
They managed to rally 7 in a row. Oh, how the turntables. Oh, this is not good.
Okay, 1 for 1. Smoke onto that molly. JT's back into the bomb site. He doesn't want to progress any further forward. Ecstatic are taking a look into mid. They've had a bit of success there later in the half.
They'll literally chant for anything. Taking a bit of territory now, Ecstatic. Heading themselves over towards B here as a big load on the shoulders of JT. He's going to be joined by his teammate.
Yeah, Holzerk though only does have a deagle, so not really that much of an assistance. No flash, no nothing to keep Complexity in that bomb site. They just have to concede ground. And Salazar set up on what might be one of the best AWP angles in the game. Grim's going to try to work his way in through Cave, but walks into an AK, and Crown will pretty much secure another one for Ecstatic. Fang obviously has other ideas as he bangs a head off. Now he's looking for Crown. He's making those footsteps happen, though. And Ecstatic are doing their job at the moment. Just hiding away from Complexity, one after another. The dominoes will fall. And 8-6 will be the scoreline. It might be the full reverse sweep for the half if Ecstatic can secure 9.
That would be 9 in a row. That's ridiculous. That's a real swing in momentum. And no doubt impacting Complexity on a few levels there. I feel like that round was ill-fated anyway. There was no kit for Complexity, no option there for a later retake. They had to have the dominoes fall their way early on. Wasn't the case, but this is a bit of aggression now. Complexity taking charge, taking control of mid. They've done the same in laneway.
The A bomb site's completely open, Jim. Ecstatic have just walked in. So what is Complexity going to do about this? They're going to have to retake at least. They will have a numbers advantage courtesy of JT. Bit of util to get back into that A bomb site with as well, but only one defuse kit.
You can tell Fang also wants to make that flank through A halls as well, so it's all about timing now.
Yeah, Floppy gets another one, but still not going to be easy for Complexity.
Uh-oh.
Salazar and Queenix posted together. Crown has to watch long.
And Fang's
still getting tossed in, but Fang getting that kill is a big difference maker. Let's see what Queenix can do about it. Salazar there to assist. This might be doable. Ecstatic, the time is playing in their favor, and Queenix is stepping up in a big way. Fang can't get it done. A 2-on-5 to close out the half. 9 for Ecstatic. And Complexity left reeling.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle.
People think Western Sydney is a rough area, but coming from here, it's a blessing. All obstacles you face here, they're lessons. You know my brother Hugo, he was actually the one that helped me blow up. He posted a video of me doing a freestyle, and the feedback just made me think I could do it. Yeah, See the New Wave is much more reflective of what Australia is today. Me, my brother, my crew, we feel responsible. We're gonna keep getting bigger, showing people what's possible.
I'm psychosexologist Chantel Otten, and for the first time ever, I'm bringing you into my private sex therapy sessions. Listen to Sex Therapy, Sessions with Chantel Otten, only on Audible.
Dominic Toretto, this is your last ride. Took your money, took your family.
You made one mistake. You never took my car.
Fast 10.
So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you. When you hide your feels from me, why you heavy-hearted? Got the silence talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye?
Final half of the night. And it's not getting any quieter here in Margaret Court Arena. Complexity, they have a job to do now. Ecstatic. Listen, at the moment, it feels like Ecstatic's the team to beat.
Absolutely. I think it's a case of Complexity needing to recapture the vibe because they have well and truly fallen off. But where did they leave it?
I don't know, Jim. I mean, it was a very weird half. Ecstatic getting away with so much. And yet they win 9 rounds in a row. So who are we to question them? Complexity, they'll want this pistol. They'll want it real bad. But Manx, you'd think Dooley's there would do a bit of work. Hasn't. Floppy bangs her head off. And Complexity are straight into the B bomb site. So big job to do now for Ecstatic on the retake.
One big angry mob moving their way into B. They're all staged there for the retake, though.
Yep, they've got a flash to work with as well. So let's see what Crown can do with that one. Floppy, his head gets chopped off. But the CTs, they're not having success. Paulzerk does well from default and secures the round for Complexity.
What a round from Paulzerk. Absolutely punishes Ecstatic. Swings around the middle of the totem. Absolutely destroyed Crown there. So that's around Complexity now. Break that streak of rounds for Ecstatic with.
Investment from Ecstatic. 4 smokes, scout as well as pistols. So they do want to try to give this round a crack. Still a pretty reserved defense from them, though.
They need a big half out of Salazar on that AWP.
Yeah.
All the scope weapons, in fact.
Yeah, it was a little quiet in the first half. Wasn't really needed. The riflers were getting the job done. But maybe on that CT side, as you say, we will need to see him step up if Ecstatic has to win here.
Yeah, the production levels out of him need to step up. And now, well, Ecstatic are trying to isolate a duel, and that they do. They've taken control of the cave again.
Yeah, they isolate a couple. Couple of good shots from the Deagles, and all of a sudden this round just turns to nothing for Complexity. 3 on 5. They've got time to work, but not a lot of it. So where do they go?
Very deep set.
Ecstatic have completely ignored B. Expecting something to happen toward A. But looks like Complexity will call the bluff.
Back to the scene of the crime. Okay, Ecstatic now have recognized their folly. A lot of work for Complexity to be done here.
Yeah, I mean, even at least for Ecstatic, even if it's going to be the give up the side strategy, they can retake with numbers. And Hallzerk, how's he still alive? Queenix, how are you getting away with this? Hallzerk's on 3 HP and they know where he is. Queenix, you don't even need a peek there. Manx just drive by with a Mac 10. And Ecstatic have another. Complexity looking a bit flustered.
I don't know what Queenix had. His boots of escaping were on. What a round. How to turn things on its head. So it's Complexity. Break the streak. It's Ecstatic that... Ooh. Gonna need some time to mull it over.
All right, well, Complexity. Can they channel some of that, Jim? Can they find a way to turn that energy into something positive? They're going to have to pretty quickly. This map is slipping away from them. And Ecstatic are building up a nice CT side economy already. They get through this round without losing too many guns. Very slow approach from Complexity in this one.
They narrowly avoided some utility in the early phases of the round, but on the back of that flash, they're going to try and take control of mid. So this is going to get maybe, a bit too hairy, but the Galil of Manx cleans that up.
Oh, what a shutout from Ecstatic. 11-7. They go one step closer to 16, and they keep the money intact. What a man.
Didn't even blink.
All right, Complexity. Back in.
Control being exerted here.
Yeah. But Ecstatic haven't really fought for it, so... Okay, it's a little win for Complexity, but just a small one. They've also taken a bit of mid-control there, Complexity. They are getting through the map nicely. It is a very worrisome round, though, for Complexity. If they were to lose this one, it's just Ecstatic in full control. So much cash right now on the CT side. And, of course, they'd be getting that round lead as well. Ballooning out. Nice Molotov forces Grim out into the open. Easy pickings for Nodios.
Well-placed utility. Nets them their result that they needed. However, Complexity, they've got other plans. They're not going to be victim to anything. They're going to put pressure immediately straight onto B. Should be able to get in here.
Nodios, he's boosted up above the smoke. Looking for anybody to peek their head up. And there it is! The strategy works out perfectly for Ecstatic. JT, he's able to trade down through the smoke, but it's not enough to equalize the numbers. And that is another nail in the coffin for Complexity.
What can be salvaged here for Fang? There's not too much on offer. So he takes his AK into the next round because, well, Static, they're in a position where they want to continue to build economy.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough on both behalves. Both teams playing the long game here.
I might try and kill him after time, but no real effort made.
I mean, that is literally the perfect round, though, for Ecstatic, right? They come in with a bunch of Galils. They walk out with a couple of AKs, upgrade their guns, only lose one player. Money is looking fantastic for Ecstatic in this second half. And they've got the momentum.
I mean, it's funny that you mentioned a bunch of CTs upgrade their Galils to AKs.
I think the crowd's looking for a TV review from the umpire there.
Please, not the bunker. Flash. Nodios.
Yeah, it's a good one. Not really much to put forward for Complexity in this round. Fang is going to have to find a way to get involved.
They're queuing up, though, towards A here.
Yeah, but Queenix is ready for it. He's got the crossfire established with Salazar as well. Complexity are just finding no success anywhere on the map right now.
Crown, he's interested in a duel or two here in mid. And he's got a thirst for more. I think they're looking to punish the aggression, potentially. Bullzerk there can only find one, and that is a 13th round for Ecstatic. This is where things start to go down to the wire. We've got a buyer coming out from Complexity.
Holy cow.
And they don't want to be the whipping boys. So a tactical pause from Complexity. I think this is certainly a round which demands it. Costing this guy $15 a pop.
That's what keeps DreamHack going, though, Jim.
The dream is alive.
Is the dream alive for Complexity at the moment? I kind of feel like it's dead. And Fang out into mid. Not really contested for it by Ecstatic. Molotov again into Grim's position, forces him away. And that's the retake from Ecstatic into mid, at least the attempt. Max has done a good job to find himself too, but there are frags coming through for Complexity as well. They're in to beat, or at least they're about to beat. JT behind Nodios, doesn't need to get anything done. It's floppy this time. Flying that flag for Complexity.
That's a much better round for Complexity. They contested mid. They were able to isolate the duels that they needed as well, but more importantly, in amongst all the confusion, put pressure on B. So, Salazar has that AWP in hand. It's a much faster round for Complexity. They've changed the pace. Will that be able to continually work for them though? Time will only tell.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not over just yet for Complexity. They definitely do still have time to come back into this map. Couple of rounds to play with. But money is just so phenomenal for the CT side that Complexity are going to have to do this the hard way. They're going to have to go through multiple gun rounds to break the CT economy.
Classic. Oh, floppy. Complexity need him more than ever, I'd say. He was super impactful in the first half. He's pulled off a little bit. But has he refound some of that early map form?
He's in trouble. The flash is good from Crown, and Queenix will deliver. But there's still a contest coming through from Complexity. The Molotov in onto Crown's position as well is going to mean he's done and dusted. Complexity are fighting hard.
They wanted those trades. They were absolutely not taking no for an answer. They hunted Ecstatic down in mid.
Ooh.
Punished
Salazar, he still knows. And he's going to hit the shot as well. So Grim, he's been undone from that position a few times.
Well, not only that, Nodios has opted to get proactive despite being at A, so it's on Salazar to hold things down here as they get the smoke in Complexity.
Salazar, just on the off timing, will turn away from the bomb site. Plant goes down without too much going amiss for Complexity. Odios has spotted out as well, so AK in hand. Oh! Deary me, Fang down. Hallzerk will get the trade. Salazar's going to have a tough time winning this one, even with the defuse kit. There's a Molotov over the top, but maybe it's not going to do enough. The defuse is on!
Oh, no!
14 on the board for Ecstatic.
Oh, the Molotov was ticking away. It just wasn't enough. And that is going to be Ecstatic, just putting themselves so close now to what is the series win, progressing through to Championship Sunday. Complexity, they're able to forge quite a handy buy. But they need more than just openings now. Again, the contest rages on for mid. Believing their utility is superior, Complexity will take that territory.
I mean, that's fair enough, but Ecstatic haven't really been fighting for mid-control early on in the rounds either. Fang, though, he's on a mission, and this is a nice position to find himself in. Not sure if Crown's going to be prepared for that if he does start to make his way back in toward Red Room. Certainly seems that he's aware this could be dirty. Will he clear the corner?
That's the site split.
Yeah. But look at this crossfire setup. This will be tough to break. There's the swing in. Oh, Grim.
Wow.
How does he do it?
He's giving them hope. He's giving them hope. That's what they need. They need hope. And they also need a bomb plant. And that's going to secure them. Because the Static, they're going to try and preserve their economy here. They're not interested in going for the retake.
They do have enough to buy if they keep these two guns alive. I mean, there's also a lot of util behind Queenix and Salazar, so that's a big incentive for them to keep the guns through. They'll be able to do that. Complexity not really in a position to be hunting at this stage. They've got to worry about their own economy before their opponents.
A much-needed round for them, though. The objective for them here on out is to try and break Ecstatic's economy, keep that on the rocks. But it really is going to be one of those round-by-round performances.
Last tactical pause comes through for Ecstatic. After this, no more opportunities to chat. It's a fairly scary prospect if Complexity starts to make a comeback happen. That's hot. That's not.
Some things are better left to the imagination.
Oh, dear. Guys, get a room.
Grim's certainly not dreaming, though. It's been instrumental for them. We'll need to continue to produce. Okay, they're contesting for mid here, Ecstatic.
Oh, and it's working out as well. Crown gets that first one onto Fang. This is maybe what that conversation was about.
They have left A open. And that is going to be the site. Contested now, though.
Yep.
It's not a duel you want to lose, though, in mid. That put a lot of pressure on these site holders here. JT is going to try and open up a B, but...
He's got to. He's got to. And he does! Smoke will go down. He's got full control of B, Jim. But it's a case of getting that bomb across. Floppy only the 1-for-1. 2-on-3 required from Hallzerk and JT to keep this one alive for Complexity. Crown could completely shut it down, though. How do you get back across here as Hallzerk? Hardscope's on the angle. 50 seconds, he's got time, but he's got to get past Salazar and Crown.
This is a standoff.
JT's got to help him out somehow.
Yeah. There's no utility to do it with either.
They've just got to win their duels right here. No, never mind. He's tossed the bomb across.
That'll do. That'll do.
That's 5 head. And Hallzerk, he just continues to try to play that game with the players on lane.
Oh,
it's really on JT now, though, isn't it? Because Hallzerk can't really render assistance with Salazar watching that angle, so JT needs to find these frags. And he's down, so Hallzerk can't do anything. And that is going to be 15 for Ecstatic.
That is not the way they wanted that round to go. The fact that they got themselves in a position there to play the post plant was commendable enough, but that could be potentially their tournament done. Well. Everything feels like a last roll of the dice here for Complexity. They're going to up the pace, though. Look at this, contesting mid.
Oh, I'm not sure it's gone well for them, Jim. Crown does end up dropping to Grim. And Grim's going to go one better. He loves this spot. He's loved it all map. It's been his undoing in a couple of cases, but here at least he's able to get a couple.
Yeah, he's done his job. He's thinned the herd. Salazar's going to run the gauntlet here with that. Oh, he can't do it.
This goes a little bit too aggressive, doesn't he? Wanted to be the hero. It'll be Nodios to try to clutch this one out. And he does well for the first. Oh, my word. That was too close for comfort.
That 3v1 could have been heartbreaking. Complexity just not taking any chances. And you would think Ecstatic are a shoe-in to take this match.
Oh, nice one, Jim. Nice one.
Going to lace a few jokes in here, Jordan.
Once again, Ecstatic going to invest. It's not a great investment. It's certainly not their best buy, but they're going to contest mid again. And this might be it for Complexity. They've lost 2 players early in the round. Floppy trying to pick the pace up. Manx can't get anything done on B. And Floppy again. Is he saving the day here for Complexity? Alongside that kill from Bullzerk, maybe they've got enough done.
Definitely done enough to secure the round now. Floppy activated.
Wow, that was scary for a moment. But Queenix is going to save.
Live to fight another day here, Complexity. At least another round. Much to the delight of the crowd, I must say.
Ecstatic need just one more, so Complexity are still treading even on thin ice. 4 rounds in a row they'll have to get from here. And it looks like at the moment Ecstatic, they have enough, right? They've found these little X-factor moments throughout this map. You'd expect them to be able to close it out from here, but onto the save. So this one should be the one for Complexity that is easy. We'll see if Queenix has anything to say about it.
Looking to work their way into an empty site here, aren't they? They've opted to just stack this A site. Might be the gamble that doesn't pay off, but they want to keep that AK in play for as long as possible.
Yeah, this has worked out perfectly for Complexity. They're into B already. And Ecstatic are going to start to filter their way across.
Okay, JT on point. Oh no, that's gone pear-shaped.
It's a good recovery. Round will go the way of Complexity. We're almost going the distance on the final map tonight.
You can definitely tell Complexity are rolling with a bit of momentum now. Playing for that OT.
Off we go again. Ecstatic this time have a buy. Let's see, do they contest middle? Looks like it. Util's getting tossed in. Fang eats a grenade.
This is a must-win round for Complexity. They really put the acid on Ecstatic if they do win it.
Complexity might have called it correctly as they just walk slow contact into A. They take that bomb site for free.
Superb call. The read. They've got into A for free. Grim gives them some space. Crown holds the donut for now.
Does answer back with one. And he's going to need a little bit more than that. Bullzerk missing a shot. He's given Crown a little bit of a lifesaver. But Fang rips it away. Fang's unable to deny the bomb plant as of yet. Well, keeps it delayed but can't stop it. Nodios. Oh, deleted by Floppy, and Complexity are well and truly in with a sniff now.
Yep, they've done enough to really put pressure on Ecstatic's economy. They're not going to be able to buy in this next round, so they are going to have some loss bonus. They might be able to fashion some pistols, but Manx is not going to be able to save his weapon either, so
yeah,
the options are quite limited.
Ecstatic have to play for 16-14. Complexity are hanging in there. Inch by inch, they're getting closer. But all it takes is one mistake. It is just pistols. Little bit of armor here and there, so maybe if some guns are lost by Complexity, Ecstatic can put them to use. But right now, it is Complexity. The Complexity hype train rolling in. 4 rounds in a row so far. Can they get another 2?
They'll be playing for that for sure. But they don't want to overcommit just yet. Although initial signs say that they are headed in the right direction. Nodios is trying to clip their wings somewhat.
He's the only one on B though, Jim.
He can't do it. He can't do it alone. They made the right call again. What, that's 3 rounds now where they've made the perfect call. They've walked into these uncontested sites largely.
Yeah, this is absolutely nothing for Ecstatic. Queenix gets 1 kill, whatever. Complexity do not care. And that is going to be 14. We will go to the full 30 rounds on the final map. And maybe then some as well, Jim. Why don't we just close it out with an OT?
Wouldn't that be magic?
Well, Ecstatic already faced an overtime on this map earlier today. They started playing at 10 a.m. It's 10 p.m. now.
Well, if you wanted your questions answered about whether fatigue was a factor, maybe that's the discussion being had now. Fatigue management.
Yeah, indeed. Complexity, though. Oh! They'll lose the first blood in this round. And with that, do they start to lose hope? 16-14 on the cards for Ecstatic. Complexity will work their way in mid.
They're going to be given a little bit of space to do so as well. There is going to be recognition from Ecstatic, though, that there has been a period in time where mid has been surrendered. That smoke is going to guarantee passage. A non-contest. No Dios. He's poking. He's prodding.
Yeah, Fang low. Hallzerk tagged, and Nodios gets one. He's traded back through the smoke, but he's definitely got the info for those A players of Complexity. Plan's going to go down. And now the bomb site belongs to Complexity, but they do not have the numbers. Ecstatic 4-on-3 for the retake. Hallzerk taking a look into mid. He'll lose his life to Salazar. It's now just JT and Grim. Grim, who's been awesome on this map. And JT, who chimes in as well. Crown gets Grim. 1v1. JT! He wins it! He keeps it alive for Complexity!
They keep the dream alive! The crowd certainly behind them now.
And of course, it had to be overtime to close the day out, Jim. It has just been this event in a nutshell. We go the distance every single time. Every map has been a long one. Every series has been 3 maps. And now to close out day 2 and overtime, Complexity, they come back from what looked like decimation. It didn't even look like they were going to be close on this map. And then they win 6 in a row to bring it back to 15-15 and put that pressure right back on Ecstatic.
I hope for Ecstatic's sake it's not a case of falling off the edge of the earth in terms of fatigue. JT, nobody was expecting that aggression, certainly not Crown. I would have put Crown up for it too. But JT takes it right to his face.
Faster play into lane from Complexity. And it looks like Ecstatic are opting for the same thing as well. Nodios. Oh, absolutely bangs a couple of heads off. They'd be wondering why couldn't they do that in regulation time.
First big contest in lane weight. Ends up being a bit of a festival.
Contest in toward the bomb site. Grim does well for one, but he's traded back by Salazar. Now again, we have to see a clutch from Complexity, but Salazar is not interested in what Complexity is selling.
Feels like it's been quite some time since we saw a round like that from Salazar. But it's better late than never.
Yep.
Finds them their first in OT.
Yeah, I mean, Ecstatic, they would have loved to have done this the easy way, but now that they have to do it the hard way, they're still fighting for it in the overtime. Mid control contested by both teams, and it's worked out favorably for Ecstatic. JT will try to catch players on the exit, and he does a good job of it. Loses a lot of HP, but still brings it back to 3-on-3.
Molotov locked him in momentarily. He couldn't be helped by his teammate either. That smoke just clouding vision. But they've opened up a little bit of the map for themselves now. Oh, just a moment. The difference there. Salazar, well and truly awake now, but he misses that chance onto Floppy. And he'll fall to the Molotovs. So, A is open. The bomb still needs to be collected.
They've got time, Jim. Don't worry about that one. Doesn't take that long to get through a donut. I do it in a couple of minutes myself. 2v2 though. And Crown, posted in Temple, is not moving his way into the A-bomb site. Floppy's making a bit of noise, though, so Crown will be aware of this potential peak coming through. Big one to win. And that stopped the bomb plant. JT, he's got 14 HP. He's thinking, why? Why do I have to do this alone?
He's got 34 seconds left, though. So, does he go for something a little bit off the cuff?
I mean, he could go B. Absolutely, he could go B.
They're going to get the information momentarily now as they clear things out. So, Nerdios has called that. It's a foot race now. It's a walk-off.
Oh, he's lost the foot race, Jim. He has definitely lost it. And Crown has a nade, so this one should be easy to put in the back pocket. He's decided to go for the swing instead, but it won't matter. Another one on the board for Ecstatic.
He's been juked out of planting that bomb. And that is another round, as you said, for Ecstatic, that they're leaving it late. They're only founding these rounds now in OT after suffering quite a few losses in a row. I thought that contest in mid could be their undoing. They've been dominant, though, Complexity, in taking the fight to Ecstatic in mid. Didn't work this time.
You can see the pressure really is getting to Complexity at this point.
Holzerk needs to keep on trucking, though. That's a great boost over the smoke. Gets the reward.
Good kill to start things off for Fang. Maybe Complexity can find at least one on this T side. Have something to fight with in the second half of overtime. Oh, nasty. Fang's angry. Don't make Fang angry. Maybe Manx has a little bit to say about this round as well. He's got the backup of Nodios, and that'll be 30 frags. Ecstatic maybe to 18 as well, as the bomb is in an awful spot. And Fang and Holzerk have a job to do to collect it. Holzerk collecting frags at the moment too. Molotov in.
They've got to get this bomb off Nodios, though.
Ooh!
That they do.
What a round from Fang. Right when they needed it.
He was banging around that map, that's for sure. He was everywhere, wasn't he?
Yeah.
They needed a round, and they got it. Complexity. If they can find themselves 3 here, wouldn't that be fantastic for them?
Well, I'm not feeling like double OT is off the cards either at this point.
That's a lot of util damage.
Indeed. Complexity worse for wear, but still have all their members alive and also have control of mid.
Look at all the ducks in a row for Ecstatic over towards B. They're sort of soft locked in there, aren't they? They don't really have territory elsewhere. A's an option, but they've got no real passage through just yet. They'd have to go all the way back through spawn. But they're set here. They're going to retake control of B.
Nodio's creeping his way forward. Wants to try and start opening up Cheetah, which he's been able to do to an extent. This will end up being a B take for Ecstatic. Util is getting tossed over. Smoke to the right side. Flashes as well, but Holzerk unfazed. Holzerk looking solid. It's put a stop in the tracks of Ecstatic. And there's another one connecting as well. Ecstatic are just not getting any success right now. Moving their way into B. Finally, Nodios will take a skull away, but he's dropped very quickly after the fact. And Salazar, he'd have to pull off an absolute miracle here. Not possible. 17-17 secured. Anybody's game.
Handiwork there from Holzerk, isn't it? The fact that he's able to lock that B bomb site down on his lonesome before support arrives. Look at the way he dances around Totem here. That flick on the Queenix, under pressure.
Yeah. Both teams are giving it their absolute all at the moment, even though it's getting late. They've both want to turn up tomorrow.
That's it. It's either all or nothing for them.
Straight into mid is everything for Complexity in this overtime on the CT side, apparently. But, again, not really contested for it. Crown's there looking. Oh, he'll get back out, but he's stuck in. The fire's keeping him in mid.
He's gone from pestering to being pestered.
There's a push happening over on B. Hallsberg once again has opened the account with the orb very nearly. Gets some more damage onto Queenix, but the bomb plant has gone down early here for Ecstatic, and we're back to 4-on-4. Complexity left scrambling. Nodios in a solid position. Doesn't have anyone to flash him in to have a look at long. So he's actually going to end up using his own util, buying that time the other way. 1-for-1 again. It's not enough for Complexity. They've got to get into this bomb site. They've got to do it now. Grim, a 1-for-1 as well. Time ticking away. Ecstatic looking good. And Fang, he can't hold on to the frag. It's down to just the 1v1. Floppy's running out of time. And he's running out of HP as well. Ecstatic, match point.
What a round for them to win. Under pressure. I thought Floppy was going to be the one that was largely in charge there, but out of the fire, they pull themselves Ecstatic. Match point, series point, elimination point for Complexity.
Just remember, Jim, Ecstatic had 6 match series points in regulation time and couldn't get it over the line there. Complexity, they're not going to give up right here. Once again, straight into mid from Complexity. All that util tossed, and they look to clear it out. Wow.
Talk about being bullied out of mid. Oh, Floppy. Just looking for something. Looking for anything into the round.
Well, Ecstatic are looking for their reward after a long day. Hard work for them, but Fang, he wants to send them to the bleachers.
Dear.
Double kill from Fang. Can't hang on for 3. But he has done his job. And now it's up to the rest of Complexity. JT, Grim, and Hallzerk to try to survive.
Well, Hallzerk's going to need to be absolutely stoic in his defensive B here.
He has been so far. His AWPing's been really solid on this B side of the map in OT. But this time, he's getting smoked off. And Ecstatic will make their way up the ramp. Bomb plant will go down. Again, a retake required, and Hallzerk, he's lucky to be alive. They don't have any util to get in here, Jim. I think this might be it for Complexity. Crown catches Hallzerk through that smoke. And it's JT and Grim to try to save the day. Grim wins the duel. JT does as well. Salazar with the AWP misses the shot. And Complexity will survive again.
They have played their get out of jail free card. And they hold on to it for now. That was looking ever so grim. Does that bring the crowd back into play?
I'll be honest with you, Jim. I don't think the crowd's ever been out of play.
They are playful.
Double OT again for Ecstatic. My, oh my. They never do it the easy way, do they?
It's always been a test of endurance for them, that's for sure.
That is a good way to describe today for Ecstatic. And Salazar.
Oh, that's a mistake from JT.
He's got the endurance. He is not slowing down at all toward the back end of this map. In fact, I would say I think Salazar is actually picking up towards the later stages of this map.
Yeah, he's definitely had more of an impact. A for free, though. That's the big problem here for Complexity. They've tried to put pressure here and trap Ecstatic into B, but what they haven't realized is a big door towards A has been left wide open.
Queenix, he's in the perfect spot to cut some rotations off, or even if not, just get in behind them. But Grim goes down for free. A goes down for free. Complexity, how many times do they have to retake on this CT side?
At least one more time, that's for sure.
5-on-3 though, Jim. I just don't see it happening.
This is a bit of a rough drop.
No AWP for Halzerk. Back onto the M4. Ecstatic not peeking, not giving Complexity anything. Salazar strikes with the AWP. Floppy and Halzerk are chiming in, but again, they're just not doing enough. And Halzerk is running out of time. There's 2 players he's still got to deal with. Crown low, might go down here, but Nadio is still in position. And that swing is going to come through, but Halzerk's done it. That's made
right
the
down.
retake happen. Are you serious?
There's no way.
Drink it in, Halzerk.
Right now.
A 3v5 retake, Jim. A 3v5 retake. Ecstatic under pressure. Crumbling a little bit.
He's business at the front, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Right when they needed him most, he's able to step up. He's had to discard the AWP to do it.
Well, back on it now.
Heavy contest once again. Utility expelled. Oh, Grim. The moment. It may have passed him, but he manages to recover.
Gary Flopper using all of those bullets. Fang goes down. Crown. He's a one-man army working into mid right now.
They've earned themselves an advantage, Ecstatic. And they're actually doing a bit of damage here, but JT tries to even the ledger.
You of all people should know at this point the advantages don't necessarily matter. This is down to the clutch factor. And Crown is looking for a 4th for the round. He's eventually rerouted back towards B, but that's fine. Oh, never mind, it's not. Floppy's chopped him off at the legs. Don't know about that molly. But bomb plant's going to go down for Ecstatic. And Complexity. How do they make this retake work, Jim? It's surely not possible.
Well, if there's a team that can produce answers, it's Complexity. So, let's just see.
No way!
The timing! It's perfect!
There's no way! They win a 3v5 and then they win this 2-on-2. Surely not. Queenix in the 1-on-2 for Ecstatic. He's heard that defuse. He'll deny that from Floppy, but Halzerk, what's he going to do? Doesn't have the time to be messing around. He's got to get on. The spam through. He can't get it done this time. Surely not. Has he got the time?
That's right down to the wire.
No! It's 19-19. Ecstatic get another one back.
And there's no need for a Kleenex for Queenix. He manages to keep them going. Yeah, deserve that kind of reaction. I deserve that.
Okay. Tit for tat, really, this map so far. And it continues into yet another round. We've almost hit 40. And Complexity up to the same old tricks early in the round in mid. They always like to take control.
Dear.
Crown's ready for it this time. Grim gets banged out.
A gap in the smoke not working out for him, but Floppy's going to try and even the score. Oh dear. He's painted Nodios the halo.
Crown has just stepped up in a big way in the last couple of rounds. He might be the one to put this over the line for Ecstatic. Floppy and JT fighting for control of mid, and they're getting it back. They've got the bomb, Jim.
I love the re-aggression for Complexity. It's actually yielding them so much. They're recontesting mid after losing it. And Ecstatic are just not equipped to deal with it. They're losing these duels. They're being overwhelmed.
Man, I can't believe how this map is playing out. Queenix will try to work his way back into mid, but these are going to be difficult duels to isolate. Does catch Floppy and actually decides to back up, denying Halzerk the opportunity to trade by a mere centimeter. And that is a big difference maker. Queenix gets one more. Again, down to the 1v1. JT!
Oh!
One tap king. 20 and 19. Complexity have the advantage this time.
It's a one-tap dirt nap. Restored faith in Complexity. Not that it ever needed to be. And we continue to juke this out.
Back into the second half of OT for OT number 2. Complexity with the lead. Nade lands on top of their head in lane. But they'll keep progressing forward. And this fight amongst Cheetah is going to be a big one for Ecstatic. The early trades go their way.
You can see Ecstatic, they're trying to set that up from mid. They've got Crown throwing the flashes to contest the laneway. They end up just butting heads. They have some options here with broken play though, Complexity, and they're going to opt towards this A site. So they're going to leave Hulzerk to try and fashion something. If he's able to get a kill here, his job...
He might be able to.
Yeah, he's found some timing actually. This could be problematic.
Or that timing's looking okay at the moment. Just needs to look to his left. Take a step forward. There you go. But there's still another player that he has to worry about, so this gets awkward as Hulzerk falls back to the ground and Complexity down to 1. JT again the last alive, this time a 1 versus 3. He's in mid with the bomb. He's got time to go to either bomb site. He has chosen correctly to go toward B. But knife out, spots them. And so now maybe it's on for JT, the 1v3 angle. What do you reckon?
It's definitely doable. He can isolate this next duel. He's in with a shot.
Making some footsteps. Crown knows where he is, but it won't matter. JT too.
Stop it!
What? Are you serious?
There's no way.
What am I watching? You can't write a better script than this one.
If that doesn't deserve a cheer, I don't know what does.
And the people are being rewarded for staying so late here at ESL Challenger Melbourne. What the fuck is that, JT?
You've asked the question. We all thought it. Look at this contest. They're butting heads in the smoke. They've got no idea. It's come out for Ecstatic. They need this round desperately.
Complexity, 2 map points to play with. They need to get to 22. They've got 2 players down. But who's to say that even matters at this point? They can pull off the impossible, it seems like. And Grim has Salazar. Queenix trades him back on down. Crown keeping it alive here for Ecstatic. It's not over yet.
We're not done just yet. Ecstatic still have some life, and they're going to be dragged kicking and screaming. That's a great recovery from what was an incredible round from JT. A lot of mental fortitude. It seems so simple, doesn't it? One more.
It seems so simple, Jim, but it may not be. Grim is fighting hard for mid, but Ecstatic have gone one better there.
Taking some pretty hefty losses there in middle. Complexity. Ecstatic, they're happy with that. They're backed off entirely. They're sitting deep in these sites. They haven't left anything open either. They've been burnt by that before.
You just can't expect anything at this point. Complexity could well get this one over the line, Nadios.
Ooh.
Oh, he's deleted by JT, who's really popped off in a big way in these last couple of rounds. He could be the reason Complexity goes through to tomorrow. And they're pushing their way forward, but once again, we asked JT for a 1 versus 3. He did it from here before. This time smoked off. Ecstatic don't want to take any chances.
That's going to be problematic for him.
Time is ticking away from him right here. The defuse. Oh, and then Manx through the smokes. It's double OT into triple OT.
You asked, they delivered. And this still continues to rage on. I thought JT had lifted Complexity to an entirely new level. I thought that was going to be it. But Ecstatic, they've shown grit, haven't they?
I don't know how I'm still talking at this point. 42 rounds in.
Just sitting there grinding your teeth otherwise.
I mean, Ecstatic have got to be feeling the same way, though, right? They played double OT on Ancient earlier today already. They've been playing since 10 a.m. They just want to go to bed.
They love playing.
But JT won't let them.
Look at that. Big precedence placed on control of B. They've got the result. Complexity actually haven't been spurred into action just yet. We've seen them a few times react almost immediately to a play like that, but it hasn't happened this time. They're going to let Queenix cook.
Oh, he's cooked, that's for sure. Cooked in the Molotov. Complexity are looking worse for wear, though. You got Floppy, Grim, Holzerk tagged down. Fang gets it done against Crown. But Salazar watching for that push through from Donut makes it easy. And he can play the headshot line. Smoke's in his way. Pops the flash over the top. And Floppy stuck at the boxes. Makes for an easy kill for Nerdios. Grim 1v3 angle this time. Not to be.
He had no escape plan from there. That was the problem. They all wanted to take a duel. Ecstatic, they've been able to get themselves a much-needed round. But it feels like there's just been a total leveling of the field, hasn't there?
Well, 21-22, one step closer for Ecstatic again toward maybe another match point. But it feels like it's so far away right now. JT gets Nerdio. Salazar is able to trade quickly into the bomb site. Is Complexity. Ecstatic want to shut the door in their face, though.
Floppy's found a return. Not necessarily directly, but geez. Back to a 3v3. There's a lot of space to play with. A bit of time under their wing. Oh, Holzerk has found that one on Salazar.
Yeah, great shot from Holzerk. Feels like everyone on Complexity has been so clutch in this overtime. Ecstatic have been getting the better of the early rounds, but not the late rounds. Maybe this time things change up a little bit in that department. Queenix, 1v1. He's got it done. 23 for Ecstatic.
They've made the information plays. They've pushed. They were the ones that were supposed to be holding. They weren't expecting that Complexity.
There is no next map, guys.
Who's going to tell him?
You have to come back tomorrow for that one. 9 a.m. Greyhounds playing. Be there.
Hang on, one at a time, please. Raise your hand. Yep, you.
All right, let's get back to business here. Ecstatic pushing their way down the ramp. And Manx only able to get himself a 1-for-1.
It's 4v4 though. There's a few holes in the net now. Fang's caught Ecstatic out from his position before, but are they going to be twice shy? They've been bitten for one though. It's allowed Ecstatic to clear actually quite a fair bit of territory and put all their eggs towards this B basket. They're at least in rotating positions.
Nice little moment of peace for both teams. It's the calm before the storm. This could be 3 from 3 for the OT for Ecstatic. And that would be a real spanner in the works for Complexity, who've really fought hard to be here. But it seems like they're constantly fighting from behind, and eventually Ecstatic will get something over the line. Not yet, though. Flash lands in the face of Holzerk, but he does post on the line. Let's see what Complexity can do making their way into B. Not a whole lot, it seems. Queenix should get Holzerk here, but won't. And Salazar, able to hit the shot. Does leave it on to Holzerk with 8 seconds left to play. He has to plan. Push coming through from Salazar. Holzerk will have heard it. It won't matter, though. 3 from 3 from Ecstatic. And again, match points for the Danish squad.
Oh, they're being put up against the wall right now, Complexity. They've got a lot of work to do. They need to keep it clean themselves. And a bit of BM. to keep things spicy. Hang on.
That's very relevant at this point. That's going to be getting under the skin into the minds of Complexity, who now know they've got a big job to do in this second half of the overtime.
I thought Halzer was in prime position to do. Salazar has been instrumental for Ecstatic in so many of these rounds, locking things down when things brew down to a 2v2.
All right, Complexity, what are you going to do for us? Ecstatic do get themselves a 1-for-1. Early info gathered there by Grim is going to send Complexity charging over to the A bomb site, but Ecstatic won't slow down. Crown's in, gets JT. Numbers advantage for the T side, but also catches Crown sleeping. And the bomb drops to the floor. Allzerk will go through. He wants more. And denied by Manx. So Fang and Floppy now to try to clutch this one out. They've got no smoke though, Jim. Where's all the util for Ecstatic?
Well, they're going to try and get this bomb. They're going to try and do it dirty.
They've got to do it dirty. Eventually they pick one up. Okay, we're all good. Bomb plan attempted. Floppy through the smoke does fall. Fang now has to clutch to keep this one alive for Complexity. Manx has not been spotted. Done! And Ecstatic are through to Sunday. Complexity sent home in the most direst of fashions.
Certainly not the way they wanted to have their campaign end, but they've earned the respect of the crowd here. They fought tooth and nail. They had round after round.
Well, thank you guys for tuning into the stream. Appreciate all the support. I'll be ending the stream now, but if you guys have got a second, if you could please like or subscribe to my channel, I'd really appreciate that. I post daily CSGO videos. I'm currently doing a series where I'm opening a case every day to see if I can get a knife. I'm currently on day 49. So if anyone's interested in that kind of stuff, greatly appreciate the support. Again, thank you guys for watching the stream today. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys for another stream, probably tomorrow actually. I'll get the ESL posted tomorrow. Tomorrow it should be quarterfinals. Yeah, tomorrow Sunday 12 o'clock or Sunday 9 a.m. actually. I'll get the stream up for that. The Movie Star Raiders versus Static. So I'll get that in tomorrow 9 a.m. I'll get the stream up for that one. So if you guys are keen for that, just hit the subscribe button and get the notification for when I go live tomorrow. Anytime, mate. Jeff Health. Oh yeah, I'll stream the next one tomorrow for you. As I am an Aussie myself, it's a good time for me. I'll play what I got today for anyone that's interested. It was actually quite a nice drop. Pretty happy with that. Fact new too. Anyways, thanks everyone for watching. If anyone is actually still there, I would very much appreciate if we could get to myself to 650 subs by the end of this stream. I think that would be a huge effort. Let's see if we've got 5 people watching. Still. Still says there's 49 of you. 36.